Good morning, gamers and tip-top beings in between. Welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. I'm Mendrix, and joining me today to break down all the action is, of course, the Wandering Bard. Mate, how have you been this week?
It's been a great week, Mendrix, but it's always good to be back here at the end of it to watch some more Hearthstone unfold. Obviously, last week we wet our whistle a little bit with the new metagame, new set, and some of the new cards already clearly establishing themselves as frontrunners. So we'll see, does that reverse itself this week, or do we see the metagame start to reinforce itself as people get more comfortable with these new cards?
Well, last week was the East Conference, so those guys got to show their stuff. But this week, it is week 2 of the competition, and we'll have the pleasure of presenting the South Conference. Definitely a few returning players from last time, but I am seeing some fresh faces, which we hope to highlight. Speaking of highlights, all of the match highlights today are brought to you by McDonald's Australia. Make sure you catch all the I'm loving it moments, which are brought to you by Maccas, and catch them at the end of the show via AEL socials. Make sure you let us know which moments you love to capture by typing in chat, I'm loving it. We also have a giveaway thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. Upgrade your mobile and internet today with their fantastic offers, and let them know you're checking out their deals by typing hashtag Let's Be Mates in chat for a chance to win 2 packs valued at $3.95 each. So fantastic giveaways there. Big thank you to the sponsors, which of course, without them, this competition would not be happening. But if you had those extra packs, what would you do with them?
I mean, I'd probably rip them open right now. I've been really excited by the decks that we were seeing last week, and I tried to build some of them, but I'm just quite a little bit of dust short. So if I'm not able to open the cards that I need, at least maybe I can fall over the line and build like this cool new quest face hunter that we've seen people play, and or some of the other builds.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the action shortly, and we are going to be watching Mr. Lego up against Buy, which is not a buy, but is, could you imagine if you're Mr. Lego at that time? You're like, oh, sweet, I got a buy. And you're like, oh, no, wait, the guy's called Buy.
You have to give credit to the psychological warfare, right? Exactly. You're going to get every opponent you play against. Maybe some of them don't show up to the match because they get told, oh, you're against the Buy this round. And you're like, oh, great. And it's like, no, the player name, Buy.
He messed with you literally that moment in time. But yeah. That being said, Mr. Lego Buy, of course, they're going to be bringing new decks to the arsenal here. Some of the things that are returning, we are going to have the Control Shaman with Mr. Lego. He was also going to be bringing the Face Hunter, which we got to see more of the Quest Hunter last week, but the Face Hunter very strong in the meta at the moment. And he's also going to be bringing across, I believe it is the Buff Naga Priest as well. So what's really interesting, last week we didn't see any priests. This week, though, we've got 2 priests right off the bat.
That's awesome. I mean, I think priest on the whole is probably my favorite class across the history of Hearthstone. I think the most of my favorite decks have come from that class, and the current priest decks are all like new again from the last time we were casting. So excited to see what this new quest priest does that's on, I think, Buy's roster, but also this Naga priest that forgoes the quest at all and just runs this kind of like very aggressive curve with a lot of buffs. That's the kind of deck I like to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting as well. Of course, people beginning to really understand the meta. The Imp Warlock still crazy in terms of just general play. Looking at the stats, Face Hunter looking pretty good. And that Control Shaman as well is definitely up there. But what we've been finding in the competitions is that it doesn't really reflect the meta that you're seeing, in general play, if you're just ranking up the ladder, right? The players actually do have these competition decks that they put in mind here. I mean, last week we did see a lot more of the Quest Hunter come into play, the Mine Warlock, Mine Rogues as an example as well. Definitely a lot of different decks come into these competitions instead, which of course the players like to flex the fact that they know the right sequences, the right actions that come into it. Of course, it is a bit fun on our side when we get to see that they're looking a little bit desperate and they start using things a little bit, I guess you could say, inefficient in terms of things like popping that impending catastrophe with no imps on board.
Yeah, cycle it for a card.
It's just like I just need a card. Anything.
You got it, but even that, when they do that, that's still ping to their out, right? It's just kind of like recognizing that your chances of victory are maybe not so good. You got to just pull the trigger and hope.
Just to hope that maybe it is going to be that Tamsin that I need at the very end.
Exactly.
Grab that one bit, like finally just play it on through, and hopefully you've discounted your hand already with the rods. Again, a lot of different things that we get to play off and do this. The players are, of course, just doing their warm-up matches, getting things ready to roll. So we've got a little bit of time to jump in there and have a bit of fun with that. Now, what's your favorite deck so far in this meta, considering, of course, we've got the Murder at Castle Nathria coming into play so far, Bard?
In terms of a deck that I would like to play, I think the Mine Rogue that we saw last week looks like it might be my speed. It's sort of just, it looks fairly cheap to craft. It looks pretty fun to play. It looked incredibly fast and explosive, like even more so than some of the other combo decks we saw. And it seems like the kind of thing that's pretty reliable as well. When I'm playing that kind of OTK deck, I like that it can build up its damage over time. If you're against a class or a deck that doesn't have a lot of healing that's going to sort of negate that, you can almost play faster, and you can also have a lot of redundancy in terms of effects in your deck. You're not just waiting around to draw that one card like we've seen, even with the help of cards like Sir Finley that are seemingly meant to prevent those low rolls. We had a couple of games last week where someone's all primed to win, and then the one card they need to finish their opponent is the bottom card of their deck or the second bottom card of their deck. It's heartbreaking. But in terms of to watch, I think the Control Shaman that we're actually about to see has been really nice, because I just like it when Hearthstone prints some of these cards that let you interact with your opponent's hand or mess up some of these combo decks. It makes the metagame a bit more interesting. And with stuff like Mutanus the Devourer and Theotar the Mad Duke, we've already seen some Shamans like absolutely hamstring their opponents, like completely rip their win conditions out of their hand and leave them with nothing. So I'm excited to see that.
My elements are
Dictator.
frightful.
Jumping into it, will be that Control Shaman as well coming back into play, and I believe both of them banned the Hunters, respectively, on each side as well. So, Buy and Lego, they don't like those Hunters, they don't like those pets, they don't like those animals, which is fair enough. Sometimes, some wild beasts can get annoying. That being said, though, we're jumping into it, and it is going to be, of course, this Priest up against the Control Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first Priest, as you mentioned, we've gotten to see in this whole competition so far, so really exciting. It is going to be Bai's Priest, so this is not the sort of low-cost buffing Naga Priest. This is the Quest Priest, so Seek Guidance. You can see there, it sort of just asks you to curve out, more or less. A pretty interesting quest.
Well, this guy's still waiting at this moment in time to actually get their mulligans up and rolling as well, so obviously, if they're really thinking through what they want to hold on to, I don't think that side of Anathemas has to go to the bottom. I mean, I guess it's kind of annoying when you kind of sit there going, I'm waiting for my side Anathemas. Last time, I think you were talking about this where it's at the very bottom of the deck and you just dig for it. But I'm sure you can just be throwing that one away this time.
Well, the thing about that is that, and you see it kept here, this is the infused mechanic at play, right? This is the Castle Nathria mechanics that we're seeing. But not only that, but both players are on Prince Renathal. So these are both 40 card, 40 life decks. Strap yourselves in. It could be a long tournament today on account of these sorts of decks. But I love watching these matches play out.
Every time there's a priest. Every time there's a priest, you just go that's right. These games can go for 30 minutes because they just keep on generating more value.
Look, I'm
more
sure
things into it. I'm not sure about that. I mean, again, I think the thing that's interesting about Mr. Lego with the Control Shaman, there is an ending to it, right? There is a point in time that you can't keep refilling your deck. Whereas with the priests, we just see time and time again, they can just generate more cards, add more value in. That whole concept of, I'm not going to beat you with my own strategy. I'm going to beat you with your strategy. Ends up being what happens with priests sometimes, especially when it gets into these later stages of the game where they're able to just continue discovering and generating magic cards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, in this case, you can see the reason to keep the side of Anatheris around is in part just to ensure an end to the game, because it's not just about, I didn't draw this card till the last turn of the game. When you draw this as the last card in your deck, it's fairly useless because it requires to be held in your hand to sort of see other minions die to charge it up, right? So the fact that Mr. Lego was able to draw it at the start of the game, even though, it's a 10 cost, maybe you would have mulliganed it away against a different class. But against this priest, you're like, no, this game's going to go long, and I'm going to have the maximum charge side in Athreus to potentially, if not, one-shot a 40-life opponent. Get pretty close. This is going to be a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, that infuse definitely very powerful when it does come into it. Definitely what's interesting about that infuse mechanic, as everyone knows, is your friend the minions dies, you do infuse everyone across. So I guess it just makes sense, right? Might as well make sure that you've got your entire arsenal locked and loaded and ready to roll when it's time to combo through. And hopefully wipe this priest off the face of the board. He's going to be coining out as well for the time being as well. Let's just see what
the partner in crime. I like
Get that into play here.
Well, because you see this here, right? Obviously, this is if you read the text, Partner in Crime, the minion, it's a relatively new card from the new set, but summons a copy of this minion at the end of your turn. And so obviously you now have, it's not just 1 2/5. You're like, wow, 2/5 for 4, that's pretty meager. But you get 2 of them. And when you see that your opponent has kind of a lackluster board in terms of stats, this is your chance to start really getting away with something and snowballing these minions. So now, Mr. Lego, it's like, you have a choice. Do you try and take down these 2/5s? Do you try and mop them up? Or do you almost just commit immediately to racing And okay, so you can see it not biting on the idea of destroying the 2/5s and saying, well, I can out damage you. I've got this muck pools in play. I'm just going to let your board fill up with these 2/5 partners in crime, and that's fine by me. But the Doomsayer are going to ensure that doesn't happen. And in the meantime, even though that play might seem a little bit, 2 steps forward, 1 step back for buy, that is the 2 cost and the 4 cost components of Seek Guidance already ticked off.
Yeah, basically, it's all about making sure you can complete that quest line. That's where the real value in these long playing decks will come from. The fact that you can complete that quest line, and then because you'll have that extra 40 life, you should be able to survive against, these crazy one-shot builds we've been seeing, or perhaps even the mine builds as well. You can, of course, chew through 40 life with the Warlock
the Warlock combo especially.
Yeah, if you basically have enough in play for it. But the fact of the matter is, of course, being the priest, you can find other ways to get a little bit of armor, get more effective health onto the board, and hopefully be able to play out what you want. Or perhaps if you are playing these control priests, I imagine you would just ban away these mine warlock decks that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like there are tools, as these control shaman decks are showing us, there are tools that can help you disrupt very hand-based combos, especially if your opponent, because it's harder to disrupt them if they only need to deal you 30 damage, but against a priest that's going to heal and is going to have like big late game threats that you have to worry about, like the warlock, there is a lot of pressure on them to develop a really huge combo turn, and that's when maybe they overplay their hand, and you can wait and then pick off their actual win conditions with a legendary like Mutanus or Duke Theater.
It's ridiculous, yeah. Well, not even that, right? As long as you got Mutanus, you play that battle cry. I believe there is another card that can let you mimic it.
Yes.
So that way you can just it's the Macaw, right?
Yeah, that's what we saw. I mean, that's again, you got to draw them sequentially because it's your last battle cry. But that was brutal to watch in the other game it happened. You brand Bronzebeard as well. You double up that Macaw, so you've Mutanus 3 cards out of their hand over 2 turns.
And it's just it can be just devastating if you end up just chewing up the entire combo. It's just like cool. The whole point of my deck now, it ceases to function. Yeah, I'm essentially just playing out against what's going to be a quest line. I believe that's the quest hunter that we've seen that come into play that those particular cards are rolled into. So
whatever it is,
of course the quest hunter is just going to have the value, right? Like it's just going to be nuts.
But you're right.
Basically, then if
you don't have like that kind of like, because even then the Mutanus might miss, you might not draw it at the right time. Your opponent might assemble the combo too quickly, and so it is a bit of a risky play. You have to have some confidence to do that, and if you don't, then like you said, you might just want to ban out those explosive combo decks because you don't have that kind of speed to you. They're generally going to have their setup and one hit KO you before you're ready to win as this priest.
Well, everything here seems pretty straightforward, as expected, with 2 relatively control-heavy decks, or perhaps playing for the late game. They've got a arsenal of cards ready to be popped down as well. I believe the top deck there was that Firemancer Flurry, which isn't really doing too much, but you can see Mr. Lego's trying to maintain control of the board for the time being. He's going to, of course, use those muck pills to keep buffing up the minions on board here as well, but Bai isn't going to just take everything sitting down and will pop down that legendary Tailing Forging.
Yeah, exactly. The Firemancer Flurgle, unfortunately, a bit of tech that's more suited to other matchups, you'd probably believe. Like, it's obviously, we've seen it be great against other Murloc decks, but in the meantime, mostly what it's doing as well, this is another cheap minion it'll give me an excuse to fire off some more Murlocs, and all of this, even though these trades are maybe not favoring Mr. Lego heavily on the board, they are fueling Sire Denathria. So on the one hand, by charging up that Priest quest, if you play a 6 cost on your next turn, which you have in hand, if you want to play Reno Jackson, maybe you want to try and hold it, but you can choose to advance the quest, and I can't imagine, because like that's the thing about this Priest quest, is unlike other classes quests, there's only so much you can do to jump ahead in this one. You can't really expect to burst complete the last couple of stages all in one go a lot of the time, so instead it's sort of like you kind of are pressured to go for it. Oh my god, did that just eat? It ate the Reno! It out of that whole hand of cards, it hit the only 6 cost, so right aside from any sort of healing you wanted to fire off, that's the only card that would have been able to immediately fulfill that quest line. So maybe not going to even be a choice Bai gets to make here, and potentially a huge win for Mr. Lego.
That's actually rough. I mean, this is a huge deck that Bai put together. It is supposed to be running that fact that you can just heal yourself back up to full. So that was definitely a nice little munch there coming through for the Mutanus, and this is exactly what we were talking about before. It can be absolutely brutal when that Mutanus hits, because even if it doesn't, it's still going to be a relatively big monster on board there.
Yeah.
As you can see, 8/10 the time being, can be even bigger if it hits the appropriate 10-cost legendary. So definitely a fantastic card, just gives so much value and just literally illustrated right now by that play. You can tell Bai is thinking, oh, well, this is a bit unfair now. It's 2-1. I've already used, of course, my Doom Mancer beforehand as well, so unfortunately I can't just clear this board in a turn. Things looking a bit dire here now for Bai.
Yeah, I mean, maybe depending on what kind of player you are, you could be sitting there just sort of cursing the Hearthstone gods, because that was pretty unfortunate when your whole hand is targets from Mutanas and they take that card, maybe the worst card it could get. But you can't afford to sit there and pity yourself too long. You have to figure out a backup plan, if not for completing your quest line immediately, then at least hanging in there in the game. And I mean, there are other sources of healing, right? Obviously, there's the Blackwater Behemoth, which is a pretty hefty source of lifesteal. You could just continue playing out the game and using your priest power, obviously, and just try and stall. But yeah, without the arena, I'm just interested. What other 6 costs do we have? There's only 2. No, there's 3 other 6 cost cards. So there's a decent chance of you being able to find some stuff as well. And you do still have a card like Zarella the Devout, which obviously, if I double check through all these different triggers in the deck, you would imagine that if you can hold out the game for long enough, that card itself is effectively a full heal.
Yeah, it's definitely huge in terms of what that one be able to bring to it. I mean, the big thing is that every single Death Rattle, who knows what sort of monster would come onto the board there if you've been playing enough of the particular Death Rattles and they've all been dying.
Yeah.
That Smothering Smowfish will come into play as well there as well, just sort of put things away. Or sorry, the Smothering Starfish, not Smowfish. To be honest, it looks a little bit like a Smowfish if you ask me. I want to just start calling it Smowfish from now on. So the Smowfish comes down and completely silences everything onto the board here as well, which is a bit of a rough situation there for Mr. Lego, but I think he's still still relatively happy with his position on the board.
Yeah.
43 effective life. Definitely has the bigger hand for the time and continuing to build everything up now, and that damage is piling onto Bai.
Yeah, this is something where I'm gonna start to become curious to see over the course. Okay, we might say fight off now, I guess, because the Mutanus was silenced. But there's muck pools, right? Like, we haven't seen. There've been a few of the Shaman decks playing it, a few of the Shaman decks not, and so far I haven't really been able to ascertain whether there is a special combo purpose. But that's a pretty solid one, right? Your card gets silenced. You've just sort of undone that and upgraded a Mutanus, which, even at the best of times, has probably done its best work by eating a minion. The stat buff is a secondary part of the card. And now you've got this Deviant Dreadfang instead. So, I mean, I don't know if there's a nature spell in hand, but at least in theory, this is a significant upgrade, especially on the Silence minion.
Yeah, I'm actually probably has some available. I don't think he actually has anything on hand for the time being now when I'm looking at what's available. They're all really just minion cards that he's got available. But there must be some nature spells hidden within this deck. I mean, it is a 40-card deck, so would have a lot to play off.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I mean, to be honest, it's still a 4/9 body on board there, which is really nice in that sense there. And I imagine at the same time, is still going to be putting a little bit of pressure onto Bai, who's thinking, okay, what nature spells is available as
Hang on, we're also thinking, look at that. You see that the handover of the Arcanist, the spammy Arcanist there, just thinking, okay, there's 1 health, 2 health, 3 health, 4 health. There's no 5 health minion, so, but I mean, obviously at that point, spammy Arcanist blows it. Oh, it's all other minions, sorry, my apologies. So, yeah, I mean, you could potentially even set up a larger chain here, just sort of trying to suss it out. Is that good enough? I mean, I think clearing away all of the chaff on board seems pretty great, but okay, we're going to instead fire off the Whirlpool, which, I mean, that achieves the same effect. Interesting, though, that you go for that, like, the universal board clear there, the hard wipe, as opposed to the spammy Arcanist would have done most of the same job, and you could have then held that bigger firepower for when maybe nothing else would have done. But regardless, Bai at least seems to have stabilized.
Yeah, Bai definitely feeling the pressure there and thought, you know what, rather than go for the more efficient trade, I'm going to throw out that Whirlpool, like you said. Definitely a stronger play in terms of, the just clearing out the board, because, of course, felt a little bit pressured by what Mr. Lego was putting out, but Mr. Lego now has to rebuild his board. I think he's relatively happy with that overall anyway. He's still got plenty of cards there. You can see he's hovering through right now a smorgasbord of options in terms of what could be played there. I mean, if he wants to, you could obviously just put out a number of low costs there. If he wants, he could throw out that 5 Gauntlet Ravager out and draw 3 Morlocks as well, just to get a bit of power. And I feel like maybe I'd prefer just actually using up some of those low cost cards there to provide a little bit, but he wants to draw out those Morlocks.
I mean, I can't blame him, right? Like, this is getting the Murlocs.
That's what I was a bit worried about. He's going to burn a card if he did draw that.
Well, you're going to burn a Murloc, but we just need to develop a board as much as possible, and
keep the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you don't, now that your opponent has cast that whirlpool, you know that they're sort of, that's either they're about to turn the game around and win, like, you don't have a lot of time. If you let them just play a minion of their choice and develop the board without needing to also get out of check, so to speak, then you may not really have another chance left in the game, because the oh, see, that's brutal. We discovered the Mistress Mixes. This is exactly what we were trying to find. If not advancing the quest, then just getting to not only trigger that lifesteal and then, you know, obviously in the near future trigger it again, but that's going to be another bit of healing tagged onto Zarella the Devout. The only sort of drawback from that line is that after playing the Whirlpool, Zarella is the only 8 cost left in the deck. So if Bai does deem finishing this quest to be an important part of winning the game, still you're going to have to hold on to that Zarella for a little while more until you're able to get to the last stage of the quest. But it does appear that the stabilization is continuing, and so now I'm just sort of checking back over to that Sire Denathrius. Sort of how long...
It's been infusing, baby.
It's getting pretty well gorged over here, but it's still, you know, 17 damage among enemies. That seems, with lifesteal, like, how hefty. And oh my goodness, look at that crazy Insatiable Devourer, absolutely crushing the board. You know, the Priest deck is not the only one out of these two with some heavy hitting high cost cards. So hopefully now that allows Mr. Lego to, you know, if you're a Mr. Lego fan, to apply the kind of pressure.
The Sire? Oh, I didn't get the
Missed
Sire.
it. That would have been so massive. But firing, I'm surprised that Bai is going to fire this off, because, you know your opponent has a massive hand, including multiple Piranha Swarmers. It's pretty low value. So unfortunately, that seems like a bit of a desperation play, and now going for getting the Firemancer Flurgle, I don't think that's what you wanted.
This is definitely very roughy. I mean, I'm just going to throw that one out as well, the Firemancer Flurgle, just to get that out a little bit, because it's going to be a body, but that is a lot of damage on board here now for Mr. Lego. He's actually going to look to clear out most of the board first.
Oh, it's over.
Here we go. No, he's just playing a side of that.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean,
that's huge.
It may not actually be lethal immediately, but it's such a swing in tempo. And with the Whirlpool out of the deck, you know you're safe to do this, right? There's nothing else that's going to clear it. And I have to go back to, again, if you had played the spammy Arcanist, it would have done, I swear, nearly as much to clear the board away. And then, you might still have your Whirlpool in hand to clear something like a 15-16 and a 10-10 lifesteal, but Bai knows a lot that I don't about this deck, and this is probably, the best hope, right? Like, you can see, even if you could deal with this, look how many more cards Mr. Lego has in hand, right? This game just sort of went south from the moment that Reno got taken, and the other 6 costs weren't drawn, the quests stalling out, and the Priest deck, unable to even heal itself with the Reno battle cry, just runs out of time.
Yeah, it was actually just so dire. The Reno would have completely changed this competition, or this particular match, purely because the Reno coming down would, of course, brought him back to full HP. That would have allowed him a lot more time to keep on charging up the Zarella. There's just so many different options that were just completely shut down by the fact that Mutanist decided to eat that card. That literally mucked up the game plan of Bai. That being said, though, the Priest will get a second chance. Of course, that does mean that Mr. Lego now needs to win there with one more remaining option there, which I believe is going to be his own Priest. So strap in for it. We're probably going to be here for a long time, bud.
This Priest at least isn't trying to play like all the way up to 10 cost kind of cards, right? This is a much more focused and, in some ways, fast-paced Priest deck. But yeah, it is interesting to see in these longer games especially how, even just these tiny single effects can sway a 20-turn game like that, just because Mutanist decided to eat the right minion. But I don't know, I guess that's why we play best of 3, right? It would suck if you were eliminated from the tournament just based on that alone, but it's best of 3, double elim, so you just gotta pick your jaw up off the floor and try to keep forging ahead.
Exactly, right? That's literally the case here. But I think there's going to be a little bit of a change up in that being said. Bai doesn't want to play the Priest. Of course, still has that option to throw in the Mage. So that's going to be nice that we're going to get a little bit of a change up in this whole list. This isn't the typical Quest Mage that we've been seeing. Or no, the Quest Mage, the Skeleton Mage that we've been seeing that's obviously been running around. This is a different Mage coming into the mix. Yeah,
it's really interesting to see. I guess this is almost like backing up a step in some ways. This is like, because the other Mage deck also plays Mordresh Fire Eye and a lot of these same cards actually, but yeah, this archetype is sort of not gunning for the it's not a quest, is it? But it's like the Kel'Thuzad quest, more or less, right? You've got this win condition in mind that's influencing your card picks around, like, hopefully drawing this one legendary, and that gives you sort of a backup way of dealing a ton of direct damage in the late game. As well as we've seen the Skeletons actually pretty capable of taking out a few games just because they are some significant board control with their stats and their death rattle. But none of that here today. Instead, what do you call this? Spell mage? Like, there's
definitely
control
got some
mage.
big control. I feel like it's definitely a more control mage archetype there. It's got some heavy hitters towards the end, especially that Drakefire amulet. Basically, discover 2 dragons and summon them.
Yeah,
that would be a monstrous endgame fitter. Like, in terms of what dragon you to discover, that's going to be 10 costs when they come into play. They're going to do some crazy stuff onto the board just by the nature of the fact that that's what dragons do.
Mm-hmm. But on the other side of the board, not dragons, but Nagas. And those spells are being cast quite the opposite style of deck. Like, sometimes this is what I like in a sort of card game meta, when you see all these archetypes of priests potentially blend into each other. Like, there's quest priest, there's Naga priest, there's like buff priests, there's buff Naga priests. But this one is definitely like an aggressively slanted sort of deck, and you can see from those 2 vicious Slither Spears exactly how aggressive Mr. Lego can potentially be. But the Mailbox Dancer, with those additional stats, potentially posing a problem. Although that Death Rattle, giving your opponent an extra coin with how these triggers work on the Nagas, maybe not what we want to do.
Absolutely there. You can see just choosing now for the time being. Shadow Word Devour, Shadow Word, or Shard of the Naru.
Rune of the Ascended looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that's what we go for. Mr. Lego snaps that up.
Yeah, once that immediately has that nice little card on hand, there of course is going to have that Naga continuing to buff up as time goes on as well, and it's going to be up to Bai to start figuring out what's going to be the option here, because of the thing that's annoying about these buff decks is you want to really just completely wipe out the minions immediately before they do get buffed there. And you can see there's going to be a coin out straight into the theater once they actually just grab those options away.
Yeah, it's like 100% a tempo style of deck, right? And this is true of all... This kind of archetype exists across every card game, basically. And you, as you said, you have to get in early and stop them developing their board, because the whole point is that they're gambling on getting to, like, combine the powers of their cards to more than the sum of their parts and more than you can keep up with, and then kill you before your strategy gets off the ground. And so far, we've been able to do that. Cards like that Mailbox Dancer are perfectly suited for this, because they are just sort of slightly overstated for how early you can play them in the game. But Mr. Lego still has a lot of gas in hand. We have not seen the last of these buff Nagas.
Yeah, I feel like what could have been stolen away there by that theater probably just didn't really hit the mark there. Yes, it's nice to obviously just slow down the tempo, but I think Mr. Lego's pretty happy overall what was actually picked out there. And yeah, especially it would have been probably a bit more devastating if that boon was taken away. Luckily, he was able to maintain that one into hand.
Yeah, and drawing Blademaster Samuro as well. So having, like, maybe not the best for this matchup, but like having a pretty well balanced hand here. The tools are all together. It's just like, how do we sequence this now? Because that's what's so important. This is, if not like a one-hit killing combo deck, it is a deck where the sequencing of your spells matters a lot. There's a lot of cards in this deck that sort of don't really justify their inclusion unless they're used in a very specific way. And so in a situation like this, where you understand you really need to get back on the board, you need to, like, create some momentum again. It's sort of, well, what's going to lead me 2 turns from now to have the best possible play? And sort of, I'm going to play a card right now that maybe doesn't feel so good, but, you know, which one of them should I sort of run out like that? And I find those sorts of decisions very interesting, but it really is like a play style thing. I think players either like those sorts of decks or they don't.
Well, both players are taking this quite slow in terms of how they want to do that. Really want to think through their sequences as well. Looks like it's going to be another card just dropping down to that 3/4 bodied, as well as the Vicious Slither Spear as well. So right off the bat there, you can see Bai's starting to try and take some control here. 19 armor, 28 HP, a lot of effective health that Mr. Lego needs to chew through. And of course, like we're thinking about that tempo, really important with this priest there, but I feel like it's starting to, like, move away out of his favor, because of course the longer this game goes, the more power.
Although this is a pretty big tempo play. This is one of those break points in mana where you're like, I can make a play here, and by having stolen the minion and run another one out actually gives Blademaster Samuro something to do. So an 8/8, no slouch, gets that Naga down off the coin as well to get that Illuminate, to keep finding more spells. That's what this deck wants to be doing. Keeps playing out these cards, but Samuro is like one of these power spikes. Sort of, this is when you're playing an early game deck. This is effectively the top of your curve. This is your big kahuna, and hopefully if this gets to stick around on board, you're kind of trying to maybe hope that there's not enough mana, enough resources or cards drawn yet for Bai to have the answer. Then you can run out that Cathedral of Atonement, which is like the new location mechanic. I love that for Hearthstone, the fact that we have these locations around. Being able to have this card that you've invested mana in on a previous turn, and then you can use to buff on a later turn is so big for a deck like this, right? Like that is tempo incarnate. You get to do more things in the one turn without having to spend any extra mana, and your opponent still only has the same amount of mana to answer it on their turn.
Yeah, it's very powerful. They're actually picked up by Trump as one of the insanely good cards at this moment in time that's actually come through from this new expansion. So
it draws 3 cards, Mendrix.
That's nice, and it only costs 3. It's like,
yeah, this is pretty good.
This is, I feel like it was almost on the list of things to be nerfed. I believe what they're thinking about getting nerfed was the Wild Bloom Seedsman and Impending Catastrophe. One of the cards are looking at perhaps nerfing out this in terms of this there, but that's what the players want, what Blizzard wants, a completely different thing. That being said, the big Kahuna will be frozen up there at 8/7. Not be able to do what it wants to do, but regardless, I'm sure he's pretty happy overall that he's still got that on board there, and he's still going to have an opportunity to use it.
If your opponent, look, this mage deck, it might not be like the Frost Mage of old, but like this deck does do a lot of freezing. So just because sometimes when they freeze your minion, it's like, so you don't have anything then. I'm feeling great. I'm in the driver's seat. You don't know how long this Samurai is going to be frozen for, but it's still better than having it like taken off the board immediately, especially for a deck like this that if you want, you could keep buffing it. In the meantime, throwing out the heal on it is pretty impressive, but I guess if it's worth it if you can generate an 8/10 taunt off of that. And so this is where those buff spells, like, because that first minion wasn't removed, because we were able to play something out at a really critical point in the game where you just couldn't kill Samuro, then now it's starting to snowball.
Yeah, but whoa, the Dreyfire Amulet is going to be traded away. Okay. You know what? Isn't it 10 out for a second? I thought that something was going to happen and the Dreyfire Amulet was going to come out 3 turns too early.
Yeah, we've just decided to cheat.
Bye.
A bold new strategy.
He really needs this, let's be honest.
Look, you're cool if I play this 10-cost spell, right?
Yeah, 100%, right? You're okay with it. Just two big dragons? You're okay with 2 big dragons? You're a buff priest. You've got this.
You're a friend. You're a pal.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at you. Look how big your minions are.
Yeah, they're getting huge at this moment. Speaking of huge, getting even bigger as well with that Cathedral Atonement being dropped down as
grabbing
well.
the Serpent Wig in hand. We've held onto a couple of Nagas as well. Obviously, only the Barbaric Sorceress initially, but then you've got Amalgam of the Deep as well, so you potentially follow up with more Nagas if you feel you need to really extend the value. Right now, you may not need to sort of try and stretch your available buffs that far because Mr. Lego has sort of taken over the board here, and barring, there isn't like the Whirlpool available to this mage deck, right? You don't necessarily have that easy board clear. So when your opponent starts to amass this many stats, you start to get a little concerned. Like, are you going to be able to answer these?
The Smowfish. Smowfish has been hovered. This is
That's
one way to
help.
get rid of it. Yeah.
But the 8/10 is still an 8/10. It gets summoned with those base stats. That's not a buff.
That's true. That's right. The 8/10 still going to be big on board. That being said, there, of course, now we've got a new freeze target. Now that the big Kahuna is more of a big, Huna, let's be perfectly honest there.
Yeah.
1-2 isn't really going to be having the same sort of oomph behind it. Another Cathedral of Atonement picked up as well by Mr. Lego is very quickly saying, yeah, no problem, just drop it down. Let's go. Throw this into play here. And perhaps maybe we can get this Kahuna back up to its original status with its Cathedrals.
Yeah, potentially, and the Serpent Wigs as well, even if they want. I mean, it's all down to what Mr. Lego desires, right? Do you try and make one extremely large minion? Do you try and sort of, do you get a bit greedy and try and develop both? Do you run out even that Radiant Elemental to try and like get a chain of Serpent Wigs going where you're sort of like interspersing these free wigs with Nagas? Like, that's what I like about this deck. It does have a lot of lines because of all of these little sneaky synergies between the different cards, and it's not essential to always use them. It's not like the Warlock deck where you're like, I really can't play this card until the conditions have been met because I need it to win the game. But, there are options if you need to get more juice out of each card as opposed to whether you need to really put your foot on the gas and win right now. But Mr. Lego seems content to still play slow.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you look at it, still at 30 life, maximum in that terms, then there's managed to chew quite through a lot of the armor there of Bai as well, as you can see, 9 to 28. Both of these players, by no means ready to topple over by any sort of like major pressure or combination that could come out. But as it's being said there as well, you can see Bai now finally been able to get some damage back into the face of Mr. Lego as well, and he's going to obviously get that,
and oh my god, here we go.
Oof,
Rune of the Archmage, cast 20 mana worth of magic spells at enemies, and we're going to summon...
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
The Drakefire Amulet coming down. There's some big heavy hitters out of the blue, just right off the bat. That you can see the Primordial Drake comes onto the play. Also, there's Dharma of the Internal, and Hala, Matron of the Protectorate. And so this is pretty interesting, right? Because this is obviously now means that Mr. Lego needs to find some solutions. That's one way to deal with it. Let's take that for that 4-12 as well for the time being. And of course, we still have some big heavy hitters that we buffed up earlier to clear away the board. But there's still going to be that big 8-8 on the other side.
I mean, I was going to say that's a strange choice to take the 4-12, right? Because your opponent has such a board. How are you going to manage to keep keep a hold of this Najak Hexen? But potentially, if you wanted to, with this Radiant Elemental and the Serpent Wigs in hand, you could get some pretty nice return out of Hale's trigger this turn, and it looks like that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, playing everything in place that has that Serpent Wig as well, so you can see he's going to start generating those extra cards, and the damage is starting to come through, and it's clearing it away.
So you can just run out another set. We're trying to think, what is the optimal? How can I get the most triggers, the most wigs this turn?
Well, as you can see, he's thinking about it again. He's just going to throw it once again back onto the same card there. He's going to grab another wig, more damage coming out as well. Time is starting to run out, though, so Sus really does need to play these wigs.
Okay, all right, we're just going to go for all the wigs. Yeah, fair enough. Just fire it off, clear the whole board. I bet you weren't expecting this Bai. That is brutal. I thought the momentum was starting to turn, but the missiles miss. So Nosdurmu hangs around. Of course, those buffs applied to Najak Hexen do hopefully mean that it will remain alive. But actually no, we can get 4 damage out of this and 2 damage from the hero power and the Nosdormu hit. So you're going to get your 4/10 dragon back. Great play out of Bai, and Mr. Lego must be feeling the sting of RNG a little bit himself, because now, unfortunately, if one more of those damages had gone onto the big dragon, this would be looking so much better for you. But it looks like after this turn, you're still going to be staring down a very large dragon with a very formidable effect.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate as well. They was able to get a nice little free charge as well by playing out that good old Reckless Apprentice at the same time. But as you can see here as well, another Drakefire Amulet coming on down again, and that is just absolutely disgusting. Now you can see the real power of this field coming in from Bai now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just hitting after hitting on all these dragons, summoning them with those amulets, and this is what I was worried about, right? Like you were saying, okay, well, Mr. Lego's been able to whittle down some of Bai's armor and hasn't taken much damage, but it's like it's not about whether you've taken much damage yourself or not, because there's going to come a point where you simply cannot do anything about all of these dragons from the mage deck. It's going over the top of you. This deck really needed to be way further ahead in the game. It needs to be able to threaten a win instead of trying to trade with increasingly larger minions from a deck that is happy to keep going long. Look at the cards still in hand for Bai against the cards still in hand for Mr. Lego. I mean, like, at least you've got this Lokola, the Ice Lord somehow. But, I don't think even that by itself is going to be enough.
Well, we do have Pelagos now jumping onto the board there. This is, again, one of those new cards coming to the deck. Definitely very strong and sits well with the Buff Naga archetype. As you can see, a 14-14 on board here as well. But now you can see Bai's like, don't worry, I've got abilities too. Big 10 damage coming out of the blue there. Nice little play, though, as you can see, bringing out that bloody Lich that completely ruined through Mr. Lego. And he's happy to say, yep, okay, no worries. I think I am not going to be able to win this round here. And that does mean that the mage will take it. And that means Bai will survive another round. So we've gone to match point now for both of these players. And let's see what's going to be happening. It's going to be that priest once again from Bai. And it seems it's going to be a priest-on-priest matchup now going into the next round.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate to see the two priest decks taking L's and having to sort of scrap it out in the deciding match. But at least one of these priests will get a win here. And it's actually a pretty interesting matchup, right? Like, this is not a mirror match. We saw some of those play out last week, and those are also always interesting. Although usually it can be a more cerebral, subtle affair, right? People are mostly playing the same cards, mostly trying to do the same thing, and instead there's some very minor optimizations that can make all the difference. Whereas this is, again, just kind of like, can this buff priest go under the slower, more controlling, more late game deck, right? And I mean, you have to go back to the early turns when the mage deck had a turn 2/3/2 and then stole a vicious Slither Spear out of hand. That really neutered the early aggression from Mr. Lego. If the same thing doesn't happen this time around, I feel like this priest deck could have a much better showing, but mulligans away that 1-drop as well as the rest of the cards and does manage to stumble onto Boon of the Ascended. So whatever Mr. Lego is looking for, this seems like a pretty solid setup. Hopefully going to be able to get a better start.
Well, as you can see there, was just happy to just let that one go through. That first card came across, but no real turn off the back end. Of course, we do have the Quest Priest beginning that quest line as a follow-up. And this time around says, okay, no worries. Well, looks like it's going to have to be the Merc Scribe right off the back there. 3/2 body straight onto the board here. And as you can see, Mr. Lego wants to ramp up, but a Doomsayer right off the bat here just wants to say, hey, if you want to play something else now, you have to slow down because it will be destroyed next turn.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, a Doomsayer into a 3/2, that's kind of like, okay, medium value. But with these buff priests, like, you can't wait until one of the small minions gets massively buffed and then play a Doomsayer and potentially wait another turn cycle and hope it stays alive. You have to sort of preemptively use your interaction. And when you're the quest priest, like, this is always just an early game stopgap so that you can get to the next part of your quest. You've got more gas in the tank. But Mr. Lego now, it's sort of like, obviously was setting up to do something, maybe even run out that Boon of the Ascended, but seeing the Doomsayer's presence and knowing there's no real way to clear that, now you got to figure out what you're going to do this turn.
Well, as you can see, immediately cleared off the board here. We'll go back towards Pi now. He's got a little bit of a choice here. We'll throw up that Pandora Importer as well. Let's see what Amulet of Dying, Stormpike Aid Station, and the Holy Nova. I feel like maybe just stick with the Holy Nova. Why not continue having options to clear away before they can get big? Nope,
the amulet. I mean, that you look at the way these minions are set up, and like there are some fragile ones, but there are a lot of minions like Samuro and the Treasure Guard. Just the way these buffs work, they're pretty healthy minions on the whole.
Yeah, basically that idea of it's going to have high health, low attack, and then from there we'll just
then you could
give it the attack. We'll just give it the attack in terms of what's going to need here. But the Lightmaw Nether Drake, of course, nice little curve on turn will come through. That will clear it away, obviously.
This is looking good.
Push through that quest that little bit further here and buy. Looks like to be the one playing off tempo here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard for both decks to be, both doing equally well. And for all I was sort of trying to pump up Mr. Lego, it's Bai who's had the much better start relative to the other game. This is an interesting decision here. Gets to discover a spell, and on the one hand, you can see how something like Korak the Blood Rager or Venomous Scorpid would really help completely stifle any momentum from the buff shaman. But then also on the other hand, do you take the 5 cost so that you can advance your quest line some more? And these are the choices this quest priest presents. But since you have Talon and Forging in hand, you don't really need to worry too much. You're always happy to run that out. And so you can go for the Venomous Scorpid to not only provide something that's going to trade with even the largest and most buffed minion available, but potentially discover you into another like high cost card you need to advance your quest line, especially something like Whirlpool.
Yeah, it definitely was the easy choice there just to grab that Scorpid instead there, because like you said, already had the cards in hand to advance the quest line, so might as well get some extra value out of it, or extra cheaper value out of it, so that way you can continue to play other parts and obviously keep this pressure off of yourself or off your back that, of course, that Mr. Lego wants to apply. Mr. Lego here will be throwing out, as we've said before, the big Kahuna. As you can see, that blast is going to be coming across in the end there as well. 8-8 right off the back here as well, and that will.
It's a good play.
It is just solid.
I mean, these are the kinds of play, like, you sort of wonder, like, damn, why am I playing this deck? And then every time you get to do that on turn 5, you're like, that's why I'm playing this deck. Look how strong that play is. That's crazy. How am I allowed to play an 8-8 that clears the opponent's board immediately and then just sticks around to get buffed more? And then next turn, if you haven't somehow, like, recovered from having your whole board cleared and killed this, then I'm going to play Boon of the Ascended on it and make, like, exactly the same as last game. But it wasn't good enough last game, so we'll see. Is the line going to be different? Is it the same line going to be more effective this time around? Pulling out the Serpent Wing certainly helps.
Yeah, definitely wanted to grab that one very, very quickly up. Is actually going to hold on to that Boon of the Ascendant as well for the time being.
This looks good. That's because you have the chance to actually hold on to it only until later in this turn. Priestess Valish chilling out in hand right now, potentially allowing multiple Serpent Wigs or Serpent Wig into... I don't think we can actually get Boon of the Ascended off this turn after playing the Treasure Guard, but the Treasure Guard did refund the Wig, so now what do you do? You could Valish and then Radiant Elemental and then Wig, and Mr. Leo decides, instead of getting carried away with all of that, What if I decide that I've had a pretty solid turn and I'll just hold on to my remaining resources, which I respect.
Yeah, I can definitely respect that play as well. The idea is that you have limited gas in comparison to what's going to be happening here. Plus, your board's looking pretty healthy in comparison. Illuminate, Deliverance, and Condemn are the choices here off the back of this Scorpid as well. Hovering on that Condemn, it is going to be the one that's going to be picked up here, of course. Just wants to have the ability to deal that two damage, of course, have that wave clear that you wanted beforehand. And looks like that's what's going to be the play here as well now. That's going to be throwing that into play there. Of course, as you can see, dropping most of them down here. That's going to make it nice and easy for the Talon Forgery to clear off that one big sense. But of course, the big Kahuna remains.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there for Bai. Like, this deck only has a very finite number of spells in part, so that Discover from the Scorpid is going to hit at as high a rate as possible, and that was kind of the low end of what was available. Would have really loved to get their hands on Light Bomb or Whirlpool, even if they aren't available immediately, or as a Shadow Word Ruin especially. Like, just any of the cards that would have cleared away Samuro, but instead you have to settle for clearing away the rest of the minions, just hoping that Talon Forging and this Scorpid can take care of it. But of course, the top deck was as clean as you like. The Shard of the Naru, the singleton silencing effect that's going to remove all of your onboard hopes for controlling this big Blade Master. And now the momentum appears to have flipped, because as much as Bai has been doing well progressing this quest line, there's no 6 cost in hand again. And your opponent has really turned the tables with a very low mana cost play there that now allows them to continue buffing up for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, as well as you can see, a bit of extra choice there thrown into the mix for Mr. Lego. Does go for that Stormwatcher as well, out of everything was in play there. So wanted to have that sort of medium momentum or mid-range momentum off the back end. Another Serpent Wig coming in as well, so of course it's going to continue generating that. And he's going to leave it at that.
Heal hit, okay.
That's it. As you can see, it's going to be a big hit as well. So 27 life now for Bai, evening it up everything that's there. And again, Mr. Lego now seems to be in control. Like you said, that momentum swing definitely in their favor.
Really interesting again to see the kind of restraint where it's like, I'm going to make exactly a 10-10 Samuro and no more. Like, not feeling pressed, even because I understand like holding onto your gas until it's ready to go, but like the cards in your hand remaining, like they're not that powerful individually, but I guess reward here for not super overcommitting, because that Whirlpool, you knew it was on its way, even if it wasn't actually in hand for most of this game. It's sort of like just heart of the cards when you need it. And so now Mr. Lego is going to get completely paid off for holding onto those last few resources, because you will be able to reload with this Wind Fury minion, the Stormwatcher that you've been able to conjure, and potentially make that the last threat you need to fall over the line. But by holding that Mutanus could get a really big hit off here.
We can see what is there. Ooh, looks like it's going to be as well another Shard of the Naru from Silence there.
Yeah.
Yep, Spirit Guide coming down as well. And Bai now really beginning to exercise their, flexing their muscles of what their deck can do as well.
However, this is going to be a massive turn. Watch this. This is it. Like, Mr. Lego, this is why you have to hold. You've held as long as I think you can afford to here. You understand, like, okay, my giant Wind Fury guy stuck around. My opponent is getting up towards the end of their quest line and their maximum mana. I'm not going to be drawing that many more cards. It is time to go. It's time to throw out all my buffs, and that's what we're doing here. Interesting to see the sequencing here. I didn't pay close enough attention. I'm sure that there's something that lines up, and okay, you're right. We were charging up the Handmaiden, of course. So
yeah,
now we managed to draw Vicious Slither Spears.
I mean, they're nice to have. We would prefer to have them a little more earlier in the curve, but as you can see,
exactly. Your low value draw there
is definitely just pushing through what's going to be available. Stormwatcher is going to be huge though. 716 with of course the fact that it's got the Wind Fury. Problem is to those, there's going to be 2 taunts on board there that it needs to chew through first, and of course everything else is recently summoned, so they won't really be doing too much. So I think and what's really scary here is there is a Shard of the Naru on the other side here. So even though this, you're going to get some value out of the Stormwatcher now, I don't think it's going to be the greatest part here. And of course, I do card draw. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, the one decision that has to get made in the moment there is you have this Wind Fury Stormwatcher. Do you hit both divine? Do you hit both taunts, or do you neglect to hit Talon Forging so your opponent presumably can't pop the Divine Shield and then kill it on their own turn? And yeah, Mr. Leo wise to that line, because like you're hoping to win on the next turn, if anything, or really lay a huge slap on them. And you'd rather have to clear away a 3/3, even if the Divine Shield is still on it, than deal with whatever gets drawn off it and then gets played out, as your opponent now definitely has the mana available to play the larger minions in their deck.
Yeah, it's just going to continue to obviously just use up some of these value cards as well. The Shadow of Ruin are going to come down, just completely destroy all hopes here, I feel, for Mr. Lego. Does have Thrive in the Shadows being picked up on the top deck as well, and I feel like that's a lot of what was available really for Mr. Lego to finish things off there. Bai had the answer, has multiple answers in hand actually, so even if Mr. Lego did have another sort of, I guess you could say, combination in line ready to go with these by buffing up some insane minions, I feel like things would be looking a little bit different here. Of course, the Serpent Wig now is going to be being used now time after time here as well. So as you can see, the reload is well and truly in play now.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not really reloading as formidably as you were before, right? As you sort of said, a lot of the gas has been used, and this is the question, right? It's when you've held on to most of your spells for most of the game, and then you run them out, and those just get easily handled as well, because this priest deck has so much board clear, so much power in the late game, never in danger of running out of cards. I mean, there maybe wasn't a line to go faster earlier in the game, but sometimes you wonder, like, okay, well, is this deck able to go fast enough? Do I need to make some more changes so that I can discharge my hand even faster? Should I have gone for it on that earlier turn and just been willing to accept, if you have the Whirlpool here, I'll just lose? Because unfortunately, trying to be conservative about things hasn't led you anywhere better in the end.
Well, even though it is not going to be, like you said, the same reload, it's still something. You have a bit of ammo there up into this mix as well. You've got those 4-3s, the 4-4, the 3-2, the 1-5. Bai's only got that one body on hand for the time being as well, but the Reno is coming down. This is what Bai wanted to play last time the Priest was on board for himself there, and unfortunately this means that Bai's going to go right back up to 40 HP, and of course continue advancing that quest line. And Thrive in the Shadows also picked up as well, and you can really feel now that Mr. Lego's probably a bit disheartened by the fact that this is what's come down, and Mr. Lego had to know the Reno was coming at some point.
Oh yeah, you know, you're just playing it out at this point, right? You're hoping that every card in their hand is blank somehow. And here's the clear. This is like, again, you've broken on the rocks of the Priest defense. They're at 40 life. They have 1,000 cards in hand, all of which are better than your cards. They're just going to blow you away at this point. And Mr. Lego, playing it out, but Bai has weathered the storm, it seems, from this buff Priest deck, and will be able to, I think is feeling vindicated at this moment, right? You sort of maybe feel like you got robbed a little bit by having that Reno eaten up. Pretty low chance kind of play to have happen to you, and you couldn't find a way back. Must feel good, at least for one of these players, to get a second chance and be able to, this is how my deck's meant to work. Check this out. Look at this flawless victory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, now we've got the Cathedrals of Atonement too.
Both
actually
Cathedrals.
Like it's rough in that sense. He could play the other one as well, just keep drawing cards. I mean, he's only got 8 cards left, or, as I say that now, 7. So he's going to, the School Teacher also coming into it as well. Seems to actually have the curve. I mean, there's possibilities here, I guess.
No, there's not
maybe.
really.
Come
Sorry,
on,
Mendrix.
come on, I need to make it exciting.
It's our duty as casters very often to try and think of the possibilities, which and usually I can. There's things can happen that are weird in this game, and we've seen some very surprising upsets already. But this might just be like beyond reach for Mr. Lego mathematically. How do you deal 40 damage? That's the thing about these 40 card decks. It's just
the Renathal's coming into play, I guess.
You got to do so much work.
Well, Mr. Lego still thinking it through, still thinking it is going to get another Serpent's Wig, which is at least something nice. There are some Nagas in hand there, so of course can continue buffing up. Yes, of course, there's other minion on hand there, so it's just going to ever that little bit bigger as well. Secret coming down though as well. Oh no.
Yeah.
I just spent all this time
exactly
buffing it, and of course that Secret is just going to run down. At least he managed to get that 8 damage off the back.
Yeah, I mean, this is Mr. Lego showing some fortitude here that will hopefully serve them well in the lower bracket, right? Still willing to fight it out.
Just throwing it out there, like, yeah, he's going down.
This is like Black Knight Monty Python type of stuff. Like, you are fully a torso on the ground at this point, just yelling at your opponent to fight.
I'll bite you. I'll nibble you down.
Exactly. That's it. And the priest is like, yeah, okay, what you want to bite? We're gonna play it like that, huh?
Oh no, the School Teacher.
I still got this Mutanus the Devourer, and now all you have in hand is buffs and no minion to play it on. 3 buff spells in hand, 2 cathedrals in play, and this is kind of an interesting thing about these minion-based decks, right? The buff-based decks is that you want to overwhelm these priests, but at the same time, the whole game you've been kind of limited in having to spend these the additional mana on buffing these minions, and yes, it makes them big, but the priest deck has so much unconditional removal that it just kind of makes you feel silly for having invested extra in buffing those minions and having all these cards in your deck that are effectively dead unless you have something to use them on. And when Mr. Lego didn't kind of get this one rolling right out of the gates, it sort of looked pretty sad both games for the buff priest.
Yeah, pretty grim, I guess you could say, on that back end. But as you can see here now, Mr. Lego is just going to use the hero power first, is holding it down for that next bit of waiting, and ends the turn with 8 mana. You can tell it's
what are
pretty
you
rough,
going to do? Play a 3 mana 3/2 that doesn't trigger?
I understand. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand. You know what could be done. Like there was nothing that could be done there, but I guess you're hoping that maybe there must be a card that Mr. Lego's thinking could possibly provide something here.
Well, we have the deck list, so I'm not sure what that card is, but I'm excited to see. This would be one for the ages.
Oh, another Naru coming down. As I say that, 2 Narus coming down.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
disgusting.
I got another.
It's
wow.
Just, oh, you can see here now that damage coming on through. Not enough to kill Mr. Lego, but Pelagos, okay, maybe. Here we go, Pelagos.
Yeah, I mean, Pelagos is pretty strong.
I will find the truth.
So,
okay, so
buff, come down.
Buff.
The bless.
Okay, you might want to hold the... Oh, okay. Whoa. Now, Jack Hexen, that's pretty good. Get control of one of these. Take the life-stealing Naru. You can maybe buff that up. Unfortunately, you won't be able to attack with it. But, okay, we're getting to take away some of the opponent's firepower. You still need to be able to kill 2 minions at least to not be dead on board.
Okay, Mr. Lego's like, nah.
That was a pretty solid last turn. So you can kind of see Mr. Lego was like, look, if I just drawn this cards a few 5 turns earlier, maybe, you know, maybe that's what it turned all around. But unfortunately, that's not how it played out, Mendrix.
Yeah, definitely one of those scenarios where your big answers were unfortunately very deep within that deck pool and was unable to draw them out. So that does mean that Mr. Lego will be moving to the lower bracket. Is going to be, I guess you could say, out, but not completely out of it. Just down, but not out. That's the word I was looking for. And they're definitely down, but not out. Congratulations to Bites, who, of course, are pushing on through to the next round. And that means that we will be going to a quick break as we do continue to play through this competition and find out who will be the next challengers stepping up to the plate. So, guys, more Hearthstone action coming up. Please do not go anywhere. Good afternoon, gamers, and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. Wow, that was a whole hour, that initial run bum before there, where we had the first round there between Mr. Lego and the winner Bai. That being said, though, we're going to continue to have the same action here from Bai, who's coming up into that next round and is going to be up against the first seed of the tournament, and of course returning player Faded Falcon, who's definitely bringing a much more aggressive mix than what we were just watching beforehand. Bard, any feelings on this matchup?
That priest deck was pretty formidable, especially in that second game from Bai. Clearly knows what they're doing with it, and like having 40 life and Reno is so much of a health buffer. The tutoring and the toolbox of effects they have access to is very powerful. But I do agree that nothing we saw in that previous lineup was quite as fast paced as, say, the Face Hunter, right? That Faded Falcon's gonna be sporting here. So I'll be interested. Will we see that deck banned out? Or will Faded Falcon get to run like aggro into Bai and maybe just get under these slower decks?
Well, that being said, there, while the players are getting ready, of course, doing their warm-up matches, making sure, obviously, picking their bands as well. We're still waiting to see what's going to be, coming out of that one. We do need to just shout out, of course, our sponsors here as well. We're going to have all the highlights brought to you by McDonald's Australia. Make sure you catch up all of the I'm Loving It moments brought to you by Macca's at the end of the show via the AEL socials. And let us know which moments you'd love to capture by typing in chat, I am loving it. Also, we do have our giveaway here by Mate Internet and Mobile. Basically, type in chat, let's be mates, and have a chance to win it. 2 card packs valued at $3.95. Make sure you upgrade with Mate and Internet Mobile to show them and give them the appreciation for this giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. We loved giving that away last week and look forward to giving away a lot more card packs over the course of this event. So, make sure you just put your hands up and take advantage of Mate's generosity here, everyone.
Yeah, I can agree on that one as well. So we're still waiting to see. I wanted to have a quick look now to see if perhaps maybe they've actually picked their decks here or actually put it across here as well. I think they're actually having a little bit of fun here as well in the play up round here. Were you listening to what they were doing in the chat there?
I was not. But so, I like to see when players are enjoying things a little.
They were just emoting back and forth between the two, literally like back and forth, and I'm just listening to all I can hear is 2 warlocks at each other, just going, "Let's be evil, let's be evil." The entire time in that round there, so I was just having a good little laugh while they were doing their actual warm up match there. Faded Falcon and Bai have actually banned away both the hunters here, so we're going to be seeing what's going to be the priests and the mage up against the priest and the warlock.
Yeah, okay. So the hunter banned out again. Just no one wants to play against any hunter deck at all right now. That's too much face damage. It's too much to handle. And I guess I can't blame them. It's been a pretty successful deck over, what we've seen so far. But that imp warlock, we didn't really get to see much of it last week.
Banned. It has always been banned. This is actually the highest win rate deck right now, just on the open ladder. So let's be interested to see how it does get piloted against Faded Falcon here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the first one that we're going to see off the back here. It's actually going to be the mage and the priest up against each other instead there. So Faded Falcon wants to use the mage first, and the priest will be actually used a little bit. The priest is actually what's going to be going up against this mage.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of, because you might ask, well, if this is the Warlock is this high win rate deck, then how are you not seeing it? How are people not banning it, right? Like, that must be wrong. But, it might just well be that because that deck has now been, the best for 2 weeks, people are bringing lineups teched against this Warlock, assuming people are going to be playing it or decks a lot like it. And so, you'll leave that one in the pool because you've practiced against it or you've even brought cards specifically to combat it. Whereas something like this Hunter deck, as we've seen, these sort of very base focused direct damage decks can be hard to directly counteract depending on your class. So easier to ban that one out and try and outplay the Warlock deck.
Well, very quickly off the bat here, Faded Falcon wasting no time. Will, of course, put in that Shivering card down as well, and the Wildfire at the same time to sort of just buff up that. And that is very nice to get that Wildfire buffed nice and early. It means you will be generating value from your hero power throughout the entire match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen that be like maybe the biggest difference maker for these mages, right? Like the games where you get Wildfire off on turn, 1 to 3, sort of buff up your hero power immediately are so different from the games where it happens much later on.
Well, Arcane Intellect as well coming down, continuing that card draw on. It is going to be a relatively slow match coming into it as well. I mean, most of these guys are really waiting to ramp up as well. Of course, the Faded Falcon playing that Skeleton Mage wants to get those skeletons onto the board there, and of course, just delete you over time with that damage. Of course, you still have some big cards that you can play towards the later stages and buy at the same time. I mean, you're just going to be throwing out that Scorpid as well, just for the time being, to continue to ramp things up. Another Wildfire, very nice top deck here for Faded Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming together. It looks like right now, Faded Falcon, this is the top deck power for #1 seed. We're seeing it unleashed. But, you know, Bai, again, has a lot of health to work with, right? And it's really interesting to me because this mage deck, right, we've seen before similar mage builds in previous weeks. This is the Kel'Thuzad mage. And it's not necessarily a one-hit kill combo deck the way the Warlock deck is, but you are still kind of expecting to burst your opponent down once you get up to those 8-cost minions. This one adds Sire Denathrius as well, which I don't think the others were playing. Seems like quite a good addition in terms of, you know, the synergy with all the skeletons and with the general idea of you just want to slam a sequence of very powerful battle cry effects in the late game. But even those might not be enough to overwhelm, you know, the sheer fortitude that this priest has.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that one as well. I think, as we can see for the time being as well, it is a lot, like you mentioned, but a lot of HP for both of these players to work with, and is finally going to put down that Nightcloak Sanctum as well. So finally get those skeletons coming on through for Faded Falcon that we know from the Skeleton Mage. Of course, there's going to be that Blade Master Okani, which, to be honest, when it was summoned, sounded kind of like the Avengers theme. I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, you know, not a thing that was at the front of my mind, but you're probably right. I'll listen to it more closely next time we see it.
But yeah, very quick plays for both of these players at the moment. Normally, you expect with these decks they're going to be thinking through the sequences, but as you can see, you know, very, very clear lines right off the bat for them as well. Another Sanctum coming down very quickly as well for Faded Falcon, and I feel like he is definitely getting exactly what he wanted out of this initial deck is off the bat here. It is hitting those win conditions well and truly.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, neither of these again, it's sort of like we saw a lot of these matchups last week in particular, but like neither of these decks probably feel like they're going to threaten to kill their opponent in the early or mid game. And so you're not really having to wonder like, oh God, it's really important. What if I do this, do I have to do this other thing? You kind of just do whatever is most optimal in terms of charging up your late game. And unlike something like the Warlock deck, those aren't even that complicated. Like the Priest deck just needs to play expensive cards and curve out over the course of the game. The Mage deck is just like, well, I guess I'll make skeletons where possible and try to charge up my hero power, try to draw cards. But you're not really playing that complicated a mini game here as you wait to get up to, you know, whatever your break point of mana is to really go for the throat. 8 for the Mage. Not sure for the Priest. Probably about the same.
Yeah, I could agree with that as well, that idea that you're not really at threat there, so it makes sense that you're not thinking about possibly dying, what defenses you need to set up, or what health pools you need to be sitting at. You can literally play the most efficient line right off the bat there, which is, of course, playing towards your win condition. We are back in a Bai's hand here now as well. Definitely a very impressive amount of cards to play with. So you can see now we're starting to think through that sequence and what might actually happen. Is going down to 32 HP, has a Frozen 3-2 on board there. Looks like Korak the Blood Rager will be what's coming down here as well. A nice little Death Rattle coming into that play, and looks like it's going to actually be using a Devour at the same time as well to just buff it up that little bit, give it a little bit of extra HP and allow it to do a little bit more power there. And a nice little cheeky heal towards the end here just to line things up or smooth things out.
Yeah, thought about healing the spammy Arcanist, but then went for the self-heal, which I do like, right? Kind of recognizing the Mage deck isn't like the Warlock. The Warlock deck we're seeing could do like 50, 60 damage in one turn. Like, there's no way to really get out of range of that. But this Mage deck, I don't think it really goes that high. So it is relevant to keep your life total up towards 40 as much as you can. And even more so than trading, that's going to keep you alive into the late game. I do like the play as well with the Correct the Blood Rager buffing it up. Like, just having 5 health, the honorable kill, you'd really love to get that Death Rattle trigger at least once. And unfortunately, this mage decks in general, right, very good at dealing incremental damage, even when you've upgraded that Fire Blast. So trying to make it at least a bit of a puzzle for your opponent to kill that cleanly is worth the investment. I'm interested to see, you know, what Bai's playing towards or what plays might be possible in terms of cards like Switcheroo, right? Like, there's all these interesting effects in the deck where, you know, is there going to be a way to utilize this as extra valuable, or is it just that, you know, I'd love to have a draw 2 for 1 sort of spell on hand as my own little arcane intellect?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things can really come into play there, but of course, we actually just saw some big power cards actually get top deck. I mean, Side and Athenaris now in hand, Mordred's Fire Eye, definitely very nice for Fed Falcon to have these options as we are getting towards those later stages of the turns. Switcheroo also seems to be coming into play
Finds
here
Reno
as well now, finally. So that Reno, like you said, has come into play, which means he can get himself back to full HP. I reckon, to be honest, you're just going to be sitting down and just waiting for the time being. You don't want to be using that Reno until a little bit later.
No.
Prince Renethal finally comes in as well. A nice 3-4, but the whole point of that card is just for the deck and, of course, the effect. But what's really scary now is, of course, we are going to have some big players come to this, because Fed Falcon's now really happy to continue summoning up all of these Death Rattle skeletons, of course, continuing to power up that side Denathrius, and as well, when that Kel'Thuzad comes down, to resummon them and just create some real power towards these later stages.
Yeah, that might be the most important thing. Like, credit to Bai has been, making an effort to clear the board. You don't want to let your opponent have any of the really, really high value Deathborn casts we've seen turn games around before. Get some decent value off the Reno. They're not holding onto it too long, because, of course, the real play is to advance the quest line. You need to be getting your own win condition underway, and that's what we've done here. So discovering another spell out of the deck. Spirit Guide looks pretty strong here. The other two cards, kind of medium, but you could potentially hold on to the Light It Burns. It does clean up the two large minions we talked about in hand right now, and that's what we take. So clearly of the opinion that we've got enough gas in hand already, and there's no 8-cost spell available just yet. But yeah, pretty solid, right, to cancel out those skeletons. But that doesn't stop them being countered towards Kel'Thuzad at least.
Yeah, that's a big thing here. When they do get something back, they will continue to have those death rattles. So at the end of the day, you're pretty happy with the fact that, of course, he's not going to have those attritional damage coming in through, but regardless, they're still going to be able to be 2/2 minions on board there. They're still going to have some use. And it does mean that they continue just to clear the board away. The Reno probably going to be falling down as well to these skeletons. And of course, you want to keep it in. And they are still going to be infusing the side Denathrius. So he's going to be getting very big as this game progresses.
Again, probably not big enough, though. Like, it's powerful for Fed Falcon that the Denathrius was drawn, like, maybe not at the start of the game, but still sort of, while there was still plenty of resources yet left to for it to profit from. But I still can't see it being big enough, like, to take out Bai. It's going to be a question of, is there like a 1, 2, even 3 turn sequence, or maybe if you land all 3 of those big legendary finishes back to back to back, Bai doesn't have, like, the Reno's already been played, right? So you can't full heal. What is Bai? How much is Bai going to be able to recover in between getting hit by Mordresh, getting hit by Denathrius, getting hit by, Kel'Thuzad whenever that's drawn? And are you going to be able to survive the consecutive hits, even if you survive one? That, to me, is shaping up as the big question in this game, because Bai just isn't putting pressure on. Fed Falcon, of course, also on 40 life plus however much armor. So, you're going to kind of have to weather the storm of this mage deck fully if you want to win, unless we see some dramatic acceleration of tempo.
And you would have been, if you're Fed Falcon at the moment, you're 100% waiting for the Kel'Thuzad to go down first before the side of Denathrius. Because, of course, you want to be really, like, bump out those respawns when you do drop down the Kel'Thuzad. Basically, they're going to be summoned up and deal the damage immediately die, and continuously infuse the side of Denathrius as well. So I get what you're saying there. Of course, that solid alibi coming down as well. Really, just a nice little play on turn, I feel, at that moment in time. But of course, what's nice for Fed Falcon is he's got a very powerful fireball as well that he can continue to play through here as well. So that's going to be generating value, especially now that he's getting much higher mana per turn each play.
Are you surprised by the choice to play that solid alibi immediately there instead of holding it for a potential later turn? Just because it doesn't necessarily seem to me like you were in the most danger of getting one shot yet. Like, and maybe if the Denathrius had been enhanced since the start of the game, but I would be waiting a lot longer till these because Mordresh Fire Eye does the same amount of damage all the time, but Denathrius and Kel'Thuzad, they can keep scaling, so they become more threatening as time goes on. It almost seems more like just a mana play where Bai is just trying not to overdraw here until we can get some of these expensive cards out of hand. And gets the opportunity to steal Mordresh. That's huge.
Ooh, that's definitely a nice pickup. It does grab the Mordresh as well,
you
so
have
that is nice there. You can really tell that that's exactly what makes this particular, like, the theater.
You can have a board where actually like.
Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts, that theater, the Mad Duke, what it can do and the value that it provides. So nice pickup here for Bai, of course, to turn things away. I still don't think that Fed Falcon's lost too much gas, but of course, it's definitely some wind out of the sails.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a really tense point of the game, right? This is kind of the pivotal couple of turns, it feels like, even though this game has been going for a while and presumably will go for a while more. That was such a huge play now, and Faded Falcon really has to hurry things up. Still hasn't even found the Kel'Thuzad, so can you know, that's why we're playing bodies to the board right now. You have to push the tempo, but such a huge tool was just lost now, and not just lost, but like taken for the opponent. I don't know if Mordresh FireEye... Okay, so it says one left, so yeah, you can't get the trigger, I don't think, anymore as buy, but it's still a great pick.
Yeah, you can't, which is the unfortunate part there, but like you said, it's still going to be a lot of less. I mean, that is 10 damage and a basic massive clear available for Faded Falcon, not going to be there anymore, right? So Faded Buy is just going to be dropping on through what seems to be the Entrapped Sorceress for the time being, just wants to get a little bit of extra cards in hand for some control later, but I think that's what else is really scary with that initial play here by Faded Falcon is he's still able to get more of these skeletons on the board. That's going to be more, it's going to be extra damage that can be played later, and you're still infusing. I think there's just going to be so much damage coming out of the side to Nathrius, and so much damage coming from these skeletons when they get respawned by the Kel'Thuzad. I feel Buy is the one that's on the timer here, not Faded Falcon.
Yeah, definitely. That's I mean, that's the point of this priest deck, right? If you weren't confident taking the game later and later, I feel like you would have to go and find a different deck. But you know, as the case may be, it seems like in this matchup at least you've been able to go long. You've been able to make the time.
Well, as you can see here now, that Fire Blast still generating a lot of value as well. I mean, more coming through the side here. And now these are just, these are supposed to be throwaway minions, right? You're expecting these to not actually be putting that much damage onto the opponent. So to get free damage on the attack from these summoned skeletons that you're expecting to be cleared away is just nice for Faded Falcon at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Buy, I really thought was going to be able to like turn things around now, and obviously still has plenty of health, plenty of time, but the skeletons are really starting to stack up, and I'm worried now about that. That side of Nathrius is up to 16 charges already. Going to be a lot more after this board gets cleared. That Kel'Thuzad is going to be big as well. Actually, I somehow underestimated the fact that, of course, Mordresh is going to be your 8-cost play to trigger the last stage of your quest. So now Xyrella the Sanctified is available as well, and you know, maybe that's going to be good enough, but you're still on 29 life here, and if Faded Falcon can find that third finisher, that might be the 1-2 punch I was talking about before. I think that the damage is there now.
Yeah, it does bring him down to 41 life as well. So there's still an opportunity here for Buy, right? That's the big thing. We're sort of saying if Faded Falcon's looking like he has a high percentage to come on top, but there's still a percentage that Buy takes this out. As you can see, Faded Falcon also understands this as well, is really beginning to think this through. Do I actually want to stop what's going to be the Skeleton Lord here as well? I imagine you freeze the lifesteal, 100%. You have to take that one off the board, because of course that's going to be extra life available here for Buy. You might be looking at it in terms of maybe I've got enough damage anyway when my combination's finished in terms of who I freeze anyway. So I feel, yeah, he must have calculated it. He's got more than enough damage there. He's going to use the hero power to actually clear away the lifesteal. So that makes sense there. And now you can see now, do I play the Deathborn? Do I just reload again with different cards here? A lot of options here for Faded Falcon with that sequence. And I really feel like the Deathborn just is what you want to reload with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's been the pivotal spell, it feels like, more than anything, the pivotal card for these mage decks whenever we've seen them, and especially whenever we've seen them win. And so, you know, Faded Falcon soldiering on, right? I was starting to wonder, have we underestimated the late game potential of this mage deck, or is Buy about to enact the final stage of the plan and turn the corner here? Gonna get to draw the card off the Spirit Guide here. Oh, sorry, and I'm not sure whether or not, I haven't been card counting, but I assume Buy has, whether that is going to hit the Purified Shard itself.
Well, there we do have what seems to be that 7/7 Xyrella finally coming out. Definitely a big card here. One of the big finishes for the Priest that, like you mentioned, put in. The Flurry is going to come down, continue to buy more time here for Faded Falcon, who's, I imagine this much time, really just digging for that Kel'Thuzad. I feel like this is now what's really annoying when you're trying to get Kel'Thuzad out of everything here, but you still have yet to pick it up here. As you can see, we do have the Commander Zavara coming down as well, which is going to give more Deathborns, more clear away, more options here. It's going to be a lot more skeletons as well. So you can really see at this moment in time, this Zyda Nathrius is going to be extremely charged, and we definitely have one hell of a combo finisher for Faded Falcon. He just needs to draw that Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah, I mean, the game is sort of now hinging on that draw step again. 15 cards left in the deck. It still could be anywhere. Maybe we're seeing the downside, I guess, of having the 40 card deck, is it's even more possible that you might just not have that crucial finisher in the moment. And that's why maybe pinching away one of your opponent's redundant effects, earlier in the game is so important. Now we've been able to, obviously transition to the alternate hero card, and the priest deck is starting to finally move into a more aggressive phase of the game plan. Look at all these cards.
Yeah, it's just coming back now. You can really see this deck now has actually pushed itself to that next stage there. You feel like it's kind of like, just forms happening at the moment in time in an anime, these cards or these particular priest decks in terms of what they do here. Now that this Zarella has allowed itself to fully come into it, there's some nice big cards available here, but I still think there's some answers on Faded Falcon's side, but at least there's some threat now coming on through from Vi.
Yeah, again, I said it was earlier would be the pivotal moment in the game, but somehow we still haven't, it doesn't seem like the game is tipped in a particular direction, but we also haven't seen the Quest Priest get this deep into things before. Obviously, the power is increasingly there right now. You've got this hero power flipping every turn, Void Spike available, great tool for board controller, eventually clearing things out, and we've got that shard in the deck still to draw, but Faded Falcon still just hanging on to that Kel'Thuzad, hanging on to that side to Nathris, and it's almost like Faded Falcon seems to be getting more out of these turn cycles than Vi is for now. I still haven't really seen the big game-ending hammer come through for the Priest deck yet.
Yeah, not just yet for the time being. A solid alibi obviously still available as well for Faded Falcon if he needs more time to actually buy in through here. Ooh, burned card on the end. I did get a chance to grab it when I have a quick look to see what it was. Nothing too crazy off that end, so what can you do in that sense? Him just continuing to clear the board here. He's hovered the side of Nathrius. Is he going to play it this time around? Is he finally drop it down and let the damage fly? And of course, that is going to be the time. I mean, you want to play the Kel'Thuzad another time, but that is an insane chunk of damage from the side of Nathrius that's just been charging the entire game here, bringing it down to 15 as well. Like, as you can see, we do have that, and never mind, he card countered it perfectly.
Decides he's been waiting it long enough, and yeah, okay. What a game! What a slog again, Mendrix. Just we have a whole day of this ahead of us. It's
yeah, we do have a whole day of this ahead of us,
boy.
Bart. That is a slog and a bit there. But at least look, here's the thing, right? The priest has won.
Yeah.
So it can't be played again. So that's something that's at least one thing we could say that's nice about that. But this does mean that there's going to be the Imp now available here for Faded Falcon. Of course, he can play his Warlock deck. And he continued to play his mage. I feel like now you want to play the mage anyway, just to sort of get that one off the board there, because of course it is going to be one of the longer decks that you have available. Because you do have a bit of a worry here now what's going to be on the other side for Vi. Because Vi's got the mage, but again, it's going to be that it's not going to be the same mage that we had before. It's going to be that combo mage, which of course has the ability to really benefit from those Drakefire amulets, and of course just continue to pull out free value towards those later stages of the game. So I feel like you want to throw out your Warlock now. Oh, no, not your Warlock now, your Mage now. If you can win with that, you should be able to cleanly win with a Warlock afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's something where the players have repeatedly surprised us so far, and I think over the course of the tournament, I'll be able to get a better read on what they're going to ban or not. But I mean, I was surprised to see both Hunters banned out, and this time, it's like I don't want to just shoot my mouth off and try and anticipate the players' decisions, but they clearly know what they're doing, and I'm just curious to see how this Warlock deck fares generally. So I hope we get a switch maybe. It'd suck if we didn't get to see it at all, if Faded Falcon was upset 0-2. But I mean, this is the number 1 seed in the tournament. That's not likely to happen.
Nah, it very much not the case. And I do feel like if the Warlock does come through as well here, it is going to be us allowing to see the real power in a tournament setting of what this Imp Zoo Warlock deck can do. That Vial Library coming down, of course, provides so much extra value for this deck, and it is something that has been banned away time and time again in the previous conference. So it makes sense that this time around we're expecting some great things from this Imp Zoo if it is going to be once we jumped into the action. Is it going to be the Warlock? It is going to be that Imp Zoo, so we finally get to see it in the ANZ Hearthstone Open.
Yeah, what a treat for us, I guess. Like, I mean, if your viewers at home may not think it's so exciting to get a look at this deck, because everyone's probably seen it up close and personal on ladder. This deck has been just an absolute terror since the latest expansion came out. But for us, it is new and exciting and vibrant, and an injection of fresh ideas
variety.
into the metagame.
Everyone likes a little bit of variety.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone likes a little bit of a faster game, right? And that is what this deck promises. This Warlock deck is definitely here to end the game a lot quicker than the 2 decks we just had playing.
Yeah, you can see Fed Falcon already understands the curve. It is such a straightforward deck, these aggro decks as well. Immediately throwing out that Flustered Librarian, that extra attack for every imp that comes onto the board as well. So is something that you do want to get rid of relatively early because it will start to rack up damage because, of course, it is called an imp zoo for a reason. There's going to be a lot of imps making their way onto the board.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we've seen the imps get used before, right? The other Warlock decks also playing these Impending Catastrophe, this Fiendish Circle. They're very powerful cards in combination, but this deck using them very differently at all. Instead of just the imps are there to draw cards alone and maybe provide a way to make the mine a win con, the imps are the win con this time. Look at that Vile Library. What a powerful effect in combination with Fiendish Circle when you can set it up the turn before. And Vi understands that you have to clear the board. You can't allow that buff to actually translate into immediate damage, and so that Vile Library is going to remain in play for the time being. It's just a threat, a sort of Damocles.
Yeah, it is going to be that Fiendish Circle there coming into play as well.
Okay, just fires it off.
Immediately. It's like just 6/6 right on the board there. So strong in terms of what it can bring as well. As you can see there, he wants to just clear away the lower imps as well, so that way, of course, they won't have the opportunity to get buffed up, but the Impending Catastrophe will be there. Imp Game Boss as well. You can tell he's just happy to play this Impending Catastrophe straight away and just continuing to swarm up and ramp up that extra power.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if you would against every deck every time fire off that buff immediately, but against the Mage deck, which has so many 1 damage cards to fire off, even like that Reckless Apprentice on the next turn could have come through, and it doesn't really play cards like Polymorph anymore. There's nothing that's really going to mop up your 6/6 imp. We've seen already certain decks today have trouble dealing with large individual minions, and so Faded Falcon decides to really set the pace early on. And I like Bai is really kind of trying to walk a fine line here between trading with the imps and racing for damage. So we'll see whether it works out, Mendrix, but this is looking like a brutal couple of turns that might come up here. Look at these. The cards in hand for Faded Falcon have such synergy together.
Yeah, you can see he's thinking about which line he actually wants to play through as well. The Piggyback Imp will be the one that comes into it. The 4/1, the Imp Swarm as well coming through. The upgrades are bound. This is actually
an 11-10 Imp. Oh my god.
That's so much damage so early. We're only on turn 5.
The world's most powerful Imp has appeared. God.
Who would have thought it would have came from a Fiendish Circle of all things?
Yeah, exactly. God sends his strongest warriors, his most dangerous.
It's
imps.
literally just Imp. That's its name. It's Imp. I'm just an Imp.
At least it's golden. At least it's golden Imp. Can you imagine if it was like normal unblinged Imp? We don't even have a name for this. All the other imps back home stronger than me. This is our weakest Imp we've actually sent you. It's just a mere 11-10.
It's like an Overlord where the trolls are like, oh yeah, the smaller our name, the stronger we are. That's literally the scenario
exactly.
Here. I'm just like, if you've got a long name like Imp Gang, Piggyback Imp, you're weaker, okay?
Yeah, because you're the artist originally known as Imp. You're just the OG, everyone else has to like name themselves something else to distinguish themselves from you, the Imp.
Oh, I'm feeling a little bit sorry here for Bai. I think normally you've normally got some sort of like extra things that could come in as well. Where
I mean, you can silence a lot of the minions. That'll do it for now. But I mean, unfortunately, the damage, even getting hit once by that 11 imp, puts you so behind on tempo, and that's far from like the only threat in your opponent's deck. Without a clear board wipe to follow this up, Mordresh is still a couple of turns away. You're going to get a decent set of trades off, but one more big play now, and you won't have a chance to fire back. You're on 12 life.
Yeah, as you can see, Fedor Pacom's happy to as well. Imp King Rafan,
there it is, right on time.
Unfortunately, he can't play it. He can't play it at least. That's the thing, because of course the turn curve was just that little bit off it. But yeah, needless to say, not too much happening in that end, and he will just continue to load up on more imps. The next turn is just gonna be huge.
That's the thing, right? Like, it's interesting. This is why the damage earlier is so important, right? Because if your opponent summons this board, like, it looks terrifying, but all of these imps together right now, obviously, you're afraid of what could come out of their hand, but at least it's only, like, 12 damage or something, 11 damage on board. So you could, in some situations, if you have more life, choose to use this turn to accelerate your own game plan or do something other than have to commit to a full clear. But it seems like Bai here has to just kind of desperately search for any way I guess we are committing because we were able to find 10 armor. We don't necessarily have to clear the board. So that's a bit of a save for the mage. Unfortunately, as soon as these imps are cleared out, if not by buy, then by Fated Falcon trading them off, that's going to trigger the infuse on Imp King Rafam. And that's, you know, now you're going to be happy that you couldn't curve into it because you can actually get the full impact of the deck's legendary, you know, this is the payoff card, really, right?
Yeah, this is exactly what you've been waiting for the entire time, and it's going to be very exciting to see this Imp King get played as well. You can see Fated Falcon's just thinking it through. Yep, do I want to drop this now? Of course you want to drop it now. Just drop it in there, mate. I want to see it come down. All right, summon 4 friendly imps that die this game. That's going to be big with extra 2 as well. But he's still not going to play it. He's just going to happily just hold on to the gas for a little bit. You can see he's still got a lot of extra damage here, so he's just going to wait it out and make sure this is going to be 100% a KO when he does drop it down.
Yeah, ooh. I mean, this is. I don't want to say it's curtains for buy yet, but this looks so bad. Like, the amount of damage is so powerful. But we are getting to the point where, we have access to the clear, and Mendrix is ready. So Imp King Rafam, the primary impact of that is to buff up all the imps on board, but there's no imps on board anymore. For now, obviously, you can draw something like Wicked Shipment, but, okay, and now you have that buff, but none of these imps can attack immediately, so the bat, that's just
there
it.
There you go. Never
wow.
mind. If I can realize that he wasn't going to be able to actually clear it off. He knew that he was going to be frozen down and just let it hit from that side. And the Imp Zoo, I mean, it was looking strong. It was looking very good in terms of what it was able to provide. But at the end of the day, they just didn't have enough gas. Even though it looked like there was enough gas, it just didn't have the final finish.
There was that, as you said, that missing that curve on Rafam was so brutal, right? Because and also, maybe not firing off the second charge of the imp buff when it was available, like going for 1 but not 2, not having the Rafam at the right time. These tiny things are the difference, right? Because the developers know what they're doing. They balance this imp deck to be just about unstoppable, but if you miss 1 or 2 little hits on your perfect game plan, suddenly someone finds a crack and they slip in that Mendrix Fire Eye, which of course, an amazing tech card against this matchup specifically, and that's all she wrote.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, the Fated Falcon may be the first seed. A bit of an upset here by definitely taking advantage of that, but doesn't mean that Fated Falcon is out of the competition just yet. We'll be dropping down to that lower bracket, but by definitely a real contender to take out this South Conference. Guys, we still have a lot more to play through as well. All the games are happening. Of course, they've been a little bit longer than we've expected here. These priests, again, just continuing to drive things out a little bit, but we still have more Hearthstone action available for you as we do begin to play into the later stages of the round. Please do not go anywhere. And welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. Guys, definitely some action heating up here. We are still playing in the winners bracket for the time being, or the upper bracket at the moment. We will be moving just a little bit down though in terms of what's being played there. We're going up against Ikatosh versus Abier next. So Abier, a returning Hearthstone player from last year as well, so definitely keen to see what ways Abier has leveled up, what sort of decks we'll be bringing into this particular fold as well. And Ikatosh, someone I haven't seen too much of. However, Bard, I believe you've had a bit of a view around these players so far on their decks and what they were bringing.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, as you said, some of these players are very familiar to us from the previous year, but we're not going to put too much emphasis on that. Obviously, it's a new year, new me sort of thing. But these decks are very exciting. Abier has an even a different control shaman list to the ones we've seen previously. Unfortunately, that's been banned out, but we will be able to see a Denathrius Druid, one of those sort of Druid decks that we've seen do so well. It's not quite the same as the Ramp Druids we've seen previously, but it is more like a mid-range Druid without the heavy, ramp, everything's 10 cost, all the dragons type of build that we saw from the 40 card variant. And on the other hand, we do have an Imp King Warlock, whereas Ikatosh will be rocking another different priest deck. This is a buff priest, similar to the one we saw earlier today, and the Imp King deck, but with Sea Giants. So, both players putting their own little twist on these archetypes.
And this is what I love to see in these tournaments as well. They're just moving these decks with this little bit of extra, I guess you could say, tweaks that they prefer, and that ends up providing a little bit of variety into the matches as well, and provides perhaps different strategies for you guys that are watching as well to actually implement and try out onto the open ladder. So should be interesting to see how this does play out. Now, I believe, as you were mentioning before, in terms of those bans there, it is actually going to be the Hunter for Ikatosh banned out, and the Control Shaman actually removed away for Abigail. So he should actually have that Ramp Druid actually available to him.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban out on Ikatosh in particular. That was a big Beast Hunter that got banned out of Prince Renathal. Big Beast Hunter, right? King Crush, Wing Commander Ikman, Hydrolodon, all these cards we haven't been able to see yet, but maybe we'll get a look at that one a bit later in the tournament. Abier deciding that's the deck that they don't want to see. And maybe so that the late game supremacy of their Druid and or Shaman is unchallenged. And certainly we're seeing the game plan working out so far for this mid-range sort of Druid deck, right? Like this is not a build I've been that familiar with, but a lot of the cards are familiar.
Absolutely right. Like it definitely, the fact that they got that side and Aphros into play, be interested to see how what's the curve that you're looking for in particular to really bring out that extra emphasis, your extra oomph. And we know that the Druids just have some insane turns that they can really bring out into the fold and absolutely wow it. So hoping for some pretty intense stuff to come on through as well. We are again in that upper bracket, so it's still a lot of Hearthstone that we play throughout the day here. All these guys will want to remain in this bracket as well, because of course that gives them that little bit of that extra advantage going to the fact that they don't have to worry about playing 2 games into the finals. That being said, guys, as we are waiting for the players to actually play out their matches, obviously get warmed up, make sure they're happy with everything, just want to give a shout out to the sponsors as well. Of course, this is sponsored and obviously it helps come out there and supported by McDonald's Australia. They're going to have a number of highlights that they were bringing to you, all being called I'm Loving It moments. If you want to let us know what are your favorite highlights, throw into the chat there. I'm loving it every single time, and we'll make sure to have a bit of a show at the end where you'll be able to watch all the highlights throughout the day. Of course, we also have a giveaway here by Mate Internet Mobile. Upgrade your mobile and internet with their fantastic offers and let them know that you're checking out their deals by typing out Let's Be Mates in chat for a chance to win 2 packs valued at $3.95, and we'll be announcing those winners towards the end of the day. Apart from that, Bard, I think we're going to be jumping into that action here as well. Ikatosh and Abier are already well underway. Oh, never mind there. There seems to be a little bit on the side there. Mike was muted on the side there, Bard.
Yeah, so I was keeping an eye on the games there for a little bit, and right now the buff priest, unfortunately we can't see this, but it is kind of getting stuck in with a huge treasure guard right now, so potentially an early threat for this Druid deck. But luckily, because the Druid deck is so slow evolving, we should have time to get back into the game before anything too decisive happens. And yeah, okay, looks like we're able to check it out now.
Yeah, back on in there, back into that action. So yeah, we can see Abier, Ikatosh just beginning to hold things up. More supplies available here. Ikatosh, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to see their cards onto the deck there as well. So hopefully you can fill us out on that one there, Bard.
Sorry. I mean, this dozing Kelpkeeper has been hanging around for quite a while, but Ikatosh is. This is what I was talking about in terms of the more aggressive line from the priest deck, where you just throw all your buffs on one thing immediately, and just like, if this isn't good enough, then I will go down with my ship, sort of thing. And right now it is looking
This
good
is my
enough.
sword. I will fall on it if it's not good enough.
Exactly. Yeah, because I mean, otherwise, why are you playing this sort of deck? And obviously, it's not possible against everyone. Some classes are just more capable of, destroying a minion if it's too large without any extra fuss. But right now, that's not the case for Abiyir. These druid board control tools are all sort of, stat based or are minions themselves, and there doesn't seem to be a great way to trade with this giant taunt. There's 2 Shadow Word Devours in hand as well for Ikatosh, in case anything does get played. So it's unclear whether Abby is going to be able to respond. All you have to defend yourself is the 40 life, which you start with, which is right now showing just how important it is.
And it's just crazy. We're on turn 6. The board that is available here now for Ikatosh is just absolutely massive. He does top deck that Earthen Scales, which is nice, but you need something to play off the back of it as well.
I mean, you're up to 10 mana. You could fire off Sanaya Denathrius, but it's you have played so few minions. It's not really been infused that much. It won't clear the board. It definitely won't clear this 13-12, and so it feels like that's not quite the play. And this is not a situation we've seen these ramp druids in before, Mendrix. I feel like in every other time we've seen this deck, it's looked very comfortable and in control pretty much across the game, but this buff priest deck has gotten off to such a start.
Oh, that is not a way that you want to be using all of these whelps onto this big 13-10 as well. And immediately, I mean, it was nice to refill the board, yes, but at least you've managed to deal with one big threat. But you mean, you're 40 life down to 24 already. Ikatosh definitely delivering some big blows.
That being said, as Ikatosh that your opponent very likely has Sanaya Denathrius available. As certainly have to reckon with the possibility. You don't just want to assume they don't. And so that was a lot of infusing that just happened, and a lot of life that could potentially get healed. You can't just assume you're a turn away from winning unless you can close it out right here, and I don't know that that's possible. Like, Shadow Word Devour could put a lot of buffs on a minion, but these 1-2 taunts looks like they're going to be just good enough. And okay, so we are going to go for this sort of clear, but the mana available, it might not be enough to produce lethal. So maybe your best shot is if you can buff up a minion enough that it will survive the random damage spread that Sanaya Denathrius is going to put out. It's going to be a lot, but if there's enough raw stats, then maybe you have a 2 or a 3 turn kill here. But this is where the game hangs in the balance.
Now you can see now down to 16 life as well. Sanaya Denathrius is definitely being hovered there by Abiyir. Thinking about that, we'll think about what's going to be played there instead. Does have the planted evidence, so Feral Rage, Thorngriff Sentries, Beast in the Shell picked up here. Not too bad there, definitely wants to grab good old Feral Rage there. Of course, get that extra armor. Very nice to keep him alive and very good in that sense there. You can see Abiyir now finally beginning to dig up some responses here against Ikatosh's buff priest.
Still seems like a slight miss there, because I'm surely the card you really want to see if that effect is the other Earthen Scales, right? Because then you can fire off your 10-cost Denathrius and immediately slam it. But here we're up to 13 mana now, so, the available mana crystal is flowing freely, and soon we'll be able to land a huge minion and then into the Earthen Scales. You can even see Abiyir, like, just highlighting these cards in hand, ready to go, and that's the backbreaker for an aggro deck like this. You really don't have much of a hope of scaling up your damage when your opponent is able to full heal and then slap on, 15 armor. It's just so much.
It's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. And you can really tell that Abiyir understands, hey, yep, I've obviously had a lot of infusing as well that's come through from these drakes as well. You can see that, they're being used to clear out these massive minions that Ikatosh has built up, but that's essentially what Abiyir needs to do at this moment in time. Pelago's coming down. Another reload definitely in play here for Ikatosh. There's going to be some strong minions coming onto the board.
You get the goods. I'll stand along.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's cool to see the partner in crime actually kind of paying off as well. It's sort of a bit of a fringe backup payoff card in the deck. We've seen people mostly using it before for just the board presence of the raw card by itself, but now we're seeing the effect of those buffs, right? Now you have 2 7/7s. They're going to keep copying themselves potentially, so it's a way to rebuild, but we still know that Abiyir is still rationing out these cards from hand, and where it seemed before that maybe it was a desperation moment where you needed to fire off Sanaya Denathrius for board control, this stream of tokens is working so well with that Sire that now it's just become the win condition. You feel very comfortable that you're not going to get exploded, even from 22, which is with this Kelp Creeper in play, if that somehow got removed, that might be the kind of life total you could get bursted from. But Abir, I'm sure, has the experience to know, no, it's safe to sit on things for at least one more turn, and maybe even just end the game on the spot with the side and after his battle cry trigger.
Ooh, but Hexam coming in through. That might be enough to actually finish things up here as well. I mean, that's got
so
a lot
punishing.
of damage coming in through. Very punishing. You can see Ikitosh still thinking it through, counting out, wait, did I have that 100% correct here as well? I'm not sure. He's got the Vicious Slither Spear coming through as well. The Serpent Wings coming through.
I think it depends on what you draw. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah,
the
maybe
yeah. Oh, hang on. We had both those Naga's wigs already primed. That's 4 damage should be enough, right?
I think he's at, yeah, I think he's actually got a covered tip here. Like, Abier definitely had a very strong deck put into play here with everything prepped and ready to roll, but yeah. Is that...
No. No, okay, we didn't... Yeah, I was about to say, it depends on what you have with the Handmaiden. So the decision here, basically, what matters the most is that you stole that 8-8, right? You didn't even kill the 8-8, you didn't silence it, you have that 8-8. That's going to soak even more of any potential side Anathrius swing, and as a result, I mean, you have to play it now. It's still a huge 10 round. Look how much, that's 28 heal, 28 damage being dealt to your opponent's board, and then 20... Sorry, not 22, 23 armor. That's so ridiculous. How is that allowed, Mendrix?
It's clearly allowed at this moment in time, and Abier was more than happy to drop that into play here. 12-12 on
You basically start
there.
the game again. Your opponent's back up to 55 effective life.
That's insane. What a turn there as well. You can see Ikitosh thought that maybe I brought him down, but Ikitosh still not out of this. I mean, he's still got some pretty big minions on board here. You can still do some pretty crazy damage as well. I feel like at this moment you don't want to hit that Sire because that's just more life that will go back towards Abier. But
I mean, they can only heal 8 more, right? You have to get it off the board.
You have to get it off the board.
Oh, silence. Okay, that's going to help.
That's enough.
Well, now you don't care, really.
Yeah, now you're 100% just clear it.
The important thing here is that you're leaving these partners in crime are going to keep multiplying, and Abier hasn't gotten that much left in hand. You have to hope the side of Anathrius is the end of it. This Insatiable Devourer could be so crucial, though, in the ability to mop up multiple of those minions at a time. So, you know, the fact that it's not infused yet is potentially pivotal. Might have to run it out this turn just to clear one thing.
Well, is just continuing to look for other draws here, is man. I mean, you've got so much mana to play with. 14, you know, 14 out of the 17 still
unlimited mana, basically.
Yeah. Abier more than happy just to continue, like, oh, well, before I, you know, put down my win, like one of my, you know, my get out of free cards. Let's see if I can find something else. Let's see if I can actually develop something instead. And Miracle Growth also coming through as well. So he gets, you know, a nice big taunt onto the board there. 10-10, as you can see, they're also grabbing a number of extra spells as well.
These spells are there's so many ultra powerful spells in terms of the raw stats they add to the board, the raw armor they add to your face. Like, it's no wonder to me, Mendrix, now that over 2 weeks we've started to see more and more of these like slow decks just kind of not even really feel threatened by their aggressive counterparts. We keep seeing these sort of control and combo matchups in the late game, because how are these aggressive board-based decks meant to get anything done against this much raw power?
It will, as you can see there, it was very close for a moment there. It felt like it might have been touch and go.
Yeah, maybe. But
again, that idea of, no, I've managed to weather the storm, and so now I'm turned that particular way. Here we go. This is a nice actual point here, but I was mentioning before the what's the word we put it? The big kahuna coming on down there with the Samuro. Of course, he's not going to be completely buffed up here, but at least will be able to clean up these lower minions once he gets enough damage into him.
Yeah, I mean,
as I say that, that's enough to clean everything up.
Yeah, Samuro is again.
That's a big kahuna.
That's it. That's the big boy right there. You simply through Samuro all things are possible. So
he's actually got enough mana to play 2 Insatiable Devourers at the same time.
Oh my god. And doesn't even need it. Like,
he's just like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, we are gonna fire one off. Just it's more to make your own large threat than anything else. And yeah, it's, again, like, how can one hope to triumph?
34-20. We're talking about a big kahuna. That's a big kahuna. Right
how can mortal man hope to triumph against such evil, Mendrix? That's all I can think of right now. Like, there's just nothing to be done. Ikitosh is literally out of cards. That's the whole. You've drawn your whole deck. You threw everything at them. And Abier, like, was sort of briefly, maybe slightly in danger after making what seemed like the riskiest play you could reasonably make, getting punished for it as hard as you reasonably could, and then simply more than full healing off, like, 3 cards and running away with the game. Never in doubt.
Well, Ikitosh still thinks there's a possibility here. I mean, everything has been discounted. You can get one more really big minion onto the board there, and if you can, there's no taunts stopping everything from happening here. But of course, there's just next turn, like Abier wins. You need to. You just need to kill. You just need to kill the Necessity Devourer, but you can't. He's just playing it out. Let's be honest.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, thank you. The charade is over. I mean, that was credit to, trying your best with the buff priest, I guess. But damn, there's these late game decks right now. These Sire Denathrius decks, they're just so powerful. The Prince Renathal buff is so meaningful. Mm-hmm. Even just the fact that you can heal back up 240 after getting knocked down in the early game, right? It makes all these huge healing effects like Reno and Sire Denathrius so much more powerful as well.
It is nuts when you're able to combo those things together, because of course it means that you just have more going power, right? The idea that I can continue to reload on HP, not cards, and then play my bigger threats as the time goes on is something that really is nice. And of course, deck builders, I imagine, are just chomping at the bits to really explore further, because these are decks, that have progressed another week from now, right? Who knows what the next iteration of these 40 decks will be off the back end of it. Of course, that means that the Druid is now being retired here for Abier, so Abier now needs to play out with the Warlock instead. Let's see what ends up being fielded here now for Ikitosh. And it looks like it's still going to be the priest, I think, on the back end.
Yeah, seems so. And that's going to be an interesting matchup as well, right? Now, like, who will get ahead first, right? Sort of trying to have a quick recheck of these lists, because obviously what leaps out at you is the explosive damage potential we saw with something like the Vial Library. But then it's like, okay, well, how do these decks deal with each other's threats, right? Like the priest at least has something like Najak Hexen that could be very powerful for stealing a huge buffed imp, or the Blade Master, who, as we've seen repeatedly, very good at board clearing. And over on the other side, there isn't as much in terms of being able to handle your opponent's big runaway minion.
Well, Ikitosh is the one who is under threat here at this moment in time. Abier, of course, did win.
Oh, here we go.
But as you can see there, nice quick turnaround here. And Ikitosh feeling very comfortable in the fact that he can do these big turns right off the bat here. 6-5 on the second turn is very nice here. But Abier, of course, has some options here. Of course, winning the previous game and is just going to throw that fiendish circle right off the bat. And of course, we'll have those buffs a little bit later.
And that's, oh my god, the Shadow of Devour. That's just going to be game over on the spot. Like, I just keep rechecking this list. There isn't a spell that really clears this right now. Like, this level of tempo edge over the Imp Warlock it has to be nearly lethal, right? There's sort of not much that is going to kill this. You're not going to be able to race it now. It's too big. If you just keep resummoning imps, that's not going to help. So unless Abier can get like the sickest sequence of draws, and even then now you have Najak Hexen. So I struggle to see how you can overtake the lead that Ikitosh has already established, or even rein it back in.
Yeah, it's really rough because it's still only turn 4, right? That's the other thing you need to take into account. Even if you could get the Imp King out, that's still going to be another 2 turns away. Cathedral of Atonement, it's just going to make things worse.
Depending on this draw, okay, that's about the one thing that's slightly merciful here, because like that wasn't really an optimal turn in terms of like really putting the pedal to the floor.
You can dig at least now. Impending Catastrophe, I don't know. That's
spending mana. Like, there's no card in your deck. Oh, the Sea Giants actually. I was looking at Abier's copy of the deck list, not Ikitosh's. Wait, sorry. Yeah, hang on. I was looking at the wrong copy of the deck list. So the Sea Giants are in Ikitosh's version of the deck. So there's not even really that big potential hit out of the deck that could you challenge the minion on size here. You can see this kind of like a hopeless race being run here. Abier obviously, digging into the deck there to try and find something deeper. You do have Denathrius, you have Drained Soul. There's a little bit going on, but you can see that just the emotes are coming out already. This is the power of Vicious Slither Spear. That was vicious. 5 turns.
That was brutal.
Insane. The Imp Circle into the what is it?
Devourer.
The Devour. Yeah. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Shadow of Devour showing up big.
That was out of the blue, completely just flipping the script in terms of what we've been seeing from this, Naga buff priest. Really shows us why it has been fielded now all of a sudden. I mean, there was no priests literally being played by anyone last week. Whereas now we've just been seeing pretty much every player bring what seems to be an iteration of Priest into it as well. So does it mean that we do go one each now? So that means that Abier has managed to win once. Ikitosh has also won once. The Priest won't be able to be played this time around now. So we have to look to see what's available. The Warlock obviously still available for Abier, but that does mean now on the flip side here, it's going to be a Warlock on Warlock scenario happening.
Yeah, the Imp Warlock mirror. So eventually we're going to see the supposed best deck in the meta win. But I mean, that almost convinced me that this Priest pick is like an Imp King counter pick, because that looks so good against this other deck list. Most of even the aggressive deck lists, Mendrix, they have tools like that Najak Hexen to deal with when your opponent's board gets out of control. But this Imp King deck, it's just not considering that possibility, it seems like, at least that build. So, you know, that's a great way to just completely steal its thunder. On the other hand, now you're just going to have to play the mirror, and if you want to do that sort of thing again, it's going to be down to outdrawing your opponent instead of just sort of having the tech for them.
What's interesting is that there seem to be similar decks in terms of what they bring. Of course, little bits of differences in those techs in terms of we brought to, of course, the Sea Giant on one side, the side Anathrius on the other. You feel, you know, with the amount of power side Anathrius has been bringing to these decks, that feels like it's a clear winner. But of course, it is relying on the fact that it's going to get infused quite a fair bit. It's drawn quite early. You can really see that it is going to be a sort of ace in sleeve for these Zoo Imp Warlocks that they bring to the side. It wasn't enough to finish you. As long as I get you low enough, that side Anathrius coming on through can definitely finish you off. That Sea Giant, on the other hand, though, of course, has a lot more options in terms of the way that it can be played, so it can just come down immediately, whereas the side Anathrius, you're waiting for that to come through. Some more instant gratification coming through from that Sea Giant instead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that choice of which of these top ends do you want, that perfectly illustrates what we've been saying the whole day about, like, are you going for something like the Sea Giant, where that's going to make your peak turn early in the game stronger to try and you get that extra weight to overwhelm your opponent immediately, or do you have an ace up the sleeve like that Denathrius? And I think there's never one right answer, but just based on how strong these control decks have been and how powerfully they're stabilized, right? Like, the Druid heals so much. They all have so much armor. I just don't know that you're, even in the deck that makes this many imps, it has to be a pretty slim scenario where you have a Denathrius that's drawn early enough and you make enough imps to charge it up that much that on turn 10, you're still able to one-shot your opponent with it, right? Like, by that point, I feel like the deck has sort of run out of steam, most likely. And I think in this situation, I would rather be trying to break their back early and go with the Sea Giants, but the proof will be in the pudding, Mendrix. And especially in a mirror match, it's not so clear. This might be where the side of Nathrius actually comes up trumps, because you don't have to beat the late game of a Warlock deck or a Control Shaman or the Skeleton Mage. You only have to overcome the late game of another Warlock deck.
Yeah, I don't think the side of Nathrius is here to break backs. I think it's here to just... You've already bruised your opponent. All they need is one good last clock to the jaw.
Fair enough.
And that's what that side of Nathrius is going to be. Whereas, obviously, the side of Nathrius and all the other ways that we've seen it throughout this tournament is backbreaking. We're talking a literal moment where you've somehow set up a moment where your knee is faced up this, your opponent's above you on a ledge, just slightly above, and they fall down directly onto your knee, right? That's that.
Oh my God.
You somehow force them into that position. That's the way that these sides of Nathrius play out, in my opinion.
Sounds like a pro wrestling maneuver.
I don't know. How do you even do that as a pro wrestler? Like, do you sit there, like, you put them on the ledge, right?
Yeah, you put them on the ledge. You put it like a folding chair across their knee, so it's like trapped, and then you like fall on the other end of the folding chair and like crushes it like a lever.
Well, I mean, what you would have to do if you were to do it yourself is just like tie a rope to the person above. So then once they're up there, then you just tug them down, right?
Well, you can hold onto their hand or something. Okay, the game's gonna start. Let's maybe leave this sort of speculation. Let's leave our brains trust behind. The players have probably something more intelligent to show us. But look at this hand from Ikadosh. This is the kind of thing you want, right? Like, you want to be able to have the most aggressive hand possible to set the pace, because both of these decks, as we just saw, they're not as good on defense as they are on offense. So a hand of double Flustered Librarian, Fiendish Circle, Wicked Shipment, and a coin, you could temper this game out so hard. Librarian turn 2, Fiendish Circle, or do you double Librarian turn 1 into Wicked Shipment just for the 2 imps? Yeah,
but you see Abier is just going to throw out immediately, of course, what's going to be the Flame Imp, 3 damage, but a nice strong Imp on board straight away. And nice little follow-up here as well at the same time. I mean, like, it looks nice. The coin is very... I feel like Ikadosh does have a bit of an edge here as well, but Abier still has that first turn. As you can see there, the Flustered Librarian is going to come on board as well. Is going to drop that in. I think he's just going to trade out right off the back here. He's just going to trade out.
The fact that Abier was able to also mulligan into both Flustered Librarians, and the trade off the imps is pretty valuable, but just just having that Flame Imp turn 1 meant that there wasn't really a good play for Ikutosh to get ahead with those Librarians, because they would have like traded poorly with the Flame Imp. So that was a hugely important draw. Now both players just rocking their respective Librarians. It's going to be Ikutosh who's going to be able to set things up here with the Wicked Shipment, but of course in turn Abia is going to have that Fiendish Circle. So at least by buffing up the attack of his own Librarian, Ikutosh is saying, well, you have to choose between trading.
It's a race. It's a race.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Abia's like, yeah, straight to the face there. Look, these guys can at least trade out, and that damage there, as you can see here, he's going to clear the board. But of course, Abia still up the 2 imps for the time being, but the imp gang box will obviously change things up from that sense.
Yeah, definitely Abia, who's won that first round of exchange just by dint of having that Flame Imp and then having the natural draw of the 2 Librarians, overcoming any potential advantage Ikutosh could have reaped from having the coin early on. And of course, you can see when you force your opponent to use their turn to trade, that's how you win in these sorts of games. It's very simple. That's such a rough draw for Ikutosh. You really needed it to be like part B of your combo, right? You already had a Fiendish Circle. You need, the impending catastrophe or the library or some other imp synergy card, but at least both players right now kind of struggling for cast. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Abia trade away this Wicked Shipment, but goes for the life tap instead. Risky stuff, gets a Drained Soul, which might not be ideal, but it could be just enough in terms of being able to push the board and life advantage that Abia has already reaped, and this game is progressing very quickly, mops up the opposing Imp Gang boss, and, tries to trade up, fires off the Wicked Shipment just for 2 more Imps. First player to draw some sort of payoff, maybe not even the Imp King, just anything, could pull a huge lead out of the bag here. Oh, there it is. Okay, but 1 turn away. How much damage can happen in that time?
I mean, it's nice to have it, but yeah, that's the big thing here. Who knows what Abia will draw off to the next turn as well. As you can see, he's also going to refill his board with the imps as well.
Okay, so gets the infuse going on Rafarm. Now you wonder, does your opponent have the Imp King? But you see them life tap. That must feel like a shot of hope.
Oh, he's got it.
But did not have it until before the life tap again, Mendrix. So Ikutosh gets to steal a march there. That could be the way back into the game. Having the 2 Imp Gang bosses on board is terrifying. Beginning to fire off a fully infused Rafarm, pretty big. Abia doesn't actually have enough imps to infuse the Rafarm, so you won't be getting that trigger next turn anyway, even though you've drawn it now. And suddenly the game is flipped on its head.
Yeah, it's just insane how it comes to that. Whoa, Wicked Shipment though is picked up here, so.
But there's no way to trade those imps off immediately.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. He's going to life up as well, so he's not going to be able to play that. He's actually digging for different options here as well. So the mischievous imps are coming in as well. But of course, I mean, that's the thing. It needs to be the next turn.
That's it.
And
it's
you can
over.
see, yeah, he knows he doesn't have it anymore.
The life tap, finding that Imp King 1 card further down so that you miss the chance to get the infuse and play it on turn 6 made the whole game's difference. The whole set's difference. Lower bracket.
It was just looking like Abia was going to be the one to come out on top there. Just the turn at the start there was just so good. But as you can see there, on the flip side of things, they realize immediately, hey, Ikutosh, all I need to do is just hold down a little bit more. If I get the Imp King first, things can turn around, and damn did it turn around immediately off the back end. Abia knew almost immediately that things were a bit different. And you could tell probably, like you said, that the tells were the fact that there was a bit of a dig there coming across from Abia. There's using the very precious, most of the time, the Locks are more than happy to throw away their life for those particular life taps, right? Just to get that extra card draw. But in this situation, those life taps were actually very precious life totals that maybe could have bought him a bit more time in the future, but just didn't pay off.
Yeah, that was just a quirk of the thing, right? Where both players sort of had this awkward spot where they just drew a lot of the cards that make imps and none of the cards that make the imps actually any good. And so despite all earlier momentum, it's like, oh, it's just going to come down to whoever hits their big Imp King or something first. And when that's not you, you know how important that is, right? Both players just immediately start scrambling, kind of ignoring life totals, ignoring the board. And it's Ikutosh who comes up with it. So that's a huge pull. And I mean, I'm normally of the opinion that you shouldn't put, wins in card game tournaments down to luck. There's a tendency to go, mirror, it's a coin flip. That one's more of a coin flip than most.
That definitely did feel like a coin flip.
I think it would be discrediting Abia to not say that was a bit of top deck luck, but sometimes that's what it takes. Just a little sprinkling of being a powerful wizard, and that's what can get you into the finals in the upper bracket.
Well, definitely congratulations to Ikatosh, who will continue to proceed through up that winner's bracket. On the flip side as well, we did have Bai up against Yarnum. Bai did come out victorious once again, so those two will be needing to face off for the next one. And if we just a quick look down to the lower bracket as well, Abia still alive there, has got Yarnum up against Northie. Haven't seen any plays from that one in the lower bracket just yet, but as you can see, just so much action still needs to be played through until we do get towards the end part of this day. So, guys, please don't go anywhere. We still have some more Hearthstone action coming right up. Well, guys, we are back with the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. If you are just joining us, again, we're just continuing to push up through the winners bracket. Although I'm not too sure who we're going to be jumping into, but has there been any? Are we going to be going to that lower bracket, or are we going to be watching out what's happening here in the winners bracket still?
I'm not certain because obviously the brackets, it's not proceeding in perfect lockstep, so I'm not aware exactly as Sam is which ones are still ongoing.
They've been ruining everything for us, bud. They've been ruining it all. However, I think we are going to be going into Ikatosh up against Bai. So we are going to be
fair enough.
Back
Staying in the upper brackets. Okay, I wonder whether we might jump down and catch some of these players. You might be about to be eliminated, but they're all in their matches, so we may as well just keep the train rolling. We've seen both of these players just before dominate their opponents several times in a row. So now, which of these Titans will qualify essentially to the final stage and also set themselves up to win today's first place prize?
Well, I'm definitely going to be interested to see. I think we're just jumping straight into that action as well. Awesome. So Ikatosh up against Bai. Looks like it's going to be the Priest up against the Mage here as well. So this will be interesting. I didn't get the chance to actually see what was banned away, so I'm just going to have a quick look into that one now. Looks like Bai removed away the Face Hunter. Not the Face Hunter, sorry. He didn't have a Face Hunter, did he? Let's have a look. You know, he had
Big Beast
Quest
Hunter, right?
The Big Beast Hunter, that's correct. Yeah.
I'm so sad we're not getting to see that deck.
Yeah, it's a fun deck when it really comes online and it begins to do what it does. Like in those later stages, it is a fun deck. The hunters have so much spells that they can use to great effect. On the flip side, though, Ikatosh did want to get rid of the priest as well, so that's been removed.
Yeah, so both players going for those late game decks, and then instead now without that just obscene amount of healing that we saw come through. I mean, we saw the priest on priest matchup earlier today, right? We saw that buff priest up against Bai's sort of long game Reno priest, and it did not look pretty for the more aggressive priest deck. So maybe that's just a smart line from Ikatosh to create some better matchups for this deck that we see in front of us now. And again, the double vicious Slither Spear opener, your best chance to run away with the game, it seems like.
Yeah, really nice of that play as well. So you can see they're going to be dropping that one down immediately. I think he's pretty happy overall with that for Ikatosh there, and he is going to just drop that vicious Slither Spear straight away.
Okay, I was wondering if we would see immediate coin second Slither Spear, but that's not actually as high value as it might be otherwise, right? Because you obviously don't get the second coin trigger because you use it to play the Slither Spear, and they're still not that big in terms of maybe getting mopped up by an early, large minion on the opposing side. But now that you've had the chance to wait and buff your Slither Spear, that's the seems like going big rather than going wide, or going tall rather than going wide is preferable for most of these decks right now. That being said, freeze effects were designed for this sort of situation, and Bai is happy to start that train running with the Nightcloak Sanctum.
Oh, especially in terms of what can happen in the future here. Bai wants to play this out as long as possible, as well as 25 HP life is everything away. The coin come out as well, so Ikatosh is still happy to continue buffing up this big boy. The boon of the Ascendant's coming on through here, so not going to be the widest, but at least, at this moment in time, at least gives him an option or forces Bai to actually use more resources to keep that life total high.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to use coin to make a similar play, but with the Blade Master, if we've seen this priest deck do a couple of times already, because those tools were in hand. But I don't disagree with the decision to do this, and it does justify the going tall on a previous turn, because now you get that double payoff, right? You okay, well, I invested a lot in this one minion, and I took the risk that it might get directly answered, and because it wasn't, now I have two large minions instead of one or a board of somewhat smaller minions. And I don't know whether it's enough yet. I think we may have only seen this matchup once, but and this is certainly a stronger start for the Mage deck, having that Nightcloak Sanctum run out, and even the Treasure Guard pretty potent here. But it's really cool to see that coin turn when exactly you fire it off, because it does mean so much more in this early game tempo deck. Like it is such a decisive moment in any game when you decide to try and skip ahead like that. And Ikatosh now has that momentum. How long will it last?
Well, it is the whole purpose of the coin as well. The idea, of course, is to sort of just make things a little bit more fairer. The fact that you're going to be behind, getting that Drakefire Amulet back again, I imagine that's going to be traded immediately, because the idea is you want to hold that in your deck, of course, get the special effects from it after the fact. But Bai here still thinking through what that sequence is going to be in this scenario here. 21 HP is life for the time being. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Like 21, you're just getting worn away. And right now, you do need to actually start either A, clearing this board off, or B, freezing it and continuing to progress your quest line. But as it stands, Ikatosh is going to be next turn looking to hit pretty hard as well. And I think Bai might be down in the next couple of turns.
I'm trying to wonder if there's a, like, now that you've traded off that skeleton, this is going to be the Starfish turn, right? I don't think you can allow these partners in crime to retain their effect. And okay, no, we're going to run out our other minions instead, so we're going to stick around for a little while longer. Granted, with this freeze, that is like limiting the amount of damage you take immediately from any turn like this. And again, you're holding that Starfish for one more turn, maybe trying to bait out a few more resources or something, but you know, ultimately it limits like how much damage can be done, because it's your way to sort of undo those buffs after the fact. We talked about how the Warlock deck had so few tools to recover once the board was kind of lost to these scaling buffs. At least you've got something to claw things back, but I'm still a little worried for Bai.
Yeah, that Starfish definitely has that potent ability to do it, but it's a risk now, right? Do I play it now, make sure that I can survive the next couple of turns, or do I hope Ikitoshi uses more of his gas so then I can get more effect out of the Starfish? And the idea is you're really hoping that you don't take too much damage in the interim because of it. You do have some direct attacks that's still going to be available for Ikitosh, but he's opting to clear out the board rather than actually try and get some full control back here. So he's going for direct damage just for the time being, but he's still going to be powering ahead. Queen Ashara, School Teacher, Herald of the Light are the picks there available for Ikitosh. I feel like you just grab that School Teacher, continue to add a little bit of extra power into it. But of course, you've actually got a lot of freedom now with your choices here as well. So if you want to go for some big tech power, like Queen Ashara might be an option here as well.
Ashara's pretty high value. The problem is you only have that one coin in hand in terms of spells, and the School Teacher synergizes so neatly with your game plan. I think it's a better play right now, and so that's what we're going to pull the trigger on, instead of being lured by the wiles of that legendary. But it was a really interesting turn. I 100% agree. Like, Ikitosh is in this spot now where, like, all the cards in your hand, you could use them now, but it's like, what do you think they're for? You're sort of like, okay, well, I have to hold on to this Samuro to, like, clear the next time you fire off a big board of skeletons. I have to hold on to this this Scribe and my other Naga so that I can, because I haven't drawn the Wigs yet, right? Those Serpent Wigs are so pivotal to this strategy. They kind of make it the Naga deck. I haven't found those yet, so you don't really want to play out these low-cost Nagas at this point in the game unless you're getting that extra value. And in the meantime, you've still got to do something about the board. You can't just take turns off with this sort of strategy. But when your opponent is sort of signaling, if not a board wipe, then a Smothering Starfish, you don't really want to just play, valuable minions into that effect. So that's why we see Ikitosh curiously trading as sort of the, face-oriented aggro deck, and now kind of rewarded by that Shadow Word Devour might have a lot of damage coming through here.
Yeah, he could have followed that through. I do like the playthrough from Bai as well. That Bran into the Reckless Apprentice allows those fireballs to obviously get more effect out of the back end as well. So a nice clear, but Ikitosh continuing to maintain control of the board here. Another treasure card coming down as well, and we'll use the Shadow Word Devourer afterwards.
Yeah, I suppose if because of the weakness of Ikitosh's own minions, you couldn't really sequence that differently, but that feels rough to me. I almost expected like a School Teacher, plays the Nagaling, play a buff spell. Like, yeah, okay, you're afraid of the silence, but even then you're only sort of risking one card. I'm wondering here. We'll have to find out. Obviously, the treasure card does redraw for you potentially, but now you're allowing Bai to develop a lead on board, because this 1-3 is just not threatening you. It's not putting you in check. It's not forcing you to clear the board. It's such a fundamental part of the game, and yet you're okay with your opponent building a board to some degree because you have Samuro in hand, right? You have your deck's biggest counterpunch. But, even getting the Nagaling with the lighted burn is going to be a really neat answer to this 10-9 Balinda Stonehearth, but yeah, I don't know. Again, the damage to face from Ikitosh is kind of stalled out now, and I'm wondering when we're going to see it restarted, because we're getting into the part of the game where Bai starts to take over.
Yeah, this is essentially where Bai wants to sit, because now all of a sudden,
heavily discounted Amulet, we're just going to fire it off.
Yeah, it's just happy to just throw that into play. He starts summoning up these dragons that you can find as well, and all of a sudden that value that Bai's been waiting for has finally been realized. So Ikitosh has, obviously bruised Bai quite a fair bit, but at the same stance here now, Bai's turn to begin throwing those punches back. Just been waiting this entire time for that right moment to strike, and it feels like it's now, and that is one hell of a wide board. But like you said, we still have that Samuro counter blow waiting in the wing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a harsh task even for Samuro, right? We've kind of seen this story before. Once the mage starts summoning these dragons, it really is a very powerful endgame, and that's in a tournament where we've seen a lot of powerful endgames, right? But this is a great kind of, it's not a one-hit KO, but it comes out a bit earlier, and just once these dragons start appearing on the board, you don't really have to worry too much. It's your opponent immediately who has to start digging for answers. That Shard of the Naru really isn't even that relevant right now. It's mostly just about the stats that you're getting this early in the game. And the Blade Master, there's not the buffs available right now to make it large enough to really have an impact. This looks like curtains almost for Ikitosh already. I mean, there could be a big draw. You could, locate your copy of Najak Hexen like we saw before and kind of get a bit of extra play out of that, a second lease on life. But the last couple of turns just haven't produced the kind of results that you need. It seems like we almost ran out of damage way earlier than expected, and the lines that were taken to try and stall out the game to maybe draw a Serpent Wig, those cards being very significant in how absent they've been in this game, they still haven't been found, and now it might be too late.
Well, we do have that coin coming in through now as well. The Shadanaru coming through to silence the minions. So, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's given the most value, but at least, it's been able to sort of put things into a point where Ikitosh might be able to draw some more value in the near future. But like you said, Bai seems to be really strong at this moment in time. Still 16 life. No longer is Ikitosh racing at this moment in time, but now he's more desperate to stay alive.
And Magister Dawngrasp is going to come down. This is the setup. That was only the first course of dragons we had before. Now you get to deal with some more. There's another Calicos. Yeah, I mean, this is so punishing when you can't hit the straps early game.
Yeah, it's pretty rough in that sense. There's dragons coming through. At least it wasn't like the strongest grab of dragons that you can imagine. Like the Onyxia Water wasn't summoned, so he didn't get the battle cry.
Oh, here's Serpent Wig now when it's like far past. Because unfortunately, like you've now spent too much gas. It's really not able to do enough at this point in the game. You don't have enough cards left in hand to reset it. You don't have enough opportunity to hit your opponent to get value out of the stats. Pelagos is like, again, like you've got a couple of high impact draws in your deck, and that's definitely one of them. Is this going to be enough? You get an 8/8 out of it, which is pretty nice. Now you get a 6/6, but your opponent has these large dragons. This is where the low roll on the dragons at least might come into play, but what are we going to discover? Oh, we get discover on Battlecry. My apologies for Calicos, but still could get a free spell out of this. Rune of the Archmage looking pretty nice for 0.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to play it as well. I mean, he's still got more gas, right? The idea is like, maybe his board is not as strong as it could possibly have been. But
the field you're working with is at the extreme high end of boards. Like, damn, I only rolled these dragons.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the thing here. You can see that it doesn't do a bit of damage here, but here we go. We've got a 20 MF worth of mage spells being thrown into place here. Cold Case coming through as well. Maybe he's hoping for some extra hits that might come across. Ignite coming across as well. I mean, it's really nice to have these spells that come out here. Sometimes you can just kill your opponent off the back end. Ooh, refreshing Spring Water is very nice.
Not bad. Oh no, the mass polymorph. That's it would almost be good for Ikitosh if Ikitosh wasn't out of cards. Because at least you can buff your sheep, right? But unfortunately your opponent has flipped in a Magister Dawngrasp and has that insane hero power. Your opponent has more sheep than you, runs out the far watch post even, you have a Radiant Elemental in hand. Like, the game is over just by you failing to kill your opponent with all the cards you had in your hand, not anything else. And this buff priest deck, I mean, we've seen it win games, Mendrix, so it's hard to deny its power, but it does seem quite fragile. Maybe just because you have such a small window at the start of the game to really get your best work done. That means you're even more vulnerable to having not the best opening draw, or your opponent drawing really well for their opening. Like, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, pretty tough really, this stance. I mean, it is nice to have a very big few minions on board here, as you can see here, that 7/7, the 4/4. These sheeps, of course, being traded away. That mass
Smothering Starfish.
Yeah, that mass polymorph did appear, but as you can see, here comes the Starfish that we've been waiting this entire time, and it completely just clears away any real chance of that power and all the power coming across here. So unfortunately, in the end, it looks like it seems to be over here for Ikitosh, because he's just got no more gas.
Yeah, especially now, like, finally getting some honorable kills to start charging up that Arcane Burst from Magister Dawngrasp. But it's like, even if Ikitosh was able to keep drawing things that stopped the sheep or the other minions themselves from being lethal on the other side of the field, like, just the hero power alone at this point is going to be able to overwhelm you now that you're your progression is this sluggish. And yeah, sometimes it's just you roll the dice with this tempo-based deck and it didn't work out.
Well, you can see now he's thinking it through, like, do I want to go to face, or do I want to clear the minion on board? Definitely wants to clear the minion on board there, because of course if there's he's got those 2 Cathedrals of Entombments, but it's not like they can do anything if there's no minions for it to buff to, right? They're basically dead cards at that moment in time. I do provide a little bit of buff draw as well. The Handmaiden also going to be coming out as well, so at least now I can continue to draw some cards and maybe get an answer here. But
okay, fires off the Najak Hexen immediately. You are good at this. Yeah, exactly. I feel like the developers do this on purpose with the emotes. Like, they're always much more sarcastic than they are genuine, even when they're compliments. And yeah, maybe that's just the way gamers are, but I feel like they lean into it a little bit. And I mean, in this case, Bai is good at this, right? Like, it was correct last turn to trade off with the minion. Imagine if you'd somehow been able to draw into a change of spells and charge up that Handmaiden, and instead there's just no draw that gets Ikatosh out of danger, and you suffer the ignominy of dying to sheeps on top of everything else.
Just a little bit of insult to injury being added in there as well. The sheeps definitely be very strong in this deck, so at least there's going to be a little bit of comedic reference that can come from that. But of course, this doesn't mean that this match is over by any stretch of the imagination, right? You still have all the other options available for you. Of course, that does mean that now I believe the mage is now no longer going to be an option here for Bai. All he has left now is going to be his hunter that has to win out against Ikatosh's priest or warlock, depending on what it was in. It looks like it's going to be the priest.
This has to be the match the priest wins, right? Like, you're going up against this quest hunter. This is not the this is the 40 life version, but having to deal 40 damage aside, right? This should be where you thrive, because if you get a large minion going, right, you just scale a minion that hits for 8 every turn is going to outpace a bunch of face damage spells, because it just keeps giving you a return of damage every single turn. So Bai has to be the one trying to control the board and wasting resources to kill off minions. And if ever one of them gets large enough, look at that, we're going straight away. This is exactly what you want to see.
It's so quick.
Turn 1.
Immediately, Serpent Wing coming out as well. That's a very quickly
that could be, because like, how do you kill this now?
Naga, like 4th, 5, you don't have the option to do it here. Double Bunker will be played here, so it's got some secrets. I guess that's one way you can go.
Yeah, you have to maybe hope to find a secret that bounces this to hand, or otherwise answers the threat. Because otherwise, like, this is another deck just like the Warlock. This is kind of scissors paper rock as you'll get. These decks aren't built to have a minion in play like this that's just so large. You can't kill it, you can't trade with it, you can't race it with your spells. Like, the mana efficiency just isn't there. And so now you really need to hope for a very precise series of draws to be able to get this threat off the field, or the game is just over on turn 1. The coin in combination with this turn, it reminds me of like Mana Worm back in the day, right? Like, this is sometimes you just
sometimes the worm is just hitting you like for 16 HP and you're like, cool, sweet, like, what am I supposed to do? Like,
what am I meant to do about this, huh? Developers? Referee, please? How are you allowed to have a minion this large on turn 1? What am I meant to do about that? Yeah.
Ice Trap definitely has the ability to sort of like stifle the aggression, so that's something that could come into play here as well. So I imagine that's something that Bai definitely wants to play that next turn as well.
Handmaiden has the draw 3 ready. It's the question of, do you just heal the Vicious Slither Spear? That's the question here. Like, or is it do you just heal and throw a Serpent Wig on it, and then you just let it, you put all your faith in this Slither Spear? That's, I don't know, maybe some people feel like that's not as skillful, but to me it's like, it's just a different kind of decision making. It takes a lot of confidence and you know, read on the game to know when it's time to go all in, even though that is just, you know, I'm all in, and you don't have to really do much more past that point. You know, you got to know when to call your shot, and Ikatosh seems to be calling it here.
Goes for the heal instead here as well. Doesn't go well, pushed out that extra damage. I honestly feel that's on the more conservative play. Yeah. Because really, just you conserve in your cards. You're gonna have a little bit more extra oomph for the next term as well.
Yeah.
You can still also make it by think, because he might go, okay, do I want to actually throw down my Ice Trap? Is there any point in me doing that? Because I'll just be throwing away one thing. But it looks like he's gonna use a Stag Charge. He's gonna be wasting a little bit more extra onto it as well. It's gonna, of course, push the quest line at least
and
for Bai, which is definitely what he needs.
Shoot it.
There you go. It's the shoots. So you want, rather than using the Ice Trap, he just wants to clear it off the board immediately.
Oh wait. Okay.
Oh, okay. Explosive Trap. Never mind. That's an interesting thought.
Was that because that was a mana thing, right?
Well, I think he had enough mana.
No. Stag Charge costs 3.
Cost 3.
Yeah. So then you
can't.
Been,
oh yeah.
You can't fire the hero power. The explosive trap was discounted from the effect. So
you still throw down the ice card, the Ice Trap, don't you?
Well,
would you want the Ice Trap here, because that means he's still going to get the damage off, even with the 2 minion damage coming across.
True. I mean, the explosive trap means that what you're worried about, I guess, is your opponent being able to like buff it out of targeting range. And the spells are so cheap, I think that there's that risk that if you play an Ice Trap, maybe it doesn't even stop them replaying the spell. Whereas this, at least, like, you're always going to deal 2 damage with the explosive trap. I think there's situations where this ends up being mathematically better, and most of the time it ends up being the same. But you're right that it's like you'd really have preferred to clear the minion, and instead Ikadosh gets paid off for like both not playing out other minions last time, but also like not firing off that Serpent Wing and wasting it. You still get to keep your Slither Spear in play. Now you've got a second large minion with Taunt available, and it is really valuable to have that steady shot present. But and you're gonna regret, you know, maybe having that Kyrian out. Although I guess it doesn't make a difference given how its stats are calculated. But yeah, a lot of damage has already been done. So the question here is Bai now far enough behind, even as you start to get enough resources in play and the quest online to start clearing out these larger minions? Are you going to be forced onto the back foot for the rest of the game? Or are you going to be able to like keep control of Ikadosh's board while pulling ahead and starting to deal face damage and ticking up that quest?
Yeah, you're absolutely hoping that you've got enough now. You're still at least progressing that quest line, which is the nice part about this. Still yet to use the ice for the freezing traps for the time being, but of course at least he's managed to get rid of one of the big members there. That 8-0, well, 8-0 means it's just basically going to be 0, and of course you've cleared the board now. So you've I feel like sort of, you know, whether the sort of, even you can tell even Bai feels that as well, right? Like Bai's like didn't quite hit the mark, you know what I mean? Isn't really hitting the mark there as a Ikadosh, though. Obviously, I feel like has plenty of gas. We've seen these Naga priests really pull out some pretty crazy minions off the back, even though things get cleared away or have cleared off worse before. So I feel like Ikadosh is still well and truly in the tempo lead for the time being.
Yeah, I think if you register this priest deck, you must have played it a lot, right? And Ikadosh, clearly, that was a very deliberate judgment of how much to invest in that first. You got to think almost like the waves of attack, right? Like, how many times can you afford to replay minions and rebuff them and present, like, a convincing board that your opponent has to clear? And you kind of want to make it, like, in a games of brinksmanship so that they overcommit to one clear or another, and at some point they just don't have the right resources at the right time. Ikadosh is clearly like, I've gotten a lot of damage out of this, but I don't think I can steal the whole game off the back of this one Slither Spear, so I'm going to stop. I'm not going to burn this copy of Wig. I'm going to wait until I can play this Handmaiden out, but I'm not just going to run the Handmaiden out like for all of my mana for the turn. And so now we might see a rebuild into a second wave, or I don't know if we're even trying to just wait until this Wild Seed awakens and then steal it with Hexen, and that's the tempo swing that Ikadosh thinks is going to take the game back. But I'm sure that whatever the plan is based on some experience of having done this before.
Well, it has a lot of cards in hand, and that's a very impressive hand to have, especially for a buff priest of all decks or archetypes. So that's very nice in that sense. Bai is beginning to run out of gas there. Still has a lot of those secrets, so in play at least, so can still get some realized value from it.
And Barak in hand, and about to flip the quest. Like, I wouldn't be afraid of Bai running out of gas. If I'm Ikadosh, I feel like I have to push the issue. You don't have unlimited time here.
Yeah, well, Ikadosh is going to be just buffing up this minion for the time being with the Cathedral Atonement, obviously getting that extra card draw as well. So it's going to be a relatively strong Radiant Elemental, but it's still not the same threat that he had before. And like you said, Bai's about to turn the corner. Bai's about to come online and really show us what this deck can do.
Okay, baits the Ice Trap. This turns a setup turn for Ikadosh, right? Like, any turn when you commit the Cathedral of Atonement is not a turn where you're, like, thinking seriously about building a board. Like, putting this Radiant Elemental in play is just so you have something to target with the Cathedral, and it's almost an afterthought to me. It sort of seems like, well, look, I guess if you don't kill this, I'll have a Radiant Elemental in play. But, like, in Priest decks of the past, this is, like, your combo enabler or whatever. Here, it's just another body to throw out. And it seems like we really are trying to steal a march with this Najak Hex, and obviously it is a huge swing, and you're going to try and catch Bai in this really narrow moment where you're able to steal a large minion, make a large minion or even two on your side of the board, and then hope that's good enough. But the refreshing of the hero power from Tavish, there's not that many spells in hand yet. You might actually have a window because Barak is going to take up a lot of your turn potentially to redraw these spells, or you might be forced to gamble on Furious Howl and see if you can cycle that into more spells later. But regardless, if Ikadosh, I think this is your last chance to build a board here, because obviously things are about to turn really in a way you don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you had, some insane taunts on the side there, it just doesn't really matter with this Hunter deck. You've been able to just bypass most of that damage regardless. But
Steal
the Najak Hexen is coming in through, so a nice steal, like you said before. It's going to be nice there. The 7/7 is going to be into play. Looks like he's going to be also buffing up that Najak Hexen, just as a thought there. Didn't actually follow through, so
he's just calculating the sequencing, I think, because you want to run out Priestess Velish as well this turn. So you're like, how can I maximize my spell casts?
That is absolutely true. You can tell Ikadosh really thinking through this next up, because he understands in the next couple of turns he might not even have these options as well. So Wig is going to be the option.
Interesting.
Then the Bless.
I mean, the Wig is obviously very powerful. I don't think you always need to... Okay, decides not to fire off the Naga this turn. That does make more sense for the Wig. But it's interesting that, like, again, that's not the full commitment, right? Because you could have fired off the not made more expensive Shadowware Devour as a 1-cost spell, then played a 2-cost spell, then played Priestess, then kept going with the Wig. You could have even thrived in the Shadows as your 2-cost spell and maybe even found more spells you would have been able to play. But you decide that this is enough, and obviously that's 15-15 of stats on the board, but that might be your last turn. If these minions go down here for an easier trade for Bai that doesn't involve, you know, taking a bunch of damage to hit them with the bow, then you might have fired your last best shot.
Oh, here we go though. Bai is still thinking through the sequencing, so it doesn't have something that's clear in mind. So it has an idea of saying, hey, yeah, don't want this explosive trap. Don't want to throw out the barbed here as well. Of course, being able to reset that hero power is so nice in terms of what's going to be your options here. So Bai is beginning to think it through. He's now beginning to fire everything out there. Of course, that is only going to be 2 damage here. When it comes to the rest of the barbed nets, it's going to reset the that once again as well. He does need to be quick because he's running out of time as well. So he needs to really play everything that he wants to play.
Sacred. Out of mana, so still no freezing trap, which is interesting, but you don't really want a freezing trap Najak Hexen even when it's been buffed. That's not really an effect you want to be able to reset, and having cleared the Hexen, you can now get the Death Rattle effect, and you still back your 7/7, so from bad to worse for Ikatosh, and that's why it's sort of like, well, I feel like last turn, if you had again, it's possible that I'm missing a trick here, but if you have a play where you buff a minion slightly more in the moment, even if it feels bad to kind of use resources inefficiently, the resource you may have used inefficiently is like time. Because now you're buffing your opponents. The game's over. Maybe there was no line there, right? The damage that comes out of that hunter after you flip the quest and play Tavish is ridiculous, Mendrix. But all the same, that was nowhere near.
Absolutely insurmountable task at that point. You can tell that Bai was pretty happy in the position that he managed to get to as well, and even that point where he said, "Yep, probably that was not what was expected." It was probably what was expected. The fact that I was able to deal with these 2 big cost minions at that point in the game probably really threw a spanner into Ikatosh's plan, and that means things just started to crumble. And like you said, perhaps being a little bit, what's the term we're looking for here? Conservative with your approach instead of shooting your shots immediately off the back there meant that you were unable to win that race. And unfortunately here for Ikatosh, he will be dropping down towards that loser's bracket. Again, down, but not out. But a big congratulations to Bai, who is a new player in this tournament, by the way. I've never seen, I know for a fact I would have definitely remembered Bai as a name in previous tournaments as well. So this time around, Bai really coming through and taking things by storm and actually making it all the way through that winner's bracket. We'll now be able to sit there, relax a little bit, perhaps get a coffee while the rest of these games do get played through in the lower bracket. That being said, guys, we'll be moving to a quick break while we do charge up those games, because now it's a fight for the lives of the rest of these players. Who will get to face off against Bai? Well, if you keep on watching, you'll get to find out. Good afternoon, gamers, and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. If you're just joining us, we have finished up play in the upper brackets. Our friend Bai is waiting in the wings for who will be victorious in the lower brackets. So very exciting stuff happening as we do get towards the later stages of the competition or this week's conference. But before we do jump into that action, we do need to, give a voice out towards our giveaway. We do have our friend, I believe it was Thunderpig, who managed to come out on top here and actually win the Mate Internet and Mobile giveaway here. We might have some options here as well. If Bard is feeling a little bit generous, we might throw another giveaway in there. So if you want to jump out there and hashtag Let's Be Mates, throw that in chat for a chance to win. And of course, if Bard's feeling good, you might do it.
I'm very tired today, Mendrix. All these mage and shaman and priest marathons have really taken it out of me. I don't know if I've got a second giveaway in these old bones. I guess maybe if I look at the people in the chat, we got Yo Daddy Hearthstone, Yo Daddy HS. That's a giveaway worthy name right there. Okay, how about that one? Yeah, I do reckon. You made it my call.
I did make it your call. I thought you were going to play it off and just be, basically an old Scrooge.
I'm going to keep the packs. Yeah, the packs go to me.
They're all mine. No one gets any giveaways.
I need those packs.
Everyone needs those packs. Speaking of which, people that could possibly use those packs already jumped into the action here. Northy up against Faded Falcon. Faded Falcon, of course, had a number or a string of very aggressive decks into the mix. We do get to see one of those get piloted again. It's going to be that Zoo Imp King Warlock being jumped into play here as well. I believe this is going up against a hybrid Warlock, though, on the side of Northy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting list. Just look at it now and reinforce it. Yeah, okay, these are cards we've seen before, but not usually at the same time. The Imp King Reform, of course, right there, but also a lot of the cards that we're more familiar with from the more late-game combo-focused Warlock decks like Tamsin and Dreadlich Tamsin. So, interesting to see how these cards play off each other. Is it just sort of the idea that, well, the power of the Imp deck is primarily an Imp King Reform, so even if I don't have the whole Imp kit quite as much focused on aggro, just having two different sets of high rolls in the deck is going to make either one of them more likely to hit.
Yeah, it's possibly the case. And I think what's also interesting as well is, we have seen those buff Naga priests go at it. I feel like those Via libraries, if you can get them early enough, can really just set the tone and the pace of these matchups as well. But you can see both sides have got into the play here at the moment. A lot of damage being flinged at both places. Northy definitely seems to have a bit of the advantage in the swing here for the time being. That's a very big board that's been put together here by Northy for the time being. So Fetid Falcon needs to get some defenses in place, and at least those Void Walkers will give him a little bit of respite.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're there for, really. This is the one sop the deck has in terms of, oh, well, maybe I need to defend myself at some times. And obviously, it's as much about protecting your imps on board as protecting your face. But in this sort of matchup, you're glad to have them. That being said, it's a little bit awkward where this coming turn looks rough for Faded Falcon because so many of these cards are just not great when you get behind on tempo this badly. You just don't really want to throw out a Mischievous Imp. That's not going to do anything for you in terms of saving damage from a potentially huge, even lethal swing on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can see the damage still coming out there, but at least Fetid Falcon was able to get through relatively unscathed. I think what's at least nice is that should be an infused Imp King Refine that's been held for Fetid Falcon for the time being. So I don't believe Northy's managed to actually draw theirs in his time here. Hasn't had a chance to really buff it up, which means there might be a nice big swing there in return.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's a pretty solid recovery, and that's quite a large imp, but unfortunately the important number isn't 9-9, it's 16, which is how much health Faded Falcon has, and when you've got Shady Bartender in hand and the library still on board ready to use, that's no health at all, Mendrix.
Yeah, that's a big hit coming right on through there. Like you said, no health at all. Fetid Falcon just could not win the race there. Northy, with a little bit of a difference in this Imp King Warlock deck, really showed what could be done if you played things around a bit. And I think that's literally just delving into the weakness of the Zoo Warlock, right? The idea of saying, hey, this is what I'm looking to do here, but if I take out a few cards, yeah, I don't lose the same sort of impact that I have in the early game, but I can really ramp up some extra high roll win conditions. You can see it just came into play right there, and he was able to completely wipe his opponent.
Yeah, obviously, look, we're seeing that build at its best right there because it didn't seem to lose anything for having cut the cards it cut. But I don't think it's necessarily a wrong idea to say, okay, well, obviously week one, you just build single-mindedly around this Imp King. You're a Zoo Warlock. You put in all the Zoo Warlock cards. But having seen, that earlier mirror, there's a lot of air in that deck. And you think, well, not so many of these cards are different from the ones in the Combo Warlock deck. I think I can get higher power on average by mixing these up. And right there, you could see still perfectly capable of pulling off the buff your Imps plan. So now Fated Falcon going to run the Warlock right back, but this time against Northeast Shaman deck. And obviously we've seen a lot of subtly different Shaman lists. So this one, it is going to be one of the control Shaman decks. Tons of legendaries in this one, even more than we're used to seeing. So curious to see if any of those really swing the matchup.
It is also obviously running that Prince Renathal as well. As you can see, they're getting the extra 10 cards and the extra HP as well, which should sort of play into these Zoo decks as well. The fact that you've got more health that you need to chew through means that you do buy more time for the wave clear and sort of deal with most of that damage. But Fated Falcon wasting no time beginning to ramp up, as you can see there, already has what's going to be close to 5 damage on board next turn. It's going to be interesting to see if Naughty's going to have a response to this right off the bat there, but is just going to be that totemic call, so nothing too strong to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. And taking it slow is kind of the trademark of these decks, especially when you're playing cards like Goldshire and Null, right? It's not just that you're a control deck playing for the late game. You specifically want to hold on to your cards in hand. You don't have, life tap to help you boost up cards in hand. You didn't even draw the schooling to quickly fill your hand with cheap piranhas. So now we're in this awkward spot where you really want that board control tool of a heavily discounted rush minion, but how much are you going to lose in terms of early pace for holding up to it? I don't know if it's really like a winnable play in the end to keep holding this card in hand. So it'll depend what else do you have to do on this turn, right? You can't really just make another totem, even with 40 life available. That Primordial Wave, though, not going to do that much. If you use it against the one-cost imps, does it turn them into other one-costs or just do nothing?
I think it just turns into one cost.
Right, yeah. So that's probably bad for you. You're going to re-roll them into stronger one-cost minions.
It's just, it's really not just going to do too much on it. But I mean, at the end of the day, muck pulls will be played here
solid.
as well.
I like
that's
that
something
play.
at least. That's all right though. That gives you at least a little bit of meat behind the start gear. That's exactly what you need. Speaking of meat though, Fated Falcon just says,
so
"Let me fill the board though. I'm going to fill the board
imps
right now." And that is a lot of imps there. That is a very big flustered librarian. I feel like having more imps available to help her sort stuff out definitely is working in that favor.
Yeah, she's flustered, but only like the way to get less flustered is just get rid of this intruder North. But North able to clear that out now, firing off that wave. Definitely worthwhile at this point. But okay, turning into a bunch of Priestess Valishes is pretty funny. But I was gonna say it's really interesting to see this Shaman deck, right? We saw the Mage deck before, the Priest deck, sorry, running Reno. And this deck has so many legendaries, so many one-ofs, but it is not a Reno deck. It's 40-card deck, and there's a bunch of two-ofs in it. And part of me wonders, like, obviously it's good to have 2 Goldshire Knolls because it's a good card, but, like, at what point are you better off just going full singleton? Because if this is your strategy, just drag things forever and grind with, like, value from Legends, it seems like Reno is worth taking a little bit more of a hit on your consistency just to get that massive self-heal, because other than that sort of thing, how are you coming back from this position?
It is just seems a bit untenable, to be perfectly honest. You can see Fated Falcon's continuing to roll in that extra damage. People might be wondering, well, what's going to be available here for Northy? Northy does top deck a Sleep Breaker. I mean, I'm looking to see what's available here. It will be the Snowfall Guardian that's being dropped down, so at least that's a big 9/9 coming into the mix. And everything frozen, so it buys a bit of time here now for Northy.
Yeah, and that's, if you had a Macaw or something in hand, if you had the second Snowfall Guardian, you'd be able to freeze this up again. Finds the Insatiable Devourer, but it's not charged up. I don't think eating one of these minions is going to be good enough. And Fated Falcon, luckily for Northy, is actually a little bit low on cards here, so has to kind of spend a turn on economy and, ends up stalling out for another turn. So this could be a window to turn things around here. Slight stumbling, obviously. If we ever hit something like a Refarm, the game could close out immediately. But that big freeze has bought you a turn. Snowfall Guardian hanging out, going to buy you another double wind chill on 2 minions. Is going to buy you a bit more time. It's getting really dicey here, but if you can just trigger the infuse enough, I mean, the problem is that you don't have enough small minions that are going to actually die, so that Insatiable Devourer is just not going to be a play even when you get up to turn 9 that's going to do enough for you right now.
Yeah, that infuse would be huge at this moment in time for Fated Falcon, and As you can see now, he's going to continue just trading things out there. Not for Vader, sorry, for Northy. That will at least buy him some time and clear the board. For the time being, though, he's still got the 4-8. He's still got the 9-8. The big damage dealers have, of course, been just nullified for the time being with the freeze. Another Flustered Librarian will, of course, be there being buffed up by those imps. But for the time being, at least Northy is relatively safe. And you can see Fed Falcon just wants to win. Ooh, an Impending Catastrophe. That should let him dig for a big finisher there in the next turn if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, this game is closer than I expected it to be, and Glug the Gulp are coming out now as well. Like, there's no shortage of big minions. Look at that colossal minion. The first time we've actually seen one hit the board, I think. And you can see how substantial it is. But, the problem again, just like last game, ironically, is that you've got this huge board just in time to die to your opponent's minions.
This is what's really interesting as well, because now that there's all these taunts available here, Fed Falcon might actually just be a bit too far behind the curve. I mean, the Impending Catastrophe does come down, so let's look to see if perhaps
there's still a Shady Bartender, right? Like, I don't know if that's enough to immediately win, but like there will be a board left, quite a board left around for Faded Falcon. I'm trying to figure out, is there a way that North can like tempo this? Can you steal? Can you do enough damage? I guess you can guarantee the infuse on the Insatiable Devourer and fire that off. It is going to be turn 9, so if you don't die this turn immediately, there will be the opportunity to really make a big swing play there. This could still be a comeback on the cards.
Well, the Vial Library is coming down as well, so that's going to be some extra damage there. You can see he's, is he just trying to infuse now? Is that why
I wonder whether this is a case of, like, I want to be able to trade off my minions. Oh, okay, I think Faded Falcon is trying to figure out, trying to scramble a little bit. Goes for a 9-6 piggyback in.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling.
Yeah, there we go. Face damage. Yeah, figures it out.
Yeah, you got it there.
I don't know if the Shady Bartender would have been as much damage. It felt like it was a lot, but in that case, being able to put all of the because there were too many small taunts, being able to put all of the buffs onto one minion, all of the power there, instead of spreading it across your minions, you would still have had to chew through the taunts. That turns out to be the answer. So as always, the players step ahead of us, find the lethal there, and great stuff as well.
Yep, just brute force right off the bat here. The ability to count the damage just immediately off the back there is just so quick as well, because you can see, do I have enough now? Do I need to wait for another turn? Yep, I had enough. Immediately goes. You can see once those buffs came across here as well. So definitely a nice little play there on the back end as well, able to get that win back. So that's now going to be 1 apiece. Just in contrast, much quicker games than what we've been having throughout the entire day.
It's amazing the difference between Imp Warlock and like the Buff Priest when those decks are winning, especially the games are much quicker than the ones where the interminable Priest deck takes over the game very, very slowly and wins. Just kind of waits for you to get tired.
Yeah, exactly. It's that idea of like, well,
okay, I got about 60 life. I'm here all day. I don't know if you've got something on. Like,
hope you didn't make any plans with the missus. I hope your parents aren't coming over.
You better really want to win this tournament, because I'm going to make you take all day beating me. Imagine if you take all day and then lose, though.
There were very quick games beforehand. Oh, that'd be worse, isn't it? I'm one of those guys who prefers to have a lot of quick games that are win-losses rather than having a long loss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, having one long loss is so draining of your energy, but at least you get multiple chances to, you have to come back you can come back from that one long loss in this sort of tournament. And so both these players, having taken at least a quick L, are going to be trying to bounce back here, because of course they've already taken a loss to get down here in the lower bracket. They can't afford to take another. Even Northy, we weren't able to see before, must have had a bump in the road somewhere today and is on their last tournament legs. They desperately want to take that second qualifier spot, the first one being taken by Bai, or as we've been informed, actually not in fact a new player. That's Vexenite, who was second. I knew there was something up, right? Like, this player is way too good to have come out of nowhere. But just one of those things where it's been a while since the last tournament. Players changed their tags, but the play we probably should have recognized as our overall second place getter from the last season of ANZ Open Hearthstone. Surely
it wasn't really an upset. It wasn't.
It wasn't really an upset after all, and that's taking nothing away from their opponents. So that's quite a nasty, challenge waiting for you in the finals. But at least if you can get there, you know that you've qualified out to the final stage of this season's Open. So that's what you're playing for. That's what's on the table right now in this game 3.
Well, this is definitely going to be a longer match than the last two, purely because of the deck selections there. Of course, it's going to be the Mage.
Look at this choice.
The Control Shaman. Yeah, this is a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, They're so
potentially
good.
even game decisive because they're all such powerful cards. But like,
they're all
what do you
good.
need more right now?
No wonder he's taking his time on this one.
It's got to be. Is it Neptulon? No, goes for Brand.
No, the brand.
All right.
The brand. Okay. I mean, I
Fair
guess
enough.
you know. I guess if you got like a freeze, that'd be nice. But even then,
Yeah. I just thought being able to grab Neptulon and like slam that is very strong, but also Brand is so powerful in this deck. Like, this is a very good Brand Bronzebeard.
there's a lot of battle
the mage
cries.
side.
It's so versatile in terms
Yeah.
of how you can use it. Like if you want to use it as a knockout punch, if you want to use it as board clear, if you want to use it for defensive purposes, just being able to amplify a battle cry that's got that thing is just so much versatility. So it makes sense to get this brand, because even though you may not be able to use it, in a specific niche point, it's just going to be useful regardless of the situation or how the match unfolds.
And of course, okay, I was going to say Phantom Falcon has had one of the best starts we've seen out of this mage deck, and maybe thanks to that one drop minion, the Shivering Sorceress, is coming out there, not only discounting this Blizzard in hand, but I don't know if we've seen that card at least feature prominently in this mage deck before, right? But it makes a lot of sense, right? Having a turn 1 2/2 is pretty solid for this mage deck, and considering that it does want to get a bit of chip damage value in with these early minions, right? It's not like the mine deck. You do want these skeletons to do some work as minions, not just sort of a combo setup for later, and that's what's really enabled it so far. North, though, getting off that Commander Neptulon, that's the stabilizing card for this class right now. And summoning up those Water Revenants, able to quickly turn things around on board, get a bit more armor, and so we're now going to progress into the phase of the game where the count of dead skeletons is what matters, and the players are mostly concerned with what their opponent could be setting up in one big combo turn. That being said, having Solid Alibi and Theatar in hand makes me give Faded Falcon the edge in that department as well.
Yeah, especially because Northeast already used the Theatar as well, so there wasn't really any game-changing pickups there from that Theatar on the side of Northy, whereas Faded Falcon, the fact that he's been able to hold on to it or get this Theatar a little bit later, I mean, there must be some nice cards there. There's a very sizable deckhand available for Northy, and he's actually using his Piranha Swarmers right now, which is just going to make this Theatar even stronger in the coming turns.
Yeah, lots and lots of trading happening right now. Northy just trying to wrest control of the board back completely. We do see that Wildfire drawn a little bit behind the curve compared to what you prefer, but at least
Still
you get to
gonna be
draw it
using
and
it
set
on
up the
turn.
recast off that Magister Dawngrasp in hand. And when you're this high on life, it does mean you might be... I don't know really if there's ever a case where you try to tempo out Dawngrasp, but with how much, board battling's been going on, I wouldn't mind just getting a little bit of value off the Battle Cry and setting up that hero power to start scaling. But we'll see. I imagine we'll just use it to recast, the potent spells. You really want to be re-triggering stuff like Deathborn more than you do just setting up the hero power, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel Faded Falcon's really been just powering ahead at this moment in time. It's not really under pressure. It's got plenty of win conditions. I feel like, why push ahead and tempo it out something that doesn't need to be tempered out. Speaking of which, Northy, though, is definitely on the other side of that spectrum, wants to actually start tempering things out. As you can see, has options there between a number of invocations that can be brought up here as well. There's summoning up that Shaman hero into play. Water Invocation seems to be the play, and that's because he really just wants to get a little bit of extra HP and obviously get the Earths in as well. And now Northy's looking a bit healthier coming into this as well, but like I said, Faded Falcon hasn't felt pressured throughout this match.
Well, I mean, that's part of, it's an invisible sense of pressure, right? Look, I don't play this matchup enough to know. Maybe one or both players even feel very confident that they understand their deck is superior in the late game, especially with how they play it. But I guess it's a little bit playing scared, and it's certainly from a lack of that practice, but my instinct is if I've got the edge in a matchup like this and I can pull ahead, it's not like you're burning resources that you don't have replacements for to do damage that doesn't matter, right? You're developing your plan. You don't need that high impact board control if you get like a free resource upgrade that's going to continue scaling up every turn for the rest of the game. In many ways, that is an economy play, right? But obviously, this deck is so full of ways to accrue value for the late game. Just summoning skeletons is improving your late game punch. So especially with that brand in hand, it looks like that's what Faded Falcon is playing towards.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I was talking up Faded Falcon's positions beforehand, but he did decide to use the alibi this time around. So obviously expecting some sort of big sort of tempo play coming from Northy relatively soon. And this time around, will not go for it. Water Evocation seems to be the play this time around. And here comes a Mutinous. This might actually do some damage.
Oh, it takes the brand. That's rough. I mean, there's not like that, you know, if it took the Theatar, it would also have been sad, right? But especially considering how powerful the brand is, that hurts a little bit. You know, the cool high roll of your play earlier was undone by that. At least it's a tiny Mutinous. And now we do see firing off the Dawngrasp. So I was about to say, part of the reason to go for that solid alibi, not just because you already have one other copy in hand and you've got the Dawngrasp, but once you have that spell in your sort of cast spells pool, that significantly increases the playability of this hero card, right? Because at least if you're spending your whole turn or most of your turn on Magister Dawngrasp, you're going to be potentially setting up a solid alibi. Instead, you get the freeze, but it turns out to be just as good, and you know, now you're in no real harm, right? 40 health, 8 armor, and you've managed to get that hero upgrade online just to match your opponent's one. This brilliant Macaw, though, going to do the double Mutanus we talked about a lot over the course of this tournament.
Yeah,
will you hit Mordresh? No.
Well, the Theater.
I mean, that's something, right? Okay, second Macaw.
Oh, here we go.
No, they got it!
Oh, that is so rough. That is a...
That's a 1 in 4. I mean, like, okay, you fired off 3 of those effects, but Mordresh wasn't in hand for one of them, and those second 2, they were like 4 and 5 minions in hand. You still have to feel pretty hard done by his Fated Falcon, so not only do you not get to double up that into the Battlecry effect, you don't even get it once, and your opponent has so much stats of Parrot in play.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts here. But well, Reckless Apprentice coming out as well, though, so it's a bit of... Ooh, that Reckless Apprentice is so much stronger now.
Yeah, it is. 6 damage Arcane Bursts.
That is actually nuts. That is... I mean, I don't even feel bad now.
Actually, it's 8 damage Arcane Burst now because one of those was an honorable kill completely by accident. So that's an 8 damage hero power. That's what I meant about getting this online earlier in the game, right? Like, the game is going to go long. This isn't just like, oh, my hero power I can use every turn. That's good value to upgrade. No, it continues to upgrade itself over time. This can just be your win condition.
Oh, the Fire Invocation seems to be in place there as well. I mean, it's not even comparable now to Feather Falcon's one as well. Sleep Breaker's coming into place as well. We do have the Femish Fall just for the time being for some extra
North does
draw
have Sire Denathrius. Charged up in hand, already to 16. Who knows how big it will get if the game goes on, but certainly that's the thing. Neither of these players has like 60 damage guaranteed kill combo like the Warlock deck, so both of them have to continue to sort of like scaling in some way. Both of them have found that avenue, and what a nice redraw that was.
Oh, this is really good off the back end. This is a fantastic one. So if he really wants to ramp up in that next turn, he definitely will be, because now that he's got his Kel'Thuzad on. And Wildfire as well, just a little bit of extra damage in the back end.
9 damage Arcane Burst. 9 damage a turn to whatever you want is going to be really hard to overcome.
Yeah, now you can tell Feather Falcon's done playing nice and clearing the board. That's going straight to the face.
Yeah, so Denathrius, obviously, the 9 damage a turn isn't as quick a clock as it might otherwise be, but... And Fated Falcon is a little bit low on resources in hand, but it's going to be so tough. You know, you're not the Druid deck. You can't play 16 mana of cards in a turn. You're going to have to figure out a way to get it done. That's such a big draw, finding that Deathborn. Kel'Thuzad was like a little bit low on power. Now, if you find a window to cast Deathborn, that kind of threatens your opponent so powerfully that they'll die on the next turn. They kind of have to drop their Denathrius or whatever other healing they have involved. Perhaps they can Primordial Wave to neutralize some of the skeletons and call that good enough, but I don't know. Crucial couple of turns here for North.
Yeah, very, very crucial now. How happy? He's like, okay,
wow, the
fine,
honorable kill for the 9 damage power, really? Okay, 11 damage now.
He was just like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll kill a minion, alright? You've made it big enough, I'll kill a minion, won't go to the face. Reckless Apprentice also coming down as well. That's just...
Yeah.
Is that game?
There's no, they were all frozen minions.
All
so,
I mean, that's not really it for the time being, but still.
In practice, though, now you have to play Denathrius, basically, because if you don't, if you let them play Kel'Thuzad on a full board, you die immediately.
Well, you can see North sinking it through. Piranha, Swarmer first. That's it.
I mean, I guess you've got Water Infusion is going to heal you, so maybe not. You can live, potentially. You can't really afford to just fire off the Denathrius if it doesn't win you the game. But at this point, I don't know how is it going to catch up here. This is
it's
rough.
it's just so rough because of how strong this hero power is becoming for Faded Falcon.
Okay,
It's just
so
getting bigger and bigger.
now you Deathborn, right, as Faded Falcon, because you're in no danger of losing on your opponent's turn. You may as well just keep cranking this Kel'Thuzad, keep just like holding the gun to the face. Or actually, no, that kills them, right?
Yeah.
You summon one more skeleton, and yeah.
Yeah, Deathborn it now.
Oh, okay.
That should be enough.
Would Kel'Thuzad have been lethal there? I can't tell. I don't play this deck enough and to look at the board and immediately know how many more skeletons that's going to overkill. I thought it was at 5 skeletons, which is 10 damage, but I guess you would have. You would have had to clear space for it. Is the problem? Whatever. Anyway. The world is Faded Falcon's oyster at this point. You see, there we go. Side and Atheris is fired off. At least now you know for sure your opponent doesn't have, a second copy of that. Both the macaws have been used. That play doesn't even work, I think, due to the infused mechanic. But now, I mean, there is an Insatiable Devourer charged up in hand here. So, like, if you don't find a way to finish your opponent off hurriedly with just direct damage from your combo, you could face trouble. But there's just no way that's going to happen. Oh, and there's your own copy of Bran. If that's what you were waiting for, congratulations. I don't know how you can sequence this, but yeah.
Well, I guess you could.
You try this, right? You try and freeze them and get Bran.
Yeah, freeze it. Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be the Kel'Thuzad followed up by the Bran?
Well, I mean, if you wanted to get the double Kel'Thuzad trigger.
Yeah.
You can always.
I'm just saying, like, in terms of this, I feel like Faded Falcon's pretty much got this in the bag. Unless
you probably at this point do not need a second Kel'Thuzad, as it says on the card. It is inevitable. So at this point, 9 skeletons and any skeletons beyond the maximum that you can have.
Hey, what's better than 1 Kel'Thuzad?
Two Kel'Thuzads, but
yeah, you know it. That's right.
Is it still better if the second Kel'Thuzad is never triggered because the opponent has died? At that point, I feel like better is a really loose definition.
2 is always better than 1. 2 is always better than 1.
Okay, all right, fine.
Okay,
that's how you do it. My apologies. Kael'thas Sin Strider. We haven't seen this card played once the entire tournament, I'm pretty sure, but this is why it's in a lot of these decks.
Most of the time, though, it's because the decks just don't ever get to this point, right? That's true. Normally they've been killed out. Normally, from what we've been seeing throughout the tournament, normally by this point there is roughly, I believe, 8 mines worth of 4 damage flying at your face. Yeah.
Okay. So we've made 3 more skeletons. Kel'Thuzad is now making 10 skeletons, and Faded Falcon is just like, I'm under no pressure. Like, nothing you have in your deck scares me. I refuse to do any sort of half-ass combo that won't literally instantly kill you. I can just keep making sure you've already played, because again, your opponent was forced to play their Denathrius. You still have your Denathrius and your Kel'Thuzad. There's just, it's so hard to conjure a situation where you lose because the Shaman deck just cannot deal you 40 damage at once.
Well, it's going to be at least something big here. There's going to be an infused Devourer, so he's going to be sucking up quite a fair bit there.
The Denathrius is dealing 20 damage. The Kel'Thuzad is dealing like 24 damage worth of skeleton explosions. You have an 11 damage hero power that's now a 13 damage hero power somehow. Maybe Faded Falcon is just playing to try and get a high score on how much you can charge up Arcane Burst.
True, exactly. Well,
0 cost Denathrius, double Denathrius, here we go.
Here we go.
This works. And there you go. You got your 1-shot kill.
That's what we've been waiting for. I feel like Faded Falcon could have done that a little bit earlier.
But no one made them. It's up to your opponent to stop you going for a victory lap and an end zone dance. They have to put the pressure on.
Exactly. Well, that being said, though, Faded Falcon will be moving up to a rematch, I believe, between what will be Bai waiting in the background there. Let's just have a quick look at those
is there
rounds
one
to make
more
sure.
battle against
there might be one more. There might be. It's right, Ikatosh. I think it's still a rematch. I believe Faded Falcon lost to Ikatosh at one point in time, so...
No, I don't
No?
think
Oh, this is fresh. No. This is fresh. I mean, obviously Faded Falcon and Ikatosh so much.
Faded Falcon lost to Bai, so you can't have lost to 2 people this tournament, right? Faded Falcon has to win this to get the rematch.
That's correct, yes. So Ikatosh is up against Faded Falcon coming up next, guys. While we do get that ready for you, we just have a few things we wanted to discuss as well, because we do have, of course, the giveaway of... That's right. You've already given it away. But...
you let me give it away. I'm sorry. I would say I stole your thunder, but you gave me your thunder, a generous thunder donation.
Completely
which
fine
was,
in
of
that
course,
sense,
the
though.
thunder of donating card packs to you in the audience. But of course, if you missed out on that, don't worry. Stick around. There are plenty more weeks of this open, and we have a lot more card packs to give. We just have to kind of ration them out a little bit. But
exactly, we do have to wait on that one there. But you know what, guys? We'll be right back because we do have some more Hearthstone action available where we do play out the last round of the lower bracket, and of course, the winner will go on to face it bye. So please do not go anywhere. Good afternoon, gamers, and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. If you are just joining us, we are now into the final portion of the lower bracket finals. The winner will decide who gets to face up against Bai, who's already qualified going ahead, and of course we'll get that juicy prize of $50. Well, actually, not juicy prize of $50 just yet. He still needs to win the final one.
Has to still earn that one, but
Has
hasn't
to win one more.
qualification.
It's got $25 guaranteed. $25 guaranteed and a qualification. That's pretty good if you ask me.
That's solid. That's a day's work, yeah.
So that's pretty impressive in that sense. So we still have those good fun times ahead of us there. They are doing their warm-up matches for the time being as well. And what's interesting about Faded Falcon, of course, was the number 1 seed. Did lose against Bai, which now we know is Vexenite, which was actually our number 2 seed from last time. So a little bit of a payback, a bit of karma coming through from the previous tournament as well. And Vexenite is the number 2 overall. That is very difficult to overcome, to be perfectly honest. That's pretty tough in that sense there. But Ikatosh...
Yeah. As well as like Faded Falcon kind of got set up there because maybe I don't know if the seeding was done with recognition that this is the same player who almost won our entire season last year. But Faded Falcon, like, that doesn't change the quality of this player and has shown that obviously did deserve high seeding overall by battling back through the lower bracket and now almost at the very end, almost earning that rematch. And that would be such a treat to see. But Ikatosh, no less potent either throughout this tournament. So both of these players have looked really good on stream. Which one of them will come out on top, though?
That's the question at this point, and will be answered as we do get into this match. Ikatosh has banned away Faded Falcon's Mage. We did get to see it do, obviously, some pretty good work in the last match. Towards the end there, Faded Falcon, though, has opted to get rid of the Priest, which I think a few people are here saying, like, oh, thank you, Faded, for getting rid of that one, because sometimes these games do drag out a little bit, and we are towards the later stages of the game here, so I think everyone wants to see the final bout unfold.
And in potentially the final bout, Ikatosh will finally get to debut. This is not like a mirror match at all, right? This is the Face Hunter build from Faded Falcon, but Ikatosh, this is that big Beast Hunter that's been banned out in both previous matches we've seen from Faded Falcon on stream. So that's why you're going to be seeing a lot of quite different cards out of this list and some very powerful legends later on. So this is not just aggro mirror. And in fact, I think that's why we saw the Priest banned, right? Because we've seen the Hunter decks get banned all day long, but Faded Falcon's lineup, especially without this Mage, is very aggressive decks. It's Face Hunter and Imp King Warlock. And we've just seen several times in a row what the buff-based Priest deck can do to those very aggressive decks. They don't have a tool for combating the large minions when they fall behind on board, and they kind of just get overrun immediately. So that is too dangerous to be left in the pool, but it does free up this very potent Big Beast Hunter.
So yeah, definitely a smart play from Faded Falcon to actually get rid of that one from Ikatosh's arsenal. But of course, you know, we haven't had a chance to actually see this big hunter come into play here. So who knows what's waiting in the wings room there? As you can see, it is just a matter of time of him trying to control Faded Falcon's hand there, because of course Faded Falcon is rushing, right? He just wants to immediately, as fast as possible, get through all of that damage. And of course, that Prince Renethel, giving an extra 10 HP, is a big boon to go up against these big aggro decks.
Having these 2 stag charges in hand early game seems like such a boon for Ikatosh, right? Because like not only are you going to counter out your opponent's awakening wild seeds. We sort of talked in week 1 about how important that tempo play can be for these hunter decks, but like you're going to have these potentially awakening on the same turn that you get to play one of the cards that gets you into this big beast hunter deck, right? Mountain Bear, super powerful wall of taunt and stats, and any wall of taunt is so much better when you're also getting some free wild seed minions popping out behind it.
Yeah, it's really nice as well in that sense. He's now finally beginning to use those stag charges. Of course, once you get rid of that card, it can generate more value the longer this remains on the field. So that's going to be off the board there as well there. As you can see, there has got what seems to be the Fox there waiting to power up and get back from being dormant. But at the same time here, Faded Falcon's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. No. We're only on turn 5 here. These doggy bickies are coming down, so they're going to get pumped right on up. And of course, in true Face Hunter fashion, is going for the face.
The damage is down really quickly already. Like, there's 8 damage in that bow now, 4 damage still left, so you're down to 17. There's at least 4 damage in the hero power, so you know that's over the maybe next 2 turns. That's going to be about 6 more damage. So you're down to 11. And so now, if you don't clear the board this turn, like you might just be dead, like without Faded Falcon even needing another card. However, This is where we start to see things turn around. We're up to 5 mana, right? The onslaught has been complete from Fated Falcon, but now that hand is all but empty. And on the other side, Ikitosh has a ton of tools. The only drawback, perhaps, that Harpoon Gun can be hard to utilize when your life total is such a precious resource.
Well, let's see how we go on this side here. As we can see, he's just trying to clear the board with what's available.
Can't get the full clear. The Stag Spirit Wild Seed hangs in there. That's so much damage. And Barracuda coming through. Perfect timing.
What a top deck. That's just basically going to refuel right off that. Ikitosh knows that was a top deck as well.
Oh,
so
my
that
goodness.
is so rough on that sense. I was thinking to myself, man, Kodo Bane would be really good right about now if I was Fated Falcon. And of course, that is going to be the top deck there as well. More damage going straight to the face there. And unless there's a way to sort of just recover this lost damage now, Fated Falcon could just sort of hold the line and just slowly whittle you down basically now with your hero power towards the end.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you've run out of gas here, you can still deal that damage direct to the face. And I don't believe there are any real cards here for Ikitosh to actually just get that HP back to a safer life total.
Yeah, that's the thing about playing a game like playing this sort of game with a class that doesn't get to heal usually, and yeah, it's gonna be tricky. You can throw up the taunts and you can try and reclaim control of the board, but this is why the Face Hunter has been so deadly in so many matchups. It's earned so many bans, is because a lot of classes just can't recover once you get that far behind because it has so much direct damage built in. You just cannot hope to last long enough to turn the game around, even if your opponent's out of cards.
Yeah, it was really rough. The Ikitosh knew immediately that there was just no point continuing. That's why we've decided to bow out and said, you know what, I'll just try my better chance to maybe one of my other decks, or perhaps force you onto your other aggro deck, which is going to be that Imp King Zoo Warlock that we've been seeing from time and time again, for finally getting an opportunity to see as we banned out majority of the tournament. It is just rough, that's the thing. Fated Falcon is definitely that person who likes to just, either win or lose fast. One of the two.
Yeah,
Seems to be winning, though.
I do think I think it makes sense to me a lot that Ikitosh is running back the Hunter. I would have been really surprised if we didn't see the Hunter deck again, because I have a feeling that Ikitosh likes this big beast Hunter a lot more against the Warlock than it does against they do against the Face Hunter. And so it's just the kind of case of I have to play this first in case you play the Warlock, and if you play the Hunter, I'll just lose, and then I'll try and beat your Warlock twice. Because think about these two, even though they're both very fast aggro decks, the Warlock deck, so much less ability to deal direct face damage, right? So that corner turning moment in the big beast deck where you get to turn 5, 6, 7, you have a ton of very powerful rush and taunt minions to get control of the board back. That will actually potentially bail you out in a similar situation to what we saw last game.
Yeah, but unfortunately just didn't really hit the mark that time around. And Fated Falcon, once again, already right off the bat here, making Imp so much stronger here with that Vile Library. And it seems to be one hell of a turn and going straight for the face once again.
We get so much pressure now. We have to immediately coin up to 3 to cast Wild Spirits. It's unfortunately not a play that's going to lead to immediately... Actually, sorry, I forgot how the effect works. You summon the Fox. That's a nice roll. And so now you've got the Rush minion with the 1/1 you already have on board. That's a nice bit of a clear there. Managed to get it out there. I thought we would have had to hold the coin another turn to get to the Stormpike Battle Ram, but it all works out for Ikitosh, keeping themselves alive here in the lower bracket right now, and having opened up the Bear Spirit Wild Seed. Now we might get to see a much stronger curve already, stemming that bleeding. And Fated Falcon, getting a bit low. Unfortunately, the 2 Demonic Assaults in hand, not a great combination with Impending Catastrophe.
Yeah, definitely not what Fated Falcon wanted in that scenario here. So Ikitosh, like you said, curving very well. That's a strong bear to have in that scenario here. But the Demonic Assault, or the Demonic Assault coming through now, at least,
this is
helps sort of
death
shave some damage off.
Really atrocious sequence of cards.
Oh, look at that.
There's just no way to, you needed to get back on the board that turn, and drawing Imp Gang Boss, there's just nothing to do with it. Now you find Wicked Shipment, but it might be too little too late. You'll at least get to redraw off the Impending Catastrophe. Try and find something. You have some way to utilize your Vile Library. This has to be a big hit, though.
Blade Master Onikin, Mischievous Imp. It's nice, but it's still... I don't feel like it's enough to be perfectly honest.
It doesn't. That misturn in the middle might really haunt you now. Yeah, you've just got to... I mean, again, even that first Vile Library activation was kind of forcing the tempo a lot, but when you look at the hand, you understand, right? You had to just kind of hope that one Imp was going to get a bit more done, and now Aralon is showing up, and now the board is so thoroughly Ikitosh's. It's hard to see how Fated Falcon comes back, but there is a lot of raw power on the legendaries and the big cards in this deck. Maybe Fated Falcon can pull it out. These Demonic Assaults, though, this is not why you put them in the deck.
Yeah, the purpose is really just to actually clear away some big taunts, to be perfectly honest, and that way then you can really push your tempo. They're normally there to help push tempo after the fact, after you've built up a really impressive board, but instead they're being used now to actually deal with threats from your opponent. That's not what an aggressive deck wants to deal with. It shouldn't be you dealing with threats, it's you removing defenses, and this time around though, things looking very rough as Ikatosh is really beginning to get a very impressive board up and running here as everything's starting to awaken.
Yeah, all the while, this is definitely Wild Seed Hunter right now as we pop all of these out. Stormpike Battle Ram, going to heavily discount the next beast you play, going to chain into Stormpike Battle Ram. Doesn't quite have the bear available, but also doesn't need at this point. And now look whose turn it is to run out a Peasant. This time much better protected. And Faded Falcon, again, with this Warlock deck, it definitely has some legs, but man, when it falls behind, it looks very sad.
Yeah, it is literally a limp sail at this moment in time there. He wants some wind, but it's been sucked away by Ikatosh. As you can tell, that even though it is a full board there, they still everything's not activated, right? But once you see it there, it is just going to be completely insurmountable for Faded Falcon, unless there's some amazing turnaround they can make happen here. I mean, even this feels a little bit rough, having to trade your imp into that bear. At least now we can sum up what seems to be a very impressive board off the back of it, but Ikatosh, I feel like he has answered.
Yeah, Faded Falcon is in the fortunate position, an unusual position of having like sort of more gas in the hand, a longer playing hand than your opponent as the Imp Warlock deck. But, you know, Ikatosh has Barak Kodobane in hand and now finds the Mountain Bear. So has the opportunity to play that potentially if the board gets sort of small enough, or if you don't want to trade off right now, if you really want to force the pace, you can pull out that Kodobane. I have to look at the list to try and imagine which spells that draws. But yeah, this is just doing aggro things to the aggro deck. The draw from Faded Falcon, a bit of a weird one, and unfortunately, this leaves you very open to be exploited by Ikatosh. Not even the way I necessarily expected it to happen.
This is just reverse bullying at this moment.
Yeah,
like, to be perfectly honest.
But revenge at the nerds type stuff. But the nerd in this case is like a hunter who likes dinosaurs too much.
Well,
okay, I mean, this is a large board here.
This is a pretty large board, like you said. He said the battle's over. He might have actually been able to find it here. No. He found it for himself.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, what I was about to say is this is a lot of people, but look how much it takes to get through this bear by itself, right? Like, you hadn't even begun to work on the cubs. It's too much taunt.
Too much taunt. That's not something you would expect you to hear from a hunter of all things. Yeah. Actually having something like that. If you said this to me last year, the hunter's gonna have too much taunt, I'd be like, what? Does he think he's a druid or something? Like, no way. Ever is that gonna be the case here? But as we can see, obviously meta's changed, new cards come into play here, and all of a sudden it is the hunters that actually do bring the taunt into the fray. That being said, though, now it does mean that Ikatosh will be 1 apiece here up against Faded Falcon, and this next match is going to decide who will progress through, and it is going to be the Warlock Mirror.
Now, this is the copy of the deck. This is the version of the deck that has Sea Giants in it. So we're going to see potentially, can Ikatosh prove the superiority of the Sea Giant flex as opposed to Faded Falcon, who is using those slots to run Blade Master Akani, a card that we've kind of not really seen completely decide a game yet, but also serves a similar purpose, right? It's a tempo plan. You kind of you set it up to counter your opponent's next play. So the idea is just I've got a winning lead, and if you've got Sea Giants, you're like, I'm going to cement that lead by slamming another giant minion that you might not have tools for. Whereas Akani is like, I'm going to try and literally prevent you from playing your next card that's going to try and keep you in the game.
Yeah, a bit of tech there from Faded Falcon to sort of like gain the edge against these mirrors specifically. So you can see these roadblocks sometimes can really play into it. I believe last season or the last time we were playing this tournament, it was the neophytes that actually played that similar sort of role as well. So just ways to provide a little bit of extra tech to give you that edge is exactly what these guys are going to need to take out this tournament.
I'm trying to find where the other slot went, of course. You can only play 1 Blade Master Akani, and you can play 2 Sea Giants, and I guess 1 less Demonic Assault, right? So I was about to say, that last game is the kind of game where you go into your deck list immediately after the tournament, you take out a copy of Demonic Assault, you shave down from 2 to 1, because you're like, I never want to draw 2 of these in the start of the game again. And Ikatosh, sure enough, only playing 1 copy, right? Like, I don't know, it seems like these are the kind of things that people take a couple of weeks to hammer out with new archetypes. Like, is it a 2 copy card, or is it a 1 copy card?
That's true, right? The idea of being able to say, yep, this is actually one card, I don't need it any other time, that means that you do allow yourself to have a bit more tech, which of course obviously plays out and gives that tiny bit more efficiency, just to start turning your win percentages from it being a 56 to 60. That ends up being the difference between Legend half the time.
And especially in tournaments, right? Because like unlike ladder, right? You might go, oh well, you know, I lose one more game, I was gonna win. That's not so different. I play enough games, I'm gonna get there. But in a tournament, it's like, one more game I would have lost. That's the difference between like getting knocked out in the second round of losers bracket and making the season finals potentially.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's just again, this idea of hammering out the bugs, tweaking in the right way, and sometimes you have to lose a couple of times in order to actually learn that. The idea is that you want to be doing it in the open ladder. You do not want to be doing it in a tournament play.
Interesting position for Ikatosh here, right? Like, because this is one of the rare situations we've actually seen with this deck where the Imp King is in hand very early on, right? So you're going to have it infused in time to play it on curve. So the question is, how do you use your other resources, not just to have to find it? Oh, digs into the Sea Giant. Great play. So now, not being afraid of your opponent playing any sort of, like, wide sweeper in the deck this is, okay, that's interesting. You could have, I guess you could have fired off the library and then summoned an extra Imp. But leaving a slot available on your board is pretty cool in case your opponent, I don't know, decides just not attack you for some reason. I don't know if that was necessary or not, but you're certainly going to be open. And actually, Faded Falcon just kind of sees the writing on the wall. Just sort of assumes. That's. I'm not going to say that was an early concede, but that was very much like, I don't have it, and I bet my opponent does. And Faded Falcon, unfortunately, just get bundled out of the tournament in quick succession.
Yeah, it's not gonna be one of those Idra moments where he's just gonna like leave a one game in this scenario. Faded Falcon absolutely knew and actually went through and actually said, "Yep, I am probably gonna lose this," and was actually, you know, like you said, the writing was on the wall. It was we could see the whole picture that he was definitely going to be losing that one towards the very end there, and definitely well calculated on his side. Unfortunately, though, it does mean that Faded Falcon does fall out of this tournament, just misses out on that qualifying position, and it will be Ikatosh who does proceed forward to go up against Bai/Vexenite. The big thing here, though, is we get to at least congratulate Ikatosh in this sense to say, hey, you've already made it through, you've qualified to that next round, you're guaranteed that $25. Of course, you want to try and see if you can beat Vexenite/Bai here and actually get that $50 plus the better seeding if possible. But to be honest, to make it this far is definitely an accomplishment. So congratulations in that sense. And thank you very much, Faded Falcon, for playing through the tournament. You've been an absolute pleasure to watch as well, including everyone else that's made it through or has been playing through today as well. So thank you very much in that sense. We still have plenty of action to come up ahead. But that being said, guys, if you've been enjoying all the action that you've seen today, all of our highlights are being brought to you by McDonald's Australia. So if you do want to check out some of those highlights at the end of the day, make sure that you jump into those socials that AEL present out. You can see all of the best moments there. And these are all thanks to Maccas that they're being brought to you as well. That being said, though, please don't go anywhere because, of course, we do have the final match coming up next. See you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open. That was definitely a quick break, and I know I'm excited to jump straight back into the actions because, of course, we are in the final round here between Bai and Ikatosh. Now, of course, Bai, being the person that won through the upper brackets, does have the opportunity just to win this initial round, and then that's it. You've managed to get through that first seed. You get that juicy $50. But of course, unfortunately for Ikatosh, they actually have to win it twice in order to take out that first place prize.
Yeah, and this is a really sometimes that seems like an impossible mountain to climb, but Ikatosh has a pretty interesting lineup of decks here. And although I can't say I've like fully examined this matchup yet, obviously that's what we're about to do. You got to save some of the sizzle for the end. But if you have a good set of matchups that you can prey on, it's actually sometimes not that hard to go back to back. If you can win one best of three, you can probably win two. But the question is, can you even win one best of three? Because Bai/Vex Knight, like obviously, you know, Bai, that's the handle we're playing under now, but you can't forget this is a person who came second in our overall finals of the entire season last year, so definitely one of the most difficult opponents you can face in the ANZ Hearthstone Open, and Ikatosh, that's who you've got to face right now. But I guess that's it. If you have the spirit of a champion, you have to beat everyone at some point. So it makes no difference. All right, a little earlier than I expected to have to fight one of the final bosses, but it's time to suit up and it's time to prove that you deserve to be, you know, not just in the final stage, but seated high coming in.
You know, sometimes it's just a secret boss that you didn't expect to be in the game, right? You decided to go down that far. I wonder what's over here. And next thing you know, you're just running into a weapon, right? So obviously, this is a scenario for Ikatosh to overcome it. Maybe the preparation has been there. We don't know until we obviously get into the action, which we are. Just a little bit of FYIs, a bit of information to let you know what's happening here. Ikatosh has chosen to ban away Bai's mage, whereas on the flip side, Bai has banned away the hunter.
Yeah, interesting. Everyone respecting the big beast hunter there. It did look vulnerable against the faster hunter deck, but it did seem great when in a game, in a matchup where board control matters. It seems like that's a deck you respect. So that's like, do you ban it on? That's what I meant. Like when you have decks that have polarizing matchups, it doesn't always work in your favor if your matchups just aren't good against your opponent's lineup. But when you have a ban as well, it sort of seems like you can figure out those ideal lineups, and that's something I expect to see more of as the tournament continues. Right, in these first couple of weeks, it's kind of just seemed like people are playing either decks they like or decks they own, or just I'll play 3 aggro, I'll play 3 control. And now we're starting to maybe see a little bit more nuance coming into it in terms of I'm going to target this deck, and this deck, and this is the one I'll ban.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And it is very interesting to see the way that these metas do evolve, just purely because of obviously time that's being played, time that everything happens across the board. And Bai, very interestingly, as you can see as well, immediately drops down that Doomsayer as well on turn 2, which again is just a matter of them trying to curb out what's going to be that tempo here from Ikatosh. Of course, it's playing a bit more of an aggravating deck, I guess you could say, against their opponent.
Oh yeah. In part because, like, you can't... Yeah, look at that. That's a tempo play out of the priest deck, right? Like, just... And look, if you hear me use the word tempo a lot, it's kind of a meme in card game circles that, the word tempo doesn't mean anything, or it means whatever you want it to. I'm going to put my foot down right now. It absolutely has a definition, and it's how you utilize your mana. You try and use your mana more efficiently than your opponent is using theirs or can use theirs over a certain time, right? Like in the early game as that priest buff deck, you can use your mana to produce a massive minion that even with the same amount of mana on their turn, your opponent just can't kill. They can't get it off the board, right? That's how you end up ahead on tempo. And so rather than saving the Najak Hexen for a value play where I use my 4 mana card to steal your 10 mana card, I'm just going to try and accelerate the pace of the game. So instead of letting myself fall behind and trying to catch back up, I'm actually taking a board lead. Even if it's kind of a small early game one, it's just to get you on the back foot and stop the bleeding that I would otherwise be taking in my life total.
So much happening here. Tempo, very important, like you said there as well. And speaking of tempo here, time has slowed down. That's my way of defining tempo.
Players are taking longer to think about their turns. That's tempo. Yeah.
The sequencing there in that scenario. They've gone, okay, you know what? How am I going to do this? There was, of course, Call of the Grave used by buying previously. They got a Sin Runner, which could definitely be helpful, especially if it high rolls and it gets something very important on the side of Ikatosh, who, let's face it, those big minions are very important for this deck to actually perform. So that could end up being something that that does decide this match in particular.
As you can see, by continuing to think through that. Very quick play by Ikatosh, though, of course, just wants to summon up a few more imps.
Oh, this is brutal.
Oh.
The spammy Arcan is coming down on curve, perfect time. Like, this is the thing. Ikatosh's hand, it hasn't been terrible, right? We've got the kind of like a decent mix of imp making cards and imp buffing cards and that shady bartender. We've already seen that win some matches. But unfortunately, Bai's curve has been so perfect in terms of just having cards that are both matching to the requirements of the Priest quest, which is now almost up to its 3rd stage, and easily clearing the board and drawing more cards. Like, this is the best run we've seen from this deck so far, and Bai hasn't lost yet, so it's clearly been good enough even when it's not optimal.
Who knows what we've... Like, look, we saw a few games that we missed with Bai, right? Who knows how good these particular matches might have been, right?
True.
There's definitely some opportunities that he's
From
had a
what
good run,
we've
but
seen.
this is definitely if it's not equal or the best run, it's literally a close second, right?
Oh, okay.
It's ridiculous here. Reno Jackson. I do remember the time the Reno did get eaten. That was
yeah, that was brutal.
That was not a good moment, but in the end, who cares, right? Bai was more than happy to come out through towards the end and actually win the entire upper brackets. I don't believe there's any mutinists that Bai needs to worry about this time around, but the whole core of this initial imp deck that tends to come into play here is, of course, is that it finds the kill. I think if there's a Reno in hand here for Bai, that has well and truly walked out the window.
This is the situation where the Sea Giant, I mean, it's pretty hard to like snipe your opponent's arena. In fact, it might be impossible. All you can do is kind of try to deny them the chance to play it on the turn they want. But this is where like the countering effect from the Blade Master that the other Warlock decks have mostly been running might be more impactful. But really, the plan is just you don't let it get this bad. You hope your opponent doesn't go runner on their defensive plays up the curve. You know, from Doomsayer counter your board, Najak Hexen counter your board.
Yeah.
Spammy Arcanist. Like, how can you build anything when your opponent has that sequence of plays? And now you're so far behind. It really is something when Bai is even considering in this matchup not discovering Reno Jackson off that quest trigger. Had a long think about maybe going and getting the Entrapped Sorceress just to go and get the 7 and 8 cost cards to just finish this and hurry things up so you don't get ambushed by an Imp King or something. This is a huge set of draws, but you don't have the mana to fire off the Imp King. You do have the mana to fire off the Bartender, but with the Taunt in the way and the Reno in the hand, whatever damage you force through this turn, it's still somehow hard to see it coming good. And on next turn, your opponent has Whirlpool. So even though this would be a cool 2-turn lethal setup against almost any other opponent, this Priest deck just has too much firepower.
Well, too much defensive power, too much wall power, right? Just setting up a brick wall that just cannot
defensive
be torn
turrets
down.
kind of firepower.
Exactly.
I should clarify. You're right.
It's a different kind of firepower.
10
right?
million volt electric fence like they have at Jurassic Park. This one
Look
though,
at that here,
it's always turned on. There is no escape here for Ikatosh. All of the imps go down the drain. That Whirlpool has been used, of course, but how fast can you really rebuild? Gonna summon a couple of imps, fire off the Imp King. It's a valiant effort, but is it enough?
Well, it's going to be the Imp King with it, and like you said there, the Whirlpool did come down. There's no taunts. The next turn could be pretty big. I don't see any shady dealers, but there is an impending catastrophe available to perhaps dig for some bit more damage.
I mean, this is like a nearly lethal amount of damage, and the neat thing about it with the way the Imp King hit is that not all the imps can be cleared by Shadow Word Ruin, but I think it's still good enough if you just fire that off. I think Bai is trying to work out whether or not there's a better play.
Yeah, he's deciding for the time being as well. And the other thing you have to take into account here, there's Sin Runner now. Like, do I drop this and hope it hits high? But to be honest, the rolls aren't even that best there. You got a number of 6-3s there, 5-4s. Like the Sin Runner isn't. I was talking it up before, but I think it's really going to be inconsequential at this moment in time. There, we do have the Gift of the Naru coming on through here as well. So drawing a card, the Condemn, that deals 2 damage. That if there's something that could be perhaps working.
Yeah,
with that, could do something.
You have. Okay. How much damage is on board right now? Oh, we're going to buff the Imp, and then we're going to fire off the Shadow Word. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no universe where you don't Shadow Word Ruin, right? You would like a cleaner clear, because you don't want to leave anything on board against this deck, because that means that all the buffs they may have in hand become face damage, right? You always want the full clear, but you can't leave all of that stuff on board, and there were just no other clear options available.
Just hope. Yeah, exactly right. Like that was the only one that could be done into it. At least in this case,
Ikatosh has a turn here. That as long as you have impending catastrophe, you have something. You have some threat.
Ikatosh is thinking about it as well. Ikatosh thinking, okay, do I want to set up draw again? Perhaps wait to see what I've got there. I mean, at this moment in time, you can life tap, but that's a lot of
no. It's the mana more than anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. The mana's too important.
You have to
Becomes
make
the
because at least this
catastrophe.
way making the imps also it charges up the cards you're hoping to draw, like this Sea Giant, like the Vial, double Vial Library Sea Giant. You can use the buffs. I mean, you may not want to play the Sea Giant, obviously going for the library. How many imps can you get in play? 33 health is so much. I don't know if that's actually, yeah, you can't one turn it. This is just too much life. But that's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Potentially.
there's a lot that can be put through it. And as well, like, the Reno doesn't
And
really
the
want
thing
to be
is
used at this point, right, as well. You kind of like, 33, it's in threat. The Sea Giant's coming down. So
Yeah, I like this.
is shooting that shot there along with the Vial Library as well. So as you can see there, a big buff coming on through there. 9/9, big damage across the side. And now by cleaning the scene is the top deck.
This is where, like, the best counter to that's like remaining the Whirlpool's been used. Normally, you might be afraid of playing these large minions because of Najak Hexen, but we saw Najak Hexen played very early, and with that out of the way, you kind of like, okay, I can let these large minions sit in play, and then next turn, I've got that second Vial Library. Not playing it out the first time, I suppose, like having the Sea Giant in play. If you wait, you might not be able to replay the Sea Giant. In this case, you might not be able to get as much value out of the library, but there is a Fiendish Circle in hand. So, I mean, a formidable board being created on the other hand, and that will clear the Sea Giant, but
Still a big imp.
yeah, 28, you can get 2 triggers, so there's 9 damage already. You can't put enough imps on the board just from that, and there's no other draws. It might not be enough. Could just
Exhaustion's
life tap.
counting. Definitely counting. I mean, I guess you can life tap to dig. But yeah, and you've got enough mana to play that trigger. Yeah, so here comes a
life
lifetime.
taps.
It's a dig.
Wicked Shipment. How many imps can you even fit on the board? No, okay. I was about to say, there's not enough slots on the board to get a big enough buff from even 2 Vial Libraries, right? You need to be giving like +10/+10 each. And I mean,
Vial Library though.
I mean,
It's gonna be big.
yeah. You show like I was this close.
Yeah, it's just saying like I was close, but no cigar at this point. Here we go by now. Back in turn here. The question is can Bai finish this, right? That's the big thing. I don't think Bai's got the initial kill. He's got the Reno though. That's the thing. Doesn't matter. You just drop the Reno.
Well, I mean, with 2 Vial Libraries on board, especially if you can't kill this imp, like you could die from 40 potentially. Actually, you probably couldn't die from 40 in one turn. You're right, but like you certainly wouldn't just automatically have recovered the game because you still don't have a card that kills this giant imp. But you can clear away the board with Clean the Scene to neutralize the power of those Vial Libraries, and you can. Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna clear the imp, so that makes sense.
We're getting rid of the imp in this case as well. Not only that, getting some extra life back at the same time as well. Still has 10 mana to play with. Yeah, Clean the Scene, of course. You just want to get rid of everything that's gonna be available there. And the Zyrella coming down as well, just for a little bit of
there you go.
coordination.
I mean, it was never really in doubt, but it was like, oh, well, what if this? And it's like, there's not even a scenario where that works out because, yeah, in the scenario where you have to go face, that would just mean that you know, I don't. It's impossible to imagine a scenario where you have the resources to go face and you don't just use them to clean board because again, this priest deck is so comfortable going late. Even with the size of this Sea Giant and getting it further pumped up by the Vial Library, it's just almost past the point where those things matter.
Yeah, I think like you said at this point there, it's a bit of a. It is a nice pump, that Sea Giant, obviously, like 13-13. It's nothing to be scoffed at here.
Opinion.
He's thinking about how to actually play this. He's going to go for the Venomous Scorpion just to discover a few extra spells, a few other options. I think that's what's the fun thing about the priest is that you can just keep on discovering things as well. And, yep. That's
kill all your imps again, so now you're the second buff out of your Vial Libraries. I think that's the harsh thing about this, having drawn all the Vial Libraries and stuff as well, is that you're so dependent on being able to keep a board of imps. It's like you have to make a board of imps every single turn, and the priest deck is just like, I'll clear that, I'll clear that, I'll clear that, and it's so inefficient.
Yeah, and it's quite happy with Sketchy Stranger as well. I think this is what's crazy about for Bai, right? Like Bai generally has a number of ways to be safe, either way, right? Now we're at fatigue as well. The gas is done. This Sea Giant needs to chew through the Zyrella as well.
Just gonna life tap yourself to death. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, you can tell this moment in time now. That's what he's planning to do.
Wait, do you get fatigued out by this, or you just draw the same cards again? Oh, okay. You just put your cards in your deck.
I mean, it buys some time, but
that's a fun little interaction to know. At some point, I'm sure that will be relevant to the outcome, but not this time. That game was over several turns ago. unfortunately.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate for Ikutosh there, but you can tell Bai knew exactly what needed to be done there. Probably did have a bit of luck with the RNG as well in terms of the sequencing that Doomsayer directly into the what is it? Card actually loses my mind there. The Hex.
Najak,
yes.
yeah, Hexen. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And the Najak Hexen as well, obviously just stopping all the possible tempo from Ikutosh there. So Bai played that through pretty perfectly, understanding that things were there and the sales were just completely gone. There's no real power behind this Imp King Rafan Zoo Warlock deck. So that being said, though, has an opportunity to shine once more again as well. But it does mean that, of course, Bai is one win away now from just taking out this entire tournament. That's
this is a good chance potentially. I wonder if Ikutosh will run back the Warlock deck, because the other deck is the Quest Hunter, right? And the Quest Hunter, as opposed to that Face Hunter, I think it's so important that the Quest lets you target minions with the hero power. It gives you a chance of actually playing the control role, because you can't really race the Warlock deck just pointing spells at face versus them playing a bunch of imps and then turning them into like 40 power of imps. But if you can keep the imps off the board with your various spells, with your various traps, with your hero power targeting them, then you can eventually take over the game, I feel. But even that priest deck with such powerful board clears, right? It looked bad by the end, but that turn where the Imp King came down, if those summons had landed a little differently, or if you didn't have exactly like the setup that you did for
it was like a House of Cards, right?
That
for some reason Bai uses glue somehow. And
we'd already used several defensive, like the best defensive tools in that situation already been used, and you had to have Shadow Word Ruin, and it had to line up against that many imps to like prevent what could have been very dangerous, right? It only takes one turn where you didn't draw that card, and suddenly you're on the ropes. Absolutely
true in that sense. I think we're having a little bit of a thought process here as well now for Ikutosh, because Ikutosh is thinking, okay,
fair enough.
I mean, this is it, right?
Yeah.
And mind you, the tough thing for Ikutosh is he needs to win not twice, but 4 times.
You don't think about that. You do not. I'm sure Ikutosh knows. Like, you don't. There's no point focusing on the next.
How can you not think about that, Bud? How can you not think about that?
You just have to have the mental discipline as a competitor. You just say you focus on the game in front of you. You've been playing best of one set, or you've been playing these sets all day that are single elimination sets, right? You don't worry about that second set. You're like, I'm fighting my first opponent. If I win, I'll get to my next opponent, right? I'm sure I've had at least some 2-1 wins today, so I know I can come back. I clearly picked that Warlock deck first because I knew it has at least one bad matchup and one good matchup, and I want to make sure that even if it has to fight the bad matchup first, I will get the shot, and my opponent won't sneak this Hunter deck past me. I do think it has a decent shot here. So the decision to maybe go for the Priest deck, I guess, is a decision of, do you think Bai is going to run back? I guess Bai only has the Hunter list left, but it's like, do you think it's, do you want to try and immediately win again with the Warlock? And yeah, that's what I would have thought. I couldn't really see a reason to do anything else. But Ikutosh, good to think about it, right? No reason to rush to your doom, potentially. And this hand looks okay, but Imp Gang Boss has been kind of a low roll in a lot of these matchups.
We'll have to wait and see. I think the other thing as well is that I feel the Priest deck does do better into the Hunter deck, though. I think everything we were discussing about. Because sometimes you just get like a minion that's too big to be cleared with spells.
That's true, but at this point in the game, like, you have to beat the Hunter deck with your Warlock deck anyway, right?
Yeah. So it's you have to do it regardless, right? So you might as well set yourself up for success. The Flustered Librarian, of course, fantastic curve to have. So let's see what's been played here. That is a nice card to pick up there for Ryan. No hesitation of dropping that down as well. It immediately has some board clear off the
I mean, that's interesting, right? Because, like, it depends. Ikutosh could play around this easily. This is a 1-3 in play. You've immediately deployed Explosive Trap. I'm not going to say it's like a game-losing mistake or anything, but, like, compared to if that was on a board where you had a huge army of imps already, how hard are you going to play into this? I thought you were going to coin out Imp Gang Boss. So confident are you of Explosive Trap? Not quite, but not also getting any minions cleared away. So that trap, I mean, it is a spell being cast. It is a spell dealing damage for Take the High Ground for that Hunter quest, but no imp momentum lost there, and now the Imp Gang Boss is in play.
Yeah, and it is nice that the other thing you sort of lose with that there, of course, is the fact that, hey, that could have been one extra damage here, but I think playing around what would have actually been the secret or the trap there is definitely a bit more conservative, and the better play off that sense there. They will clear it out, of course, the Flustered Librarian, dropping down another imp at the same time, that piggyback imp as well, but that's a nice pickup as well, obviously off the Wild Seed to get a bear. That's exactly what you want,
And having multiple arcane shots in hand is so good in this situation, right? Like the cheapest spell you can have to flip over your quest, and it's in a matchup where there's plenty of minions who are small enough for that to make a difference. You could easily clear away the entire piggyback imp with 2 arcane shots, which is such a trade-up, especially when you consider like the card disadvantage doesn't matter because it's actually advancing a quest. Like this is so clean for buy here, and their inexorable march towards the finals continues, and towards the extra prize money, the high seeding. This is just a player who knows how to win.
Yeah, absolutely. That extra damage come into it as well. So as you can see, they're just furthering out quest line a little bit further. 2 imps on board here for Ikatosh as well. The flame imp coming down as well. And I think now the shots are starting to be fired here for Ikatosh. Understanding I need to start putting some damage out, or else I risk
this is pretty good though.
But yeah, this is very nice. This is nice.
The thing about the Hunter deck is, unlike the Priest deck, you don't have to worry about them using 1 card and beating your whole board. So that, and I don't think it's true that you can just run buy out of cards, because of course the quest for the Hunter is so powerful that at some point they're going to be just winning the game off the hero power triggers more so than needing to have 100 cards in hand left. But what it does mean in the mid game, they don't have the power to clear just board after board after board. So the fact that you can reload so easily with Impending Catastrophe kind of gives you a second win in this game. And that was quite a stack of cards being drawn. We're about 1 Imp King or Shady Bartender away from really flipping this.
Yeah, Spring the Trap will come down as well. That's going to get rid of the Void Walker. Bai, of course, wants to just keep on holding this down here. But yeah, Ikatosh still definitely in it. There's no stretch of the imagination where things could go down. Of course, it's just continuing to clear away the board effectively, getting rid of those higher threat ones on the side there as well. Interested to see if he decides to go for the face here. Of course not. Get rid of those imps. We don't want anything being buffed up here by a Shady Bartender or any sort of craziness happening here. Also playing around that trap very nicely as well. Just going to force that freezing trap in. That imp will obviously just be used later if this game goes towards that point. And he comes to quickest shipment here as well.
Oh, resummoning the imps immediately. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, just ready for it.
Well, that's, I mean, like, in this case, it's not playing around Explosive Trap because Rafarm's in hand. I wonder how much Bai will read this. Like, you might play this even if you don't have Rafam, just because you know that your out is to draw Rafam. But Rafam is absolutely here and infused already. And there's a Sea Giants. This is a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. What will Bai do?
Yeah, Bai knows that there's going to be a big turn coming up and needs to start clearing things away. The Shelf Shot also going to come through. That's going to get rid of at least another 2 imps as well. No, sorry, 3 imps. Yep, definitely a solid play in this sense here. So brings that board right back down and sort of says, here's a nice ice trap as well.
Now your opponent's down to 1 card in hand. Do you fire off Imp King Rafam, or do you play something else out and try and use the Imp King Rafam buff on a turn after you've like kept some imps in play? Because I think you could afford to be greedy here, conceivably.
I mean, the thing is, you're sort of hoping that there isn't a Kodo Bane on that next play.
Even Kodo Bane with this much mana isn't that bad yet. The quest notably has just not flipped over to Tavish yet, so I don't think you're going to get hit by either of those legendaries next turn. Yeah, Ikatosh decides you have to go for it, right? You have to deal 40 damage. You don't just want to run out of Rafam and get it cleared. That'll be kind of game. So gambles a little. Multicaster is going to feel so good to see if you're Ikatosh. That's really a I've got nothing reloading card. However, solid draws.
That is a good. That is. I mean, it feels like a reload if you ask me. Not in terms of the deck there, but a reload in terms of board clear, and that's what it is at the end of the day. But of course, that's going to start something up. Oh, that's not where you wanted to hit. Oh,
okay.
That's actually
that's
really
a pretty
good for
bad
Ikatosh.
miss.
That's a really good for Ikatosh. Oh my god! At least he's managed to finish up and get the quest down at that point. But still, like I feel like this next turn will do pretty well now. With
I've never felt so bad about a spell that killed 3 minions. You know.
Absolutely.
Okay, Ikatosh, now is your moment. Should you choose to seize it? I'm not 100% that's what you have to do, but it also feels pretty strongly like the desire to slam the Imp King must be so high. Okay, even, we're testing the secrets.
Yep. Well, that's going to get rid of everything, though. He should have played the Imp King first.
I mean, you still get to resurrect your board. Yeah.
Alrighty, so he's cleared it out.
Mm-hmm. But here's Tavish, so kind of neck and neck with each other's game plans here. How much can be cleared? Because once your opponent spent mana on this Tavish, every turn from now that they have is so powerful, like so efficient. They can get so much done. And of course, the Furious Howl in hand and the quick shots, there's no chance of them, and the multicast even, like there's zero chance of Vi running out of cards. So when everything's so mana efficient and the cards are in such great supply, Ikatosh, this is really the last chance, because after this turn, it's down here.
Vi realizes it's a race now, right? He's no longer trying to clear away the board.
I might have thought they'd go for a clear, because 40 life is a lot of life here, but true. I guess your opponent, now it's on your opponent to clear you, and then you have your spells, and you can clear their minions if you need to, or just finish them off. Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of this Hunter deck, I suppose. You're like, I'm non 37 life still, so I don't care.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to sit back, relax. You can start attacking my face if you want to. Ikatosh realizing, ooh, maybe I just don't have the oomph to actually get through this, and needs to clear through the board himself. Of course, has that Sea Giant, which would be a nice little grab there, but of course, 37 life is, no easy feat to chew through, especially now that we're turn 8 into the game. The quest is now built up here as well, but it will be the Sea Giant coming down. Here comes the Imps as well, so rebuilding that board up nice and strong here as well. But of course, the true power is going to be the fact that he can attack directly to the face, multi-shot.
Just has to even leave that Swift Hyena on the board. Like, it's one more damage. Like, you just go show you have to be able to threaten lethal, and if you can't, then nothing you do matters. And that's the downfall of this Warlock deck. It seems like whenever it loses, is that like if you aren't one turn away from killing your opponent at all times, then they just get to basically play like you aren't there, because you have so little meaningful interaction.
Yeah, look at this. Like he's not even trying.
This is over.
Yeah, he's got enough to actually go for the shot here. All the spells, they're all spells.
Tracking, discover another spell. The zero cost hero power is so obscene. And here we go. Yeah, steady shot, piercing shot, steady shot. Just rapid fire. You have to imagine that steady shot sound effect going off like a machine gun. Yeah. Just hosing down Ikatosh's hopes, and unfortunately,
he knows it's over too. Oh, he's using the hyena. Oh, that's
what a display from Vi.
Vi just so strong, just understands the sequencing, really good draws, just everything across the board here, and that was a very clean finish here coming through from Vi at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, that name is apt, except it's more like your opponents who are the buy. Like, you just coast through the tournament undefeated. I feel like a couple of games were dropped, but not even that many. The decks look really solid. The deck selection, like the coverage between these three, even though they're all sort of slower decks, just the flexibility, I think, of that Hunter deck to play the controlling role against faster decks or go face against the slower decks is really valuable. And that Priest, it definitely has some losing matchups, but it showed how strong it is against all the others. Like, we did see it kind of battle back and prove itself by the end of the event. So I don't know whether Vi will show up in the champion stage with the same lineup. Obviously, there's a lot of ground to cover between now and then, but definitely shows like they're a player who can read the meta. They haven't lost a trick since last year. They will definitely be one of the favorites in our champion stage.
Oh, absolutely. Could not put that any better myself in that sense of things. So a massive congratulations here to Vi, of course, Vexenite from last year, who managed to come out 2 overall throughout the entire competition. Obviously aiming for number 1 this time around, will be the winner of that $50 prize. Still, valiant effort here from Ikatosh to come second and get that $25 prize pool. And of course, both of these members do qualify to that next round. So even though Ikatosh may have lost this battle, the war is not yet done. There's still opportunities to get some revenge on Vi. That being said, though, that is basically the South Conference finished up for the day. Is there anything that you want to add to this, Bard, before I close this out?
Not really. Thanks to the people in chat who've been, messaging us to let us know how much you like the cast and how much you like the games. Obviously, shout out to the players for providing the games, because we can only cast the quality of games that you provide. And we saw some great ones today. Love seeing the new decks. Love seeing all the different matchups. Even people conveniently banning different decks. We got to see that Big Beast Hunter at least one time. And even for the players who, it must be heartbreaking to miss out on qualification, especially if you come so close as Faded Falcon did. But I hope you all at least enjoyed the tournament. I hope that it gives you the energy to come back next time around and to keep playing and to keep watching as we go through the successive weeks of this qualifier. We still have so much cool Hearthstone to play. Absolutely. And if there's anything that you wanted to catch today, of course, make sure that brought to you by McDonald's Australia. All of the highlights are being brought to you by Macca's. I'm loving it moments that you'll be able to catch them on AEL socials at the end of the day. We'll have those uploaded for you soon. And of course, a big thank you to Mate Internet and Mobile for their giveaways. Still going to have plenty of other options to win those 2 packs valued at $3.95. So make sure that you're out there throwing that in chat. Let's be mates as well for those opportunities to win
in future parts of this tournament. Apart from that, guys, that's everything from us today. Really massive pleasure for having you along with us, and we can't wait to see you here back again next week.